All right, you should be able to hear me now. Okay. I actually, you won't be able to see because I have the background blurred, but I just moved into a new place and reset everything back up again just 2 days ago. So if things don't go perfectly, we will assume that is the reason, is that I rebuilt everything from the ground up. Anyway, my name is Jim McKeith, and welcome to day one of Delphicon 2023. Let me share my screen here. There we go. Hello, everybody from all over the world. It's great to see so many people from everywhere. Let's see if to share differently here so that it is. Not working. All right. It's I'm blurry. Uh-oh. So I'm not sure why it's put these black bars along the top and the bottom, but all right, so let's go ahead and go through. This is a welcome session. Just give everybody a chance to make sure they're on the stream and everything's working fine and work things out. But also, I kind of want to go through some of what's going on and some of what you can expect this year. So we're celebrating 20 years of Delphi. Some of you may have been around that long developing with Delphi. Some of you may have not been born yet, and that's fantastic. That's great. We're glad to have everyone here. One thing about Delphi being 28 years old is it's kind of right in the middle of this sweet spot of programming languages. There are a lot of programming languages that came out in around 1995. You see Python's a couple of years older, whereas Java and JavaScript are just, a little bit younger than Delphi, fairly younger than Delphi. It's a mature language that's been around for a while and is just continuing to make the world a better place as it revolutionizes things as we go. If you're probably on one of these streams right now, we're streaming across a number of places. You can, the Delphicon.Embarcadero.com will be the main site where you can catch the replays. But we'll also have streams up on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and then new this year we have LinkedIn and Twitch. Next year, or our next event, hopefully we'll have streaming on Telegram and TikTok. Maybe we'll see. We're working on expanding the reach so that make it easy for people to view wherever they are available. Apparently, I'm getting some audio issues. My video is better, my audio is not good now. Sorry. Okay, so some people it's fine, so we'll just assume it's good. Schedule. So the schedule is available on delphicon.embarcadero.com, but I just wanted to go through here each of the sessions with you as well. For day one, that's today, that's right now. You're in the Welcome to Delphicon 2023 session. Next up, we have our Looking Forward with Modern Delphi, which has Marco, David, Kyle, and myself. Kind of, I don't know if it was out or whatever, but it's going to be the one where we talk about a lot of stuff what's going on and what's coming. So anyway, here's the full. I'm going to go through each of the sessions in more detail here in later slides. We do have one that was just added, though, at 4 p.m. today, JavaScript the Delphi way with John Asden. I'm terrible at pronouncing names. I pronounced my name wrong. So definitely add that to your schedule if you weren't already aware of that. It's at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time today. All the times are in Central Standard Time. JavaScript the Delphi way, which should be really cool. I'm looking forward to all the sessions. I'm looking forward to that one. It's something John's been working on for quite a while and has the first release of QTX. Day 2, starting 9 a.m. Central Standard Time, we have Spice Up Your Innovations with Ray Konopka, and another full day of sessions there. And day 3, again starting at 9 a.m. with Samuel's session on using Nifty to send and receive push notifications. And at the end of day 3, we have a Delphicon 2023 recognition and closing session. So definitely want to stay tuned or tune out for that one. If you weren't planning to stick around all the way to the end, there's going to be a lot of great announcements and recognition of community members and stuff there. Day 1. So, like I said, the next session coming up is the Looking Forward to Modern Delphi. Delphi fundamentally changed software development 28 years ago. Today is today. And it hasn't stopped it. It continues to move forward. And now that, as long as time Delphi was a Windows development tool, now mobile platforms are huge. Delphi supports mobile platforms. Now Mac OS has a portion of the desktop development space, desktop space, and we support Mac OS, Linux, etc. So Delphi can adapt, and evolve as our other development tools and platforms as well. Really? All right, so audio is a little robotic. We can just assume that I have been replaced with a robot, and that explains the robotic sound. I'll try to talk a little bit slower to make up for any possibilities of things being lost, and the team's going to look into figure out why I sound more robotic than usual. The next session after is Ray Konopka's session at 11 Central Standard Time on user interface design with actions. Actions are a really great feature, but I don't think they're used enough, so I'm excited to see Ray's session here that showing how to use actions in interface design. Actions have been around for a long time in VCL, but they're new to FireMonkey. So definitely take a look at that session. It's going to show you how to make yourself more productive in user interface design. Actually, it's not only productivity, but it does add a lot of consistency in behaviors as well. Dahlia's session on NX Horizons, the open source event bus for Delphi. Dahlia's got a number of great books out as well, but now she's got a whole new topic here on open source event bus. So definitely take a look at that session there, learn about what is an event bus, why you need an event bus, and why NX Horizon is a great event bus that you can be using. It's open source, available on GitHub there. Then we have Ian Barker's session on every app trick in the book. There's a adage about not relying too much on tricks. being too creative, but at the same time, there are so many things out there that are so useful to know as far as doing things the right way, how to have your apps behave properly and stuff that maybe are not obvious. And so that's a good option here in this session to come and find out what all the things that you didn't realize you didn't know for app development. Dion's session on when Delphi reaches the cloud. So this session, we're going to show how Delphi can reach up and connect to the cloud and also run in the cloud. Delphi is both consuming the cloud and creating the cloud in this session with Dion. Then Dr. Holger Flick's session on visualizing data from FireDAC on maps. Great option here for pulling data out of FireDAC databases and putting it on maps using TMS's FMaps components to give you cross-platform, cross-service mapping to visualize the world. And then here's the new session that was added. Still getting messages about audio issues. I'm not sure why. I don't know what I can do. I'm assuming Martha's looking into it. Hold on one second. Let me
always loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Colton.
Code monkey, get up, get coffee. Code monkey, go to job. Code monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say code monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do code monkey think? Code monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code monkey not say it out loud. Code monkey not crazy, just proud. Code monkey likes Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. Code monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code monkey not thinking so straight. Code monkey not feeling so great. Code monkey like Fritos. Code monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code monkey like you. Code monkey like you. A lot. Code monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code monkey just keep on working. See yourself take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man. Big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or app method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.
All right, so I've disconnected and turned off my audio noise cancellation. I was, it's odd that it's in the streaming studio software, the audio is good, but apparently once it gets out, then it has issues. So let's see if I'm any better now. Waiting on for some feedback here, if I sound any better or not.
You still sound good via the via Restream, Jim. I'm not so sure about the. I think it's the YouTube. You know, were you streaming that video directly from your machine, or was that
video was uploaded to the cloud to Restream? And
right. Okay. Because I noticed
it
paused, so I was wondering if maybe Restream's got a bit of a problem going on there.
All right. So my audio is bad. I'm going to cut out and then just share my screen, Ian, and you can share it.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I have this problem with my background that I look like I'm in space or something like that. So I've had that problem before. Okay. Well, as usual, I am here as my Jim's stunt double. I have a smaller beard, but I have a different accent as well. But I will leap in and talk for a little while. We haven't rehearsed this, so let's see how well I do. Okay, so let's talk about some upcoming sessions then. The next one coming up is Spice Up. This is on the Wednesday the 15th. So that's tomorrow at 9 a.m. Spice up your apps with animations by Ray Konopka. Very, very well known amongst long-time Delphi programmers. Ray's a really great guy. Ray's software, and if you go in to get it on a recent RAD Studio IDE, you can see Ray's components there as well. Very popular. Animation has become an integral feature of modern applications. That's very, very true. And Ray's session really goes through and talks about the appropriate animations that you can use to increase engagement. I did a little thing a while ago called the wow factor. There's some great things in FMX. And obviously your everybody's favorite framework, the Skier for Delphi framework as well, which we must mention as often as possible because it's so great. But Ray's going to talk about what you can do with those animations, even if you're just targeting Windows, because part of the Fluent UI concepts and part of that new modern user interface is about depth and motion and animation, trying to get people to give some idea that a control can do something to make it visually appealing, because buttons are flatter now, and so we need to draw attention to, oh, this bit over here will do something, and that's what Ray's session's all about. Next slide, Jim. There you go. Creating LibreOffice documents in Delphi. If you've not used LibreOffice before, it is an open source. I think it's freeware. I'm not sure what the license is, but it's basically a kind of Microsoft Office-alike system. It's got everything that Microsoft Office would have in it, and it's designed, I think, in some ways, or aimed to be a compatible set of applications, so a word processor and a set of spreadsheets and things like that. And Daniel Fernandez's session is all about using an open source solution to generate LibreOffice documents from Delphi. You can use Doc and DocX and CSV and XLSX. Those are the open doc formats. If you've ever looked at them, they're very interesting because you can embed things in it and fonts and stuff like that, and basically open it on almost any machine, whether it's a Mac, Linux, or anything like that. Very good. He's also going to talk about using document templates and generate the documents based on a simple T-memo component. So I will actually watch that because I'll be quite interested in that session. Next slide. I need a little clicker that clicks Jim over to the next slide. Oh, it's me. Haha. Well, I do know a lot more about this session. Okay, so what should we talk about? Okay, well, this session is not as long as my first session. My first session today is actually nearly an hour long, and we've kind of had to shuffle things around a bit so we can do a Q&A. This session is based on some comparative research that Embarcadero did a couple of years back. What they did was took a WPF project, or a set of developers, I think a couple of developers, WPF developers, Electron developers, and some Delphi MVPs, of which I was one, and we created some apps to try and compare the frameworks in a fair way. And it really is fair. There's a white paper that goes through the methodology that we use to compare that and to see whether a particular framework was good in one direction or another direction, and what those benefits were in the particular frameworks. Spoiler alert, I'm not really giving much away because it's been out for a while, but we absolutely thrashed the opposition. And I say that with some element of pride because I was part of the team, but also with some kind of confidence that actually it did reinforce some values that we thought were important in Delphi, that Delphi is really part of RAD Studio, and the RAD in RAD Studio is rapid application development. And like all of you, it's been around for 28 years, and I've used it for all those years for a good reason. Okay, and Jim's now sharing me. My Lightning session is uploaded as well. Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next slide. Jim's saying he'll share the slides with me, but I think I'll just get you to click, Jim. That's probably easier. There'll be a pause otherwise. Evolution of Fast Report VCL. Fast Reports is a reporting solution. I mean, the clue is in the name, and it's going to be run by Denis Zubrov from Fast Reports Inc. Fast Reports is a banded report generator, if I remember correctly. So you design a page and then you put bands on. I actually use all sorts of different reporting components for different projects, and sometimes I get confused about them, but Fast Reports very, very good. You can generate reports just really based on setups and queries, and then band these reports together and off it goes. Very, very useful. Denis's session is all about the interesting features that they've put in the releases recently. So a kind of overview of what Fast Report can do and some of the things you may not know that it could do. And he's saying here how to build in existing documents into a report using the new HTML view and PDF view objects. So that's quite interesting. I actually used it recently for a project where I was doing a web project using an embedded container. It's quite good. Next slide, Jim. Click. Yeah.
Apparently, my slides are not going to YouTube either now.
Oh, okay. Do you want to share me the link and I'll open it?
I sent it to you.
Oh, okay, cool. Let me just have a look. You know, it would not be the same if it didn't occasionally go a little bit wrong on the opening session. There's so many moving parts. What do they expect? Let me just sync up with what we're going to do. let's go to slideshow.
It's so weird that everything is working here on the studio, but as soon as it goes to YouTube, apparently I just die.
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah. Let me just sync up everybody.
So sorry, everybody. I know I'm sounding choppy, but thank you, Ian, for helping out.
That's fine. That's what I'm here for. I am the stumped double. I always say this. Right, nearly ready, everybody. Okay, let's go to slideshow. And let me share the right screen. Always important. And share. So we should see me down here somewhere, up here, I don't know. And we should still see the slides as well. Have we got that? I think we have. Good. Okay, so that's the fast report VCL. Let's actually get this thing to go to the next screen. The session after that on Wednesday, February 15th at 1 p.m. Now, these are all US Central Standard Time times. So if you're in the UK, for example, that's 6 hours later than the time that you see there. So that's 7 p.m. UK time. Depends what other time zones you are around the world, but they're going to vary. And the session there is Delphi and AI. This is by Olaf Monian, who is a little bit of a friend of mine. We have to chat outside of work-orientated things from time to time. Very, very smart guy. Runs a company called Developer Experts LLC. And he's going to talk about the current status of AI functionality in Delphi. Now, that is... it's the hot topic of 2023, and I think it's going to become an even hotter topic. He's going to show everybody how to use ChatGPT from Delphi. Very interesting. I mean, there's a bit of controversy about ChatGPT because obviously Microsoft have invested billions in the people that are behind ChatGPT, and they're building it into Bing in the hope that they will leapfrog Google and ChatGPT. So it's really worth having a look at Olaf's session. I actually see, it's going to sound trite now, but I actually thought about doing a session myself to do with ChatGPT. I'm glad I did now, because Olaf's would be much better, because he's a very, very smart guy. Okay. And then on 2 p.m. US Central Standard Time, demystifying domain-driven design, DDD, in Delphi. And this is by Gustavo Mina Barreto. I hope I'm saying name right, Gustavo, but I can manage Gustavo quite easily. In this talk, he's going to learn what domain-driven design is and how to apply it in Delphi, and how domain-driven design can help in the development and success of your project. I would say more about it, but I'm not entirely certain what the subject is. I kind of know what domain-driven design is, but I honestly can't say that it's something I know other than I've heard the topic a few times. So that's actually one I'm going to catch myself and make sure that I learn some more about it. And at 3 p.m., we have then got the integrating apps with Alexa devices. And this is by Kivian Cristaldo Emerem. She is based in Brazil, I believe. You'll see her come up on LinkedIn. If you ever tick any boxes and say that you like Delphi, then she's quite active on LinkedIn, and I think Instagram and a few other places as well. Yes, she's also our newest MVP too. I didn't know that. Yes, it is Instagram. Okay, well, welcome, Kivian. I didn't actually know. This is news to me as well. But she's our newest MVP, and she's based in Brazil. Very good. She does do this session in English. I've seen a little bit of this session. And obviously her native language is Portuguese Brazilian, or Brazilian Portuguese, should I say. So she broadcasts quite a lot on that as well. Lots of people in Brazil using Delphi. It's a very, very popular language over there. Same in Germany and a few other countries as well. But Brazil is a particular hotbed of Delphi development. So you're going to learn how to integrate your apps in Delphi with the new Alexa skill. So this is another one I want to watch, because it's something I'm interested in as well. I have tried it in the past, and it's not that difficult, but it's a little bit fiddly, and I'd like to know if there's a better way of doing it than the way I was trying. We'll also see it's possible to even show reports or even obtain new data using Alexa devices. I like the sound of that. That's a good session to catch. And then at 4 p.m. US Central Standard Time, Ziad Alahi. Again, I apologize, Ziad. It's a QR code case study, gate system Arab diploma. Now, I have read a little bit about this because I've seen an article about this before, and it's to do with QR codes. These are the little square boxes, and during the COVID pandemic's height, you probably, every time you went to go and eat anywhere, if you dared step out the door in case you get struck down by COVID, you'll see those little square QR codes around for menus and things like that. And this session is all about scanning a QR code, which you can use your mobile phone camera. And in fact, I ordered a hand scanner myself to do something with QR codes today, and it should be arriving via Amazon today. But he's going to show you a Delphi app which is used in administering the entry process for diploma students with the evaluation process using QR codes. You can learn how to use QR codes in your application. So very interesting. QR codes are probably they're the number one way of people gathering information very quickly and getting links and stuff like that. You see them all the time now on advertising, on TV, and all sorts of places have them. So very interesting session by Ziad. Day 3, which is Thursday. And this first session at 9 a.m. US Central Time is using NTFI to send and receive push notifications. Again, there are several ways of doing push notifications, and this is just one of them. Push notifications are a very good way of making people engage with your application. So if your application relies on bringing things to people's attention, then push notifications are part of that process. Could be alerting to all sorts of things. For example, I live in Tornado Alley, which means that you really want to know if there's a problem, there's a tornado on the way, and push alerts are actually saving people's lives in Texas in particular, but all over Tornado Alley, where we'll receive an alert saying there is a tornado in your area or there's a tornado expected. So it's not just annoying things to say, hey, so-and-so has just posted a picture on Facebook of you. You know, those kind of annoying ones. They also have a very good use case that can really save people's lives. Tell you your table's booked, tell you someone's arrived at work if you're monitoring staff and things like that. And NTFI is an alternative to your standard push notifications in a Delphi application, and it uses Firebase, which is becoming really probably one of the most used ways of doing notifications now. And Samuel Rosa de Oliveira is going to show you how to use that in Delphi. Very interesting stuff. And also, you can see there that the actual project itself is available on GitHub. Very useful. Avoiding memory leaks. This is again on Wednesday at 10 a.m. US Central Standard Time. Maiko Dalry, senior Delphi developer, and it's about learning best practices to avoid memory leaks in your applications and also learn how to better deal with exceptions. Memory leaks is one of those things where as you start to write your programs and you start to get more into object orientation rather than writing procedural code, but even in procedural code, you can get it wrong. It's not just your own memory leaks, which happen quite a lot if you're not very careful and not very rigid about the way you design the apps, but it could be components, it could be some libraries that you've picked in. And if you've got a program that needs to run and run and run like a Windows service, a memory leak is a big problem because eventually, particularly in Windows service, and one of my little quick sessions about Windows services, a memory leak can actually bring down the Windows PC and slow it down, and you will not be popular if you do that. It's not so much of a problem on mobile because obviously on mobile, if you start to use too many resources, then the mobile operating system hammers you down and gets rid of you. So, you know, it just means that they'll start reporting faults on your app. So, it won't impact performance, but you can start getting messages from the operating system saying that your application is misbehaving. And if you're trying to get into some of the app stores, it's one of the things they check for is memory leaks. And if you've got a memory leak, you might find yourself rejected. So a subject worth looking into. and 11 a.m. from Marco Gaze. And can we integrate OpenAI in Delphi? I told you 2023 was going to be the year of AI. And so is it a blessing or a curse? So this is an interesting session. It's one of those things like the free and nil debate we had where, or tabs and spaces, which is better, tabs and spaces. Some people think that OpenAI is the best thing ever and it's going to actually revolutionize development in a good way and help us become developers with less pain and stress, and by describing your program in the kind of prosaic sense, rather than laying it out and typing in the code, you'll get a chat AI type bot or OpenAI type bot to help you. And some people think it's the absolute onset of the Armageddon and singularity, and all the worst AI movies and sci-fi movies are coming true. I'm not gonna pick sides particularly. I can see the pros and cons of both sides because I'm that kind of guy anyway. But Marco is going to go through how you can integrate OpenAI into Delphi using the Tools API and show you the benefits and pitfalls of OpenAI writing Delphi code. So getting OpenAI to help you with some code. A very controversial subject. He's a very brave man. I don't think I'd do that session. And Jim himself will be doing a session on Wednesday at 12 p.m. US Central Standard Time. Advanced visual effects, not the kind of things that we have where we disappear like my background is going wrong at the moment. You can see weird artifacts because my green screen is not working very well, but maximizing the visual impact of your user interface in VCO and FMX. And Jim has just messaged me to say he's going to pre-record that session rather than stream it live because Restream may get in the way. Jim, I have to say I always pre-record all my sessions now because doing it live is great, but it's mildly stressful and all sorts of things. It's usually not anything to do with the presenter or the webinar presenters fault, but just there's so many moving parts in all these platforms like Restream and YouTube and all the rest of it that it's almost guaranteed that something will go wrong. But yes, and Jim says he thinks he'd learn, but he is an everlasting optimist. Well, so am I, Jim. So but I've been in the business long enough that I'm also a pessimist for good reason. Maximize the visual impact of your user interface in VCO and FMX across all the platforms through advanced effects with Skier for Delphi. Woohoo! My favorite project. This session is in collaboration with Vinicius, Felipe Botello Barbosa, and Paulo Cesar Botello Barbosa, the brothers who are the authors of Skier for Delphi. So that's going to be a very interesting session. Great couple of guys. Jim and I have talked about this to death, but he's going to actually show some cool things, and I've seen some of the things he's done in the past, and believe me, Jim knows his stuff. He definitely sits at the top of the tree when he's described as evangelist and chief engineer, and it's well deserved. Git demystified, and that's at 1 p.m. on Wednesday. And yes, there are good reasons that Git does need demystifying. I remember a quote that said that Unix was an operating system written by very smart people who couldn't type, because all the commands are a couple of letters long and got many, many arguments. And I think that's true of Git, that, Linus Torvald, who invented it, very, very smart guy, but I think it's safe to say that he's not of this planet about a lot of subjects. He's one of these people that are so smart that they kind of operate on a slightly different plane, and in the process, Git has evolved into something that's extremely powerful. And personally, for me, I would say that it's almost essential for day-to-day professional software development. I use it all the time, and I actually have a GitHub account, which I'm sure you know if you've ever downloaded any of my code. Some people swear by the Git command line, so typing things in on terminal. Some people use a tool like the GitHub desktop and Git Kraken. Holger Flick, also another good MVP and a friend of mine, is Git Kraken. I think he's a Git Kraken evangelist or something like that, but I know he loves it anyway. And then there's SourceTree and a few other products as well. But Git, even with those tools, can be a little bit difficult to get your head around. I know extremely well talented, shall we say, developers who still find Git a little bit confusing from time to time, make a few boo-boos. So this session, Demystifying It by Rich Dudley, definitely worth having a look at. He's the chief evangelist of /N Software. And nsoftware.com is the place to go and see. And as you can see, he's got Twitter on there as well. I think I follow him already on Twitter, but if not, we will do. And at 2 p.m., getting physical in your games with the Castle Game Engine. Castle Game Engine, if you've not seen it before, is literally what it sounds like. It's an engine for throwing lots of graphics and scenes onto the screen and allows you to create games. And I've seen some of the games that have been written with this platform, and they're quite astounding. I mean, they are professional looking games. It's not some kind of oh, it's okay sort of. No, these are the real thing. And Michalis Kamburelis, sorry about butchering your name, Michalis, I can say that name properly, is going to do this session at 2 p.m. It's one that you really shouldn't miss, because even if you're not going to use the game engine, there's actually some really good things that go on in terms of understanding how graphics work and optimal presentation of graphics and stuff like that. And this session is definitely one to look at. As he said, everyone is interested in making games using Delphi is welcome. I would say everyone who wants to learn how these things work and, you know, get their head around what the Castle Game Engine can do should definitely take a look at it. And that, where are we at? And then the final session is the recognition and closing session. And that's Wednesday at 3 p.m. with Jim McKeith, developer advocate and person who is a robot, apparently, according to YouTube. But we will work the glitches out. Usually, you know, with these things, it's always such a big event. There's been so much going on that, you know, there's always some kind of moving part that doesn't work particularly well. Jim, I'm going to ask you without typing in, do you want me to do those last slides, or should I just call it a day at this particular slide? Yes, he does. Okay. So the next slides, we're going to talk about the Delphi Digital Fan Art and AR contest. If you've not seen this yet, you'll start seeing some really cool backgrounds. And in fact, I'm sharing my desktop at the moment for a particular screen, but my Delphi my background on my desktop is one that is from the Digital Fan Art, and it's I think it's a Mid-Journey Delphi helmet. It was, you know, the Spartan helmet that you've seen Jim wearing, and you know, a lot of the thing behind my head here is that kind of Spartan helmet. So there's a lot of digital fan art and art happening at the moment that basically takes the theme of those kind of Spartan helmets and caricatures and produces some AI art. If you go to blogs.embarcadero.com and then digital-delphi-fan-art-and-art AI-art-contest. It's a big mouthful. Just go to the blog or go to embarcadero.com and click on blog, and you'll see it there. I think it's actually a pinned post anyway, but worth getting into. And here's some of the example images. All of these are not hand-drawn, as you may have guessed, although I'm sure they could be with the right amount of talent. But you can see the kind of thing you can get. It's a riffing on a theme, shall we say? And oh, look at the unicorn! That's from the coding boot camp, I think. But there's the link for it if you need to go to there, with the Delphi Parthenon in the background, and some Athenian kind of goddess down in the bottom right-hand corner there as well. I like the little fire monkey one as well. Fantastic stuff. So that's the Delphi AI art. And there's been a few entries as well. This is from Azapata and a few others. Aren't they great? I mean, all of these you could use as backdrops and things like that. I can't remember what the terms and conditions are in terms of the entry, whether they can be reused in your apps. But if you go there and check, we'll find out. But aren't they great? Mummy John, Guru, I love these kind of things. What's this? Oh, Ideas Awakened, a Delphi poem by ChatGPT. Okay, I didn't know this. These are Jim's slides, so I didn't know this is coming out. Now, should I mention the fact that I've actually in the past been a professional poet, paid to be a poet, and so I think it's quite interesting. Delphi, oh Delphi. So what Darian did, Darian is an MVP in the United States. He went to ChatGPT and asked it to do a prompt. And Jim says there's a hip hop song for me to sing next. I can do the poetry. So let's do it. Shall we give it a go? How long we got? Oh, we got plenty of time. Delphi, oh Delphi. So what Darren did was he typed in a prompt into the chat GPT and basically told it, can you produce me a poem about Delphi, the programming language? And this is what we've got. Delphi, oh Delphi, the language of might, with syntax and structure so bold and so bright, a master of speed with code that's so clean, programmers flock to it as its power is seen. Its versatility an attribute to boast. For building applications, it is second to most. With VCL and FMX, it's a developer's delight, as it creates interfaces both simple and bright. The language is old, still relevant today. With updates to its features, it leads the way. In a world of new languages, it stands tall, a testament to its enduring power through them all. So here's to Delphi, the language of choice. With power and beauty, it remains a strong voice. In the world of programming, it reigns supreme. For its developers, it is a coding dream. For businesses large and small, Delphi provides solutions for their problems that no one else can divide. From desktop to mobile, its reach is vast. With Delphi, success is ensured at any task. So let us sing the praises of this language divine. For Delphi, our champion, shall always shine. Whoops. A beacon of hope is an ever-changing tech. For those who use it, it will always be their best bet. Little problem with the scansion there, I think, ChatGPT. Don't give up your day job, but even so, yes, very good, very interesting, and it's I'm concerned that there's going to be a lot more like that, and they're going to get more and more cheesy. We shall see. And Delphi hips hops on Jim. There's absolutely no way I'm going to try this. I'm just not equipped. I think I have the wrong haircut and wrong beard, and I need to be about 30 years younger to try the hip hop song. But wow, AI is really starting to pull out the stops when it comes to Delphi. I tell you what, I challenge people who are watching this introduction. If you can do this hip hop song and you can produce it well enough without infringing any copyrights, and you can produce a credible version, then please send it in. Either send it in the links into jim.mckeith@embarcadero.com, or send them directly to me, ian.barker@gmail.com, and if we find a good one, we'll make sure it gets publicized, because I'd love to see someone do a proper Delphi hip hop song version. That would be absolutely fantastic. We'll get so trendy, Microsoft will be spitting feathers, shall we say. And ongoing. Well, what can I say? The Enterprise Software Development Article Challenge. Please feel free, if you've got a success story of using Delphi, it doesn't matter if it's years ago, preferably more recent, but we'll take them, a success story from any period, really. What we're looking for is you to send in a description of a project you've worked on, or is written in Delphi or C++ builder. We're not too fussy, but either of those, using Rad Studio preferably. We want you to describe what that project was, what were the particular challenges involved in that, what things went really well, what things would you do differently in the future. Just a general kind of description, nothing too heavy. 500 words minimum would be good, but a couple of pages. If you go to the blog at blogs.embarcadero.com, you will see all of those articles have got the tag for Enterprise Article Challenge in there. Go there and you'll see some of the ones that are there already. Now, I actually edit those. I actually take those, which is why it appears in my name when they get posted on the blog. But they'll actually be made quite clear who's submitted it. There is a prize for entering. Every article that we do publish will get, I think it's $100, and then at the end of the software development article challenge, some of the project managers and the management at Embarcadero will review the entries, and the best one will win a first prize of, I think, $1,000, and the second best one, based on their judgment, will win $500. I think that's right. But check the terms and conditions, the article challenge anyway. Just go to the blog. There have been some great articles already, and we have at least 4 or 5 more waiting to come up. I've just been so super busy with Delphicon because I made the mistake of doing too many sessions and saying I'll do them, which then occupied my life too much to do any other things. But there have been some really good entries, and we've got lots more coming on. So please do submit to it. Here's what it talks about, some of the ones we've had already. And Richard Hather is telling me, by the way, he's messaged me to say that my sound is coming through okay, which is odd. So we've had these, how Delphi is at the powerful core of tracking your Apple. I chose this title. The writer, unfortunately, I forget his name now, but he messaged me before I publish your article. I will actually go through. It was Alberto Fornes. He's like, hey, we're in Spain. We mainly track oranges. The principle was there. But what we try and do is take the words you've written, and we will polish them. And I say we, it's me mostly, and we'll add some images. If you include images in your articles, we will make sure, we need to know where those images have come from so that we're not infringing any copyrights. If you don't have any images, a snapshot of some source code on, Windows snapshot of a little bit of source code that doesn't give too much of the information away would be good. Anything, but if not, don't worry about it. If you can't produce any images at all, just note that down in the article and say note for the editor, and I'll actually source some images for you. I'll take your article and we'll put some different headings in so that we make it flow in the blog and help with this search engine optimization and stuff like that. But apart from that, we will sorry, something came up and distracted my attention. But apart from that, we won't change the thrust of what you're saying. So if you're saying, hey, I struggled on this part, or this part was good, or whatever, I'm not going to suddenly make you say something that you didn't really say. So if you say, I like Delphi, but I still prefer Delphi XE5 or something, I'm not going to change that to say, oh, I really use XE11. No, the thrust of what you're saying will be unchanged. There are a couple of times where I've had to go back to people and say, hey, could you just add some more detail, or no, I don't, this doesn't make sense as an article. There's one where we just couldn't understand each other, and I had to say to them, I can't publish this because it was like 2 lines of text, and it's not about me writing your story, it's about you writing your story, and then we go there and add some more onto it. Okay, so there's a good few articles there. The story of the $800 million bug report is an absolute cracker. It's really one to terrify everybody. So worth looking at. What else have we got? Let's see. I think that's it. Looks like we are at the end of that little session of slides. So please do get involved. All of us here are celebrating today 28 years of Delphi, and I really do feel that we're a community, and all of you that are involved in this, I feel like there's a kind of commonality, a brethren or a sisterhood or whatever you want to call it, of developers. And I think that we all share a common language, whether your first language is Chinese or Dutch or Spanish or Italian or English like mine. we all speak the same language. We all have the same politics. Our politics are about whether we prefer tabs or spaces, and whether we think that 3 and nil is the tool of Satan. That's one position, or we think it saves us from lots of errors. That's how we view our community, and I'm very much happy to be part of it, as I know Jim is as well. And you know, these whole 3 days are obviously to help raise awareness of Delphi for people, but you know, it's also about engagement and taking part and involving you guys as well. So all throughout the week there will be Q&A sessions, all throughout the 3-day sessions, and also you will be able to speak to us on chat and things like that, on the YouTube chat and on the other stream chats. Twitch, I think, is another one as well. You can engage us. So I'm seeing some messages down here, which is why I'm stammering a bit. Martha is saying, Martha is our producer, as ever. She always does an excellent job. I don't know how hard she works, but it's even harder than everybody else by the look of it. Martha, are you saying you're going to do that now, or are you going to do that on the top of the hour? Or I'm just waiting for some feedback. It's like proper TV, isn't it? It's like, okay, I understand, right. So she says it's at the exact time. So what she's saying is, Ian, can you do some filling? Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see if we've got some chats. Oh my, I had the chat window turned off, and I really shouldn't have, should I? Lots and lots of hellos. People also saying, go Kivian, our newest MVP. Yes, go. And as I said before, I've seen some of Kivian's stuff on LinkedIn and on Instagram, and great, and welcome to our fold. Embarcadero, we're putting on the Beastie Boys intergalactic beat on. Oh my, I knew that rap challenge would produce something. 2 sessions on ChatGPT writing Delphi code. Yes, there probably are. As I said, my belief is that ChatGPT and AI is reaching an inflection point, and this year is probably the big one. And we're just going through putting up some of the common questions. Let's see. Let's have a look what we've got. Pinned messages. The astronaut with the Greek helmet on unicorn could have been a good entry. Yes, that's Patrick Prematan. Hi, Patrick. Salut, Patrick. Ça va? And yes, I totally agree with that. Lars Forstall is saying Git Kraken demystifies Git quite well if you're not a command line interface fan. Yeah, I actually use GitHub Desktop, and I've actually managed to get them to make a few changes, because it turned out I was one of their biggest users of repositories. I have hundreds and hundreds of GitHub repositories, private and public, and when GitHub Desktop first came out, it broke a bit, and they made some changes. But yes, I mean, Git Kraken, definitely, I've tried it. It's great. I just prefer GitHub Desktop. That's just what you used to. Patrick again. Castle Game Engine is a very big, interesting solution to code games in Pascal. Yes. I have a stepson from a previous marriage that actually works on the for Microsoft Rare Games, and they use C++. And whoops, that's my wife's ringtone. I'll just turn it down a second. But yes, there's no reason why you can't use Delphi for writing games. There are plenty of stuff out there, and the language is performant enough that it will do it. Joe Carney, just lots of people saying, thanks for doing it. Joe Carney is saying that he doesn't believe that Delphi is for low-income developers. Look, I get it. There are some financial realities of having lots of people that are coding on the IDE and supporting the networks and paying people to do all this engagement, and Restream itself costs money and things like that. And that's why a Rad Studio is not free. However, there is a community edition. If you are genuinely on a low income and you are not making sufficient money, shall we say, that the level is such that you're not making enough money to pay for the initial license and then pay for the maintenance that you'll need over the years, the community edition may well be for you. There are some caveats about ownership for community edition. What we don't want is you using it for free and then earning thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds or dollars or euros or whatever your currency is. So we accept that there are some people where the cost of entry, which we think is not overly disproportionate, might be a barrier to entry. So, use the community edition. If not, get a free trial and see whether it's worth spending your money. I think it is, and I code in Delphi every day. Okay, well, we have reached the time where it's the keynote. So thanks for joining me, everybody. Jim will fix his audio and he'll be back later. I'm going to hand over to the main team of Delphi and Rad Studio PMs and a few other people as well. And I will see you later on today. I'll be popping in and out and around. But thanks for joining us and speak to you soon.
Hi. Hi, welcome to this session that I'm going to share with a couple of other people if they are actually online, which I'm not certain. Let's try to figure out. This session is on the on Delphi, of course, and we're trying to use it to cover what's happening around the product, why it matters, why it's been important for 28 years, but why it's also relevant today. So I'll get started going into the content. And again, welcome to this session from myself, David, Jim, and Kyle. Sorry. So what we want to start covering is what is Delphi. Delphi is what we call the ultimate IDE for building applications, for building multi-platform applications, for building high performance applications and native applications. You do that using Object Pascal, the modern version of Object Pascal that we've been expanding over years. And you use powerful design tools and a tool chain that's integrated with Platforms SDK for multiple platforms. Hi, Kyle. Sorry, I got started anyway.
No worries. No worries at all.
And so, yeah, the Delphi is 28 years today. These are a couple of the flyers that the company used to introduce them. And the core value proposition of the product, the core reason for the product hasn't really changed over these many years. It's still relevant to be able to do the development fast, and because that's a good investment for your business. And it's still relevant to have compilers and to have some of the tools that have been through from the beginning. Now, if we want to have a better resolution of these images, head to blogs.embarcadero.com, and I blogged them earlier today, so you can actually read them probably a bit better than here from this slide deck. Is Delphi used today? Because people at times think, yeah, it's old, no one is using it. So I tried to compile a list of businesses that use Delphi today. And this, I mean, I know specific companies for each of these areas, so they're not like just came up with a random list. I could name specific companies in oil and gas, aerospace, accounting, automotive, healthcare, video games, electronic invoices, government software, television, tax returns, advertising, kiosk application, flights management, business analytics, database front ends, trains, railways, engineering projects, complete ERP systems, manufacturing, circuit board designs and CPU design, data processing, communication software, remote computer access, system administration, agricultural, a lot of mobile application, monitoring production system, real-time financial transactions, warehouse automation, shippings, logistics, geographical application, measurement, architecture, music editors, and animated movies, banking systems, development tools, tools for developers, tracking of trucks, and animated movies. That's, again, we could continue with a very, very, very long list. And these are things that are being done today with Delphi around the world. Now, Delphi started as a Windows application, but now it goes way beyond it. It's still the best-in-class Windows platform with integrated support from the Visual Component Library to the entire Platforms API, whether it's the traditional Windows API, whether it's COM, whether it's the WinRT APIs, including all of the features in the Windows App SDK, the latest SDK that works alongside with the Windows SDK. So all of this is covered with a nicely integrated solution. But also we now offer multi-source development, including the UI for different platforms through FireMonkey. So you can have the same application, same UI targeting Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, and Linux. And we compile native application for each of these platforms. You can also build web services, server-side programs for Windows and Linux. You can integrate them with Apache and IIS. So it's way more than a Windows-specific dev tool today, and it really encompasses a lot of different use cases and scenario. So there is a short video that I recorded just to give a feeling if someone is kind of distracted and kind of new and is not really aware what I just said really means in terms of how you start building an application in Delphi. I've created a short video if someone can run it. This is the Delphi IDE. It lets you easily create applications in Object Pascal or Delphi language. You can rapidly drop some components to a form, add code behind. For example, we want to add the items to the items of the list box. We want to add the text entered in the edit box. We can compile and run this application. And here we have it running. And notice that if you go to release mode and build and open the application executable folder, all we have is a very small standalone executable that's self-contained. There's no dependency. So all you need to move this application to different computer is copy this executable file. There's no runtime dependency. There's no deployment environment. It's just a single exe with everything, including runtime and visual libraries built into it. This might not look like the most modern and nice application. We can add a style to it. For example, let's pick the Windows 10 blue style. Now we can add a panel. We can align it. We can move the button and we can move the edit inside the panel. Align the button on the right, make it bigger. Align the edit with the remaining area. Align this list box with the entire surface. And now we have the same behavior, but in a nicer look and feel. The code behind the application can be extremely complex out of a full-blown, sophisticated, object-oriented app. And if you navigate into our class libraries, you can see the complexity of and richness of the Object Pascal code. We have full integration not only for the classic Windows API, but also for WinRT. And for example, here is a simple application using the T Edge browser component. And this is WebView 2 control from Microsoft, which is based on Chromium, running within an application. You can also use Delphi to create a multi-device application. You can use Delphi today to create a multi-device application for multiple target platforms. Just select a folder where to place it, generate the application, and you can see it, how it's going to look on Windows. But you can also switch to a macOS look and feel. You can switch to an iOS style or to an Android style. And you can also preview the application on different forms, factors, and actual devices. So you can see how your application will look on an iPhone or an Android phone, or how it would look on a tablet. And of course, for each of these target platforms, you can simply select and build the application that's going to be a native application built for the Intel or ARM target that you select. All within the same source code and the same application logic and UI library. So that's taking the original Delphi RAD concept to modern multi-device architecture. One area in which Delphi keeps shining is database support. You can navigate through available data sources across almost all of the existing databases. Grab one table, configure your application, add a data source mapping conduit to your data set, and then just drop down a grid, make it full screen, and connect it to the data source. And if you open the query, which is a simple SQL statement against your DB, you can open it at design time and preview your application either with the Windows standard styling or picking one of the nice and model UI styles. And this is the app running. Okay, I think we're back live. And so this short intro, I mean, we wanted to show it just in case you're not so familiar with Delphi and its core concept. But the thing I want to reiterate is that Delphi compiles to native code on different platforms. Most of the compilers, the non-Windows compiler, is based on an LLVM compiler infrastructure. But the main point as a developer and as an end user, that there is no dependency on an execution environment. There's no .NET runtime to install in the right version. There's no Java dependency. There's no JavaScript runtime. This not only makes the application faster, there's no just-in-time compilation or any other heavy runtime support. The application is a native application for the platform, like it was built with C or C++, with the advantage of being flexible, readable, nice, and so forth. Now, again, the advantage is the application is going to be fast. Xcopy deployment, meaning you don't have to come up with a very complicated and sophisticated solution for installing the application to the customer and making sure all of the dependencies are there. And it's secure because, well, being binary and not having a runtime means there are no bugs in the runtime that is going to affect you. In today's world where applications are really overbloated, specifically on Windows, this really makes a difference. And yeah, you can think, well, size is not a problem, but if you want to update the application often, also download size becomes smaller, and you have a number of advantages alongside. So what's great in Delphi is the developer productivity that really shines, is the fact that applications are fast and native, is the access to the platform APIs, because you can really always go down to the Objective-C APIs on iOS, the Java classes on Android, the native or traditional or new or modern APIs on the Windows platform. It's also database access. That's a key to the product design, and so the reason it's called Delphi. It's the strong community with a lot of technology partners, MVPs, authors. It's the visual designers that let you create a prototype fast without giving up on the ability to create complex, sophisticated object-oriented architecture and have the application that's built out of your metadata rather than manually. If you want application to scale, but one of the most important things is the backwards compatibility. So the fact that when you invest your money and your years of development and you end up with code, that code is going to be kept relevant over the years. If you built a Delphi application 25 years ago with Delphi 3, I would guess, or 2, I don't know exactly, that code, and you wrote 1 million lines of code, you can probably bring it to today's Windows 11 target with a very limited effort, and probably reuse some of it when going multi-device and to other platforms. That's unique in the industry. For all other tools, you are every 5 or 6 years you have basically to kind of almost restart from scratch and rewrite everything. That's a huge cost for developers. So what's happening around Delphi today? Let's come to today compared to the past. So first thing already mentioned is the focus on Windows, and specifically Windows 11. We are been focusing on it. That's also the reason we picked 11 in the number. As mentioned, we support the big thing about Windows is Project Reunion, which is the reunification of the WinRT and the new world with the traditional Windows SDK. And this basically gives traditional Windows applications that were neglected by Microsoft for a bit first-class citizenship on the platform. So the universal Windows platform is no more, and native applications have all of the power of any other application on the platform. We do offer WinRT API integration. We offer out of the box from the IDE MSAX packaging, so you can create a package and distribute it to the Windows Store if you want, or use it as an installer. And the other thing I showed earlier, Edge browser component that's based on WebView 2, which is basically the embedded version of Edge based on Chromium. So it's a modern and very, very smooth HTML rendering engine that's what everyone uses, say, from Apple these days. So that's one area. But the other area that's been important for us and we're trying to follow is the transition to ARM, also on the desktop, not just on mobile. This has been clearly led by Apple with macOS, which is now moving on to ARM. And we have offered the ability to build native application for macOS 64-bit ARM, so native M1, M2 application, not through the conversion layer that Apple provides. We offer the ability to create a universal binary, so package both the Intel and the ARM application in a single binary. And more recently, we've introduced iOS simulator support on the same platform. So that's another thing we've done. The other big focus over recent years has been making sure we easy the transition, which is not simple, to the use of 4K monitors, multiple monitors, different resolutions, and so forth. We offer extensive VCL support for high DPI and multi-monitor. We introduce virtual image list, very sophisticated mechanism, the ability to have high DPI styles alongside with traditional styles. And we brought these features to our own IDE. So now in the 11 series, the IDE offers high DPI with very crisp fonts, looks very nice. And we have enabled the high DPI designer directly in the form designer, along with the ability to, as I showed, show and use styles directly into the designer rather than having to run the application to preview it with styles. We're also focused on providing good support for cloud and web services on the client side and also on the server side. We have integration with AWS, Azure, Google Cloud Platform. Specifically for AWS, we've partnered with Uppercept to offer a SDK for Delphi, which has been extended over the last few months to add more and more ready-to-use Amazon APIs. But also, we offer an HTTP and REST client library. We offer a REST debugger. We offer automated mapping of JSON data to data sets. And we're really trying to make it very easy and smooth to create clients for any REST or SOAP server out there. If you want to look at the server side, we offer a turnkey solution. It's called RAT Server. If you looked into it and thought, nice, but hey, it's expensive, you should reconsider. There is a RAT Server Lite that's free for everyone, free unlimited deployment for everyone on enterprise version, and also the enterprise and architect version allow for the deployment for free of the full server with some limitations. Now, there are other trends in the IT landscape. The entire big data and artificial intelligence is, of course, very, very sophisticated. What we offer beside the integration with remote services, which are often a good solution to deliver this type of angle in an application, we've also done a lot of work to allow Delphi developers to leverage Python APIs and Python libraries directly from the IDE. Of course, the ability is to mix and match Delphi and Python code, having a Python application host Delphi code or a Delphi application host Python code. But you can also get to the point that you're just writing Delphi code, but using TensorFlow and other popular libraries that originate in Python. So the Python code is embedded into your Delphi application seamlessly. Another thing that's extremely important is the ability to do continuous integration, to create an entire ecosystem around the dev tools. Of course, developers want automated testing, want repeatable and stable build systems. We support a lot of build systems. We support command line compilation on a build machine. We integrate support for DUnit and DUnit X, which are two popular unit testing solutions for Delphi code. We offer version control integration in the IDE, and the way our source code is structured, which is basically mapped to text only, allows for a smooth and easy integration with version control systems. There is more to it. There is a security angle I might touch base on later on, but it's one of the many trends that we always monitor and provide good solution for. With that, I want to let David chime in about a few things we've done around the Delphi IDE.
Thanks, Marco. So we want to cover just a few of the things we've done just in version 11.x, so 11.0, 11.1, and 11.2. The IDE has had a strong focus. We've done a lot of work, as you may have heard, on Code Insight. We replaced the system entirely using something called LSP, Delphi LSP, and I have a whole slide on this following. But I want to focus on some of the other sort of more interesting usability tweaks or things that really sort of modernize the IDE. For example, one of the principles of designing in Delphi is that you use the form designer, and what you see when you design is very close to what you get when you run the application. And when we introduce styles for VCL applications, that to a certain extent no longer became the case, because you would design and it would look like Windows. Then you would run your application and it looked completely different. And we support styles within the VCL designer, but not only that, we support multiple active styles. So within the VCL, and this is reflected in the VCL designer, you can have a button with one style and another button with another style. So that makes it a lot easier to really see as you're designing how your UI will look to your customers. Within the IDE itself, we greatly improved the general UI of it several years ago now, but we continue tweaking that. As you can see in the screenshot on the top, we try to communicate quite a lot about what tabs contain. So different types of tabs have different colors by default. You can turn that off. Blue for normal code and forms and so forth, but you can see in that screenshot the welcome page is sort of a light purple, and source control tabs are green. And in a similar way, we indicate when a file is modified, or when it's read-only, or this kind of important information is all communicated in the tab. We also added support for Markdown, very commonly used rich text format. If you grab something open source from GitHub, then it'll most likely come with a Markdown README, and that can now be both edited and previewed within the IDE. Help Insight, which is part of Code Insights, went through a few transitions as we moved to Delphi LSP, but we moved back again to providing the contents of the Help Insight window, which is the tooltip that shows when you mouse over a symbol and shows information about it. For a method, for example, it will show the method and all its parameters. To be transformed via XSLT. Now, this may not be something that you yourself directly use, but there are plugins for the IDE that mean that you can take the information that's displayed and transform it in various ways. Documentation Insight is a famous one. So we've reintroduced that, which is very good for some tooling. And then there are some of the smaller features. You can see in the screenshot, in the bottom screenshot, that code that is in a macro or a define that is not defined is grayed out. The CPU disassembly view has syntax highlighting, because assembly code is code and we should syntax highlight it. The welcome page has been redesigned, and rather than being a hosted web browser, it's fully based on the VCL. I mean, the VCL is great, of course we should use it. And it supports plugins. You can write your own content. and many things like that. The IDE is continually evolving and being improved. Next slide, please, Marco. Thanks. So I want to speak a little bit about our approach to code insight, which is our term for code completion and the various tooltips that pop up when you use the code editor, those sort of features. A while ago, in version 10.4, I think, we changed quite fundamentally under the hood how this general feature worked. And we moved it to something called LSP. And LSP is a standard protocol for providing the kind of information that code completion or these other features display and use. Now, it's a very modern approach. And we even ship a Delphi LSP add-on for Visual Studio Code. So if you have VS Code and you have Delphi installed, you can use our Delphi LSP server to provide code completion for Delphi within VS Code. But there are a number of other advantages for this. And one of them is greater stability. One of the main reasons there was that it reduced memory usage in the IDE. So LSP uses a separate server. It's a separate process. That means that the IDE doesn't have to handle code completion or calculating code completion within it, and it simply needs to display it. That means the IDE uses less memory. And if you have a really gigantic project, which many people do, and it needs a lot of memory to calculate things like code completion results, then there is an entire process dedicated to that. It also helps that we move to a single parser. The compiler actually is what generates those results, and basically, if you have code that compiles, then the code completion engine should handle it. But it helps you do multiple things at once. We actually have multiple Delphi LSP processes providing different types of responses, code completion and error insight and so forth, and that helps the IDE be a lot more responsive and generate things more quickly. Now, you may not see that directly because you simply see the results on the screen, but it means that it's been easier for us to calculate multiple things going on at the same time. But also it allows you to do multiple things at once. One of the key ones was that before we introduced this, you could not have code completion, for example, while you were debugging your application, because both of those worked within the IDE itself. Now that we've split that out, so the display is within the IDE, but the calculation is outside, you can use both at the same time. And that also keeps the IDE responsive. The main thread never waits. If you press Control Space to get your code completion results, in the old days, the IDE would pause for a little bit while it calculated. These days, you can just keep on typing. It'll be completely responsive. You'll never notice a slowdown. And I think what I want to emphasize here by explaining all this is that we're continually evolving and taking modern approaches to Delphi and its tooling. And this is a great example of a fantastic modern approach. Marco, back to you for the next slide.
Sorry, I was muted. We did many more things. Thanks, David. We did many more things in Delphi 11 Alexandra and many other areas beside the IDE, including the libraries. I'm not going to read through all of this, but we added new classes. We improved some of the existing components. We modernized some of the classic Windows components, adopting newer versions, and enhanced the Edge browser, web browser. We created a WinUI 3 demo that was released some time ago, improved FireMonkey, also allowing the integration of WebView 2 in FireMonkey, and improved some of the database components. It's, again, no need to go through the details. Some of them have been announced in past releases. But the point I want to make is that it's not that we're standing still. We are focused on improving the quality, but also extending and expanding some of the small little features, if you want, call small features a new class that's added to the library, to make sure that it better serves the developers. Now, the thing I want to mention, because, well, this is a session on Delphi, so let's talk 1 minute about the language. It's not going through incredible breakthrough, but it's going through some fundamental change that are happening over time. And two of them I want to mention. The first is managed records. Managed records are really a game changer for a lot of coding in the product. The ability to have automatic code being executed while you instantiate a record is really key, because it allows you to use records which are more memory savvy, and they use less memory and less CPU time to be allocated and removed, but at the same time have special side effects when the record comes in place or gets out of scope. The other feature that was introduced and might have been seen like a simple syntactic sugar thing is the ability to define variables inline, so rather than at the beginning of a block, within any block. The difference there is not just that you can write the code slightly differently, more with a C style, but the difference is that the lifetime and the scope of that variable or that object is modified. So it's not just introducing a different syntax, it's introducing a different scope, which, well, we haven't done anything similar for many years, and is really a change from the classic Pascal. The other nice side thing is type inference that often can be used, so you don't have to indicate the type. The compiler will figure it out. There are other smaller changes that we are done and we continue doing. We introduced binary literals and digit separator support listed here. But a relevant thing we've done on the compiler over the 11x series is really make sure we improve our support for platform security. And that implies adding or improving, because it was already there, the support for data execution prevention and ASLR, also including the what is called high entropy ASLR, which means the ability on Win64 application not just to allocate the memory in different places randomly. So if an attacker attacks a specific memory location, every execution that location would be something else. But with high entropy, you're using the entire 64-bit space. Now, this is causing some trouble, because if you have your pointers incorrect in Win64, you might not see any error until you really allocate above the 4 GB boundary. High entropy ASLR really pushes above that boundary, and we turn it on by default. It's causing some hiccups, but it's important because security today is critical, and all developers should be careful in making the application as secure as possible. Now, what I want to mention now, and then we're also going to do a quick video, is what we are working on. So that we covered so far what's been done in the 11x series, but we are working on a new version that is codenamed Malawi, and we've invited some of you on the beta, and a number of people have joined it. That's going to be RStudio 11.3. Don't ask when it's going to be released, because we're not going to tell. We primarily focus on quality in this release. 11x series has a lot of great features, and we want to make them more robust and fast and more reliable, including in particular Delphi LSP, in general the RStudio IDE and compiler toolchains. The VCL library, we did a lot of work on styling to make those work better and tackle some scenarios that were not working terribly well. We've further expanded the Delphi debuggers. So now all non-Windows debuggers use the LLDB infrastructure. And finally, which is the feature we're also going to showcase, we have introduced a new tools API for the code editor, so you can take control of the editor and customize the look and feel of the editor. Before we get to the video, we also wanted to mention what's coming next after 11.3. We are focusing on some significant features throughout the product. There are a couple that we got permission to mention and anticipate. We are doing a lot of work on the C++ compiler, which might not be important for you if you are focused on the Delphi side of things. Well, also doing integration with Visual Assist technology first for C++. On the VCL side, we are doing another round of VCL modernization features, specifically focusing on MDI, the good old model-driven architecture that Microsoft has neglected for many years, but a lot of our customers still use in small and large applications. So we want to make sure it's up to date and can be used with styles, with high DPI application and so forth. And on the FireMonkey library, we are doing extensive work to put Skia, the Skia library, which is also at the heart of Flutter, at the heart of Google Chrome, as one of the key elements of the FireMonkey architecture. So this is work that's ongoing, and it's going to take some time to get, but we are committed to further improve the product with some great new features in the future. And with that, I think we are good to go with the video that David recorded earlier about what's coming in Malawi.
Hi, David here. This is a sneak peek at some of what's new in 11.3 Malawi. I'll show some small but neat IDE features with a focus on the Tools API. It's important to remember that 11.3 has a wide focus, so this sneak peek is seeing just a subset of what's coming soon. The Tools API is a set of interfaces we provide that lets you write plugins or add-ons for the IDE itself. We view the Tools API as key because it lets you or anyone extend the IDE. If you find something that you want to be different or you think could be done better, you can write code that lives in the Delphi and C++ Builder IDE and implements that. The Tools API is very comprehensive. You can write new dockable windows, you can access the debuggers, you can write a different code completion engine, you can add a new options dialog page. Pretty much whatever you want to do, the Tools API lets you do it. That's why it matters to the future of Delphi, because we believe helping you write tools and improve productivity or customize your working environment is important. I said the Tools API is very comprehensive, and it is. But until 11.3, there was one area it didn't give much access to, the code editor. And the code editor is a really useful place for plugins because it's the main place you interact with and see information. Lots of plugins work in the IDE's code editor, but they currently all use hacks to access it, and that can also reduce the IDE stability. So in 11.3, which is a quality-driven release, we have a new feature that will help improve stability as plugins move away from hacks towards using the new official API. Plus, it's a really powerful API to use. The new interfaces live in toolsapi.editor.paz. There's a vast amount of information you can query about the editors and their contents, about what is visible on screen and drawn where, which I'm simply not going to show today because of time. There's also a wide variety of events. You can have events called when scrolling, resizing, when regions are collapsed, and so forth. We have extensive documentation showing how to use these that will be made live when 11.3 is released, and that includes 3 demo apps. I'm going to show you only one demo app today. Here I have a method in a plugin that's called when the editor is painting text. That is, painting the syntax highlighted code on screen. You can use this event to change or completely replace the code that's painted. First, to change it. Comments are green, and maybe I think that's boring, they should be red. So this intercepts before the editor does its painting, sets the font color to red, but does nothing else. That means the editor goes on to do its default painting, but you've changed the font color it will use when it paints. Let's have a look. There are lots of green comments on screen. What happens when I install the plugin? And there we go. Here I want to show you 2 other new editor features. Firstly, highlighting matching words. There is a method parameter context. Look how when the cursor is in the word context anywhere on screen, the other places context is located are highlighted. For this demo, I have this configured to happen as I move the cursor. But by default, in other words, when you install 11.3, it only happens when double-clicking or selecting a word. I personally like it more responsive, but the default setting is to only happen when selecting something. Second, what if you want to know where your output binary is located? You've been able to find a unit or the project file location for some time by choosing Show in Explorer from the context menu, but they have a fixed location, whereas the output binary can be in different locations depending on the build configuration settings. So in 11.3, you can right-click on Build Config and click Show in Explorer, and it will show the built binary. Finally, a quick note about Delphi LSP. We've worked on quality for it heavily this release, and it's working really well. Alright, let's go back to the Editor Tools API. Now let's do something a bit more dramatic for the editor. Override its painting completely. Let's say I'm a fan of Leonardo da Vinci, who famously wrote everything reversed, and I think that all the reserved words, like procedure, begin, end, if, else, and so forth, should be highlighted and written backwards. To do this, I'll paint the text myself, and then after that set Allow Default Painting to False to tell the editor that I've painted, so there's no need for it to do any painting at all. Let's try that. Beautiful! All those reserved words are drawn backwards and highlighted. This is a great productivity boost if you're a Renaissance-era artist, not so much for the rest of us, but you can see from this demo that you can do anything you want in the editor. In fact, this demo shows only a small amount of what you can do. It's such a good API that we changed some of our editor features to use this API too. Both Error Insight and Matching Highlighted Words both use it. We got a good performance boost by doing that as well. This small demo is one of 3 that we ship in 11.3, and the other 2 demos are even cooler. There's comprehensive documentation of the new API as well. We hope third-party plugins switch to it to improve stability, and also because it's so flexible and you can do so much, we're really looking forward to seeing what you create with it. So that's a quick sneak peek at what's coming in Rad Studio 11.3. A very comprehensive new Tools API for the code editor, of which we've only shown you a small amount. Highlighting matching words in the code editor, finding the output binary in Explorer, and a much
mentioned that no feature is committed until GA, and we're not announcing the GA, but you might have seen advertising of launch webinar happening at the end of this month. So make sure that you sign up for that webinar, and at that point, we'll be able to showcase all of the features that are coming in 11.3 and the quality focus compared to the limited sneak peek that we did today. Okay, I think I'll need to stand in for Jim because I don't know if he's still having audio trouble. He was having some problem earlier, so I'll guess I'll need to keep going. There are a couple of things I wanted to mention. I'm going to be short on this, so we can take a few questions here and there, maybe. One thing that's important is that we have ramped up a number of open source related initiatives. For example, we have made Bold for Delphi, which was an old library that a lot of customers were still using. We made that fully open source. We've sponsored projects like Dev C++. We've sponsored many Python-related projects. We've sponsored a Sorna Delphi implementation. It's a Delphi integration for SonarCube, and there is more that's happening in this space that I really have time to cover. Specifically, the Python integration that Jim is promoting and pushing and doing a lot of work about is absolutely great because, again, as I mentioned, it lets you, run Delphi applications that use Python libraries or create Python applications that use Delphi libraries and Delphi code. Just a quick reminder of websites that are part of the ecosystem. Of course, there is an official company website, www.embarcadero.com. There's a blogs platform, and these are more well-known. Other sites that are relevant is if you want to learn Delphi or you have someone who's interested in learning Delphi, you can go to learndelphi.org. It hosts the community edition, but also a very large amount of learning resources, videos, documentation, and so forth. Getitnow.embarcadero.com lists of the available Getit packages that can be downloaded and installed from within the IDE. MyEmbarcadero.com is our customers portal where you can check your licenses and download binary files. And above all, this day we need to remember Delphi.embarcadero.com, a website that was created for the 25th birthday anniversary 3 years ago. It has a free Delphi 1 client server version you can download and install. And it has interviews with Chuck J and Anders, the creators of the VCL and of the Delphi language, Anders Heilsberg. So these are all good references in case you missed any of those. The other thing that was mentioned earlier in the previous session, we have this enterprise apps built-in Delphi challenge. You can submit articles and you can get some money if they get accepted. It's interesting to see the variety of things that we are getting from it. These are just some screenshots that I grabbed from those. It's about everything. As I was showing earlier with that big list of industries Delphi is being used on today, there is a huge variety of things that people use the product for. And they're all equally important for us, and we want to make sure that it remains a viable solution in all of these scenarios. Now, we also host some great conference and events, and when you have a chance to see us in person, we're always more happy than doing online webinars, although we love the online webinars as well. These are pictures from recent events, and we always really enjoy meeting these large crowds. I mean, the largest ones being those in Brazil. And with that, if Kyle is online, we wanted to let him say a couple of final words around where Delphi is within the company.
Yes, thanks, Marco, and thanks everyone. I was supposed to speak at the beginning, but of course there's always some technical difficulties. So I just want to thank you all and thank the community for being so engaged. It's what keeps Delphi moving all these years later. So the fact that we're modern and able to compete on the latest platforms is in large part thanks to our community and our development partners around the world. So we really appreciate that. Just a bit about kind of where Embarcadero sits inside of Idera, our parent company. This is the Idera DevTools unit. You can see here we have quite a few different companies, some newer. The most direct kind of, I guess, that we have kind of contact with are going to be UltraEdit and then Ultimato. UltraEdit, if you haven't heard or haven't had exposure to that, is a really awesome text editor, but more than that, we are also launching a newer edition of the Ultra Compare and working on some ways to integrate that into other platforms and IDEs. But take a look at this. You can see the full list at Idera Corp of all the companies under Idera, but these are the ones that I think would have closer relation to what you all are doing in your workflow. And certainly if there's anything that we can do in terms of introductions for our customers, introducing you to those, we'd be happy to do that.
And I guess that was the last slide. So yeah. I guess we have like 7 minutes to answer any question. I've seen some popping up, but I haven't been paying a lot of attention, honestly, because I was speaking at the same time.
Hi guys. Jim, unfortunately, he's got no audio, so he's kind of a little bit hampered at the moment. I can tell you some of the questions that we've been getting along the way. A few people asking the usual questions about Community Edition, and we're saying the same thing. There is no time schedule for any Community Editions. The ones that are available is the one that's available. Am I right?
Yeah. The one is available is the one that exists, which is based on the latest 10.4. We are planning releasing a new Community Edition, but no time frame.
Yeah, sure. Some people saying, will the slide deck be available for download? The one that you
we can make it available, no problem at all.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought we might be able to.
There's nothing secret.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, we take a lot of time to say, by the way, there's a few caveats to this. Some people asking about Android 13 as well, and saying, could it be supported? And I don't see that question now, actually.
So what's going to happen is that in 11.3, the coming release, we are going to up our support for a bunch of new versions of many operating systems. The details will get out when we release, but you can expect that we are actively supporting the latest Android, the latest iOS, the latest macOS, which have been released after the last version, which was 11.2. So 11.2 cannot technically support something that was not released yet officially. So, but we're also upping our Linux and Windows Server support. So expect official support for a lot of new platforms that, as far as we know, almost everything works already using 11.2, but official support is coming with 11.3 for many new targets.
Excellent. Another question which comes up quite a lot is this going to be, is 11.3.3 going to be binary compatible with 11.2? I know the answer to this, but I'll let you give the official answer.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we move now to the two digits version number. So anything in 11x is compatible with any package or DCU in 11x. So yes, 11.3 code is going to be binary compatible with 11.2, 11.1, and 11. The day we will move to an incompatible version, it's not going to be called 11. It's going to be called something else.
Something else, yes. Okay. And someone's saying happy birthday. I think they mean happy birthday, Delphi.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't know how well you can see it, but this is the original Delphi 1 box sitting here. And inside it, there are the manuals and the CD.
Wow. A CD, did you say? I didn't think Delphi.
Yeah. There was a CD. No, betas were on floppies. The Delphi 1.
Yeah, I seem to remember having a lot of floppy disks. So, I remember there was a lot of floppy disks as well. Okay, and this is a question again, which is kind of a housekeeping question. Will we have a roadmap for the coming years? I'm not sure whether Landerson means coming year or coming years, but.
No, we are not going to publish roadmaps the same in the same way we did with the older company, and the reason is that it's very hard to predict in advance what's going to happen, and it's nice to be open and to show what's coming along. But if then we don't deliver what we are saying it's coming, it becomes a bit, more of an annoyance than an advantage. So the current positioning is not to have an official roadmap publicly available, but to provide hints and ideas like we just did about what's coming in 11.3, and after that, what we are working on already for a future release. The other thing that we're always open to do is, if your company needs to make decisions and to make investments, we are always open to have a conversation. And within a private chat with companies and within a conversation, we can certainly provide more information about what's coming and what's the roadmap. So get in touch with your sales representative or get in touch with us directly. We can arrange for a chat and we can go over things in more detail.
Yeah, I definitely encourage everyone to, if there's a need you have, a specific application or a specific target that you have, deadlines on and want to have some clarity on what we're doing, certainly reach out to us directly. We're happy to share some of that information in terms of what's in the works, what we're focused on, and a lot of that is driven by what you're asking for. So the more you can submit requests, feature requests, or bug reports, or what have you, the more attention those items get, and we do take those seriously. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of different requests and a lot of different directions that we could go in, but knowing how to maximize that is really going to be based on your feedback to us. So keep that in mind as you submit those requests.
Yeah, I mean, Embarcadero wants the product to be useful to people, and one of the best ways is listening to feedback and tell people what you want, and if it's feasible, then obviously, if it's a good idea is a good idea, and
Sure, absolutely.
Exactly. Okay, I think that's probably it. How are we doing for time?
I think we have like half a minute left.
Yeah, so we did pretty good. Okay, so thanks a lot, guys. Jim will be around later, I'm sure. Very exciting. And David joined us in his little avatar there as well. So we don't get to see him moving and speaking, but he's definitely still there, aren't you, David?
I'm here, yes. And it's been great to everyone for attending.
Excellent. Okay, well, we're not done. There's a lot to do today. The next session that's coming up is by Ray Konopka, and that is user interface design with actions. And starting now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another session of Delphicon 2023. My name is Ray Konopka with Ray Software, and in this session, we're going to be discussing user interface design with actions. So let's get started. In this session, I'm going to be talking about a technique and a functionality that's been in Delphi for many years. However, even to this day, it is still a feature that's not often used, and then most importantly, it's sometimes misused. And so my goal here is to really talk about what actions are all about, what behaviors they give our applications, which functionalities that we can benefit from. And this both applies to VCL applications as well as FMX applications. The initial releases of FMX didn't include actions, but it was one of the things that were brought in. And everything that I'm going to be talking about applies to both frameworks. The actions work similarly. Underneath the covers, under the hood, if you will, they're implemented a little bit differently, but for our UI point of view of how we use them, how we set them up, some of the guidelines that I'll be sharing as we go through, they're the same. And so there's some strategies when it comes to using actions, how we want to take advantage of them more effectively. There are certain things in FMX that you can only accomplish by using actions. For example, tab page sliding navigations is done through an action. And so let's get started. We're going to talk about the traditional approach of writing user interfaces, the one that's really quick and easy, and then we're going to take a detailed look of what it means to convert an application that we have that's using traditional controls, but that one relies on actions and actions lists to make it much easier for our UIs to maintain their state, to become in sync, and be able to be extended much more easily than they would traditional methods. So to start, I want to ground everybody in the same concept of, we're going to be talking about this application, which is a QuickBooks exporter. So let me go ahead and switch over to Delphi 11. I'm running the latest version of that, and all the source code for this sample application will be available. I have the download link at the end. But what we can take a look here is we have a pretty straightforward application. Let me go and run it, because it's made up of basic controls that we've all used: combo boxes, list boxes, a bunch of buttons. But let me run it to give us a context of what we're talking about. So this is an application that, in theory, it's a mock kind of application to demonstrate what I'm trying to convey here. But we have some number of commands all throughout our interface. We've got some lists, we've got main menus, we even have context menus on each of the lists to do things. But what it does is, I'm going to open up a QuickBooks file. We're going to call this my imaginary QuickBooks data file. And QuickBooks files have a bunch of lists and things that you can export. So I'm driving this through an ini file just so that we have some data to work with. But the thing that we'll note is that my open button is always accessible, because I can always open up a new company file. But none of my list buttons are active yet, because I have no data to operate on. Once I go and pick a list, let's say vendors, then I get a number of fields that are available, and based on the selection or non-selection, I have certain commands that are enabled. And this applies both to, in the context menus, I can't add anything because I don't have anything selected. If I select something, then I now get the add button that's enabled, and I can go ahead and click to add that over. And so this allows me to pick a bunch of things. I can multi-select, I can add them all over. Notice that the only thing that's now enabled is the clear button, because I have context, I have items in this list, so it makes sense I could clear them. I can also export the data for these fields because I have items. If I go and pick one, now I can do more things. I can delete that particular one. I can reorder the list. Notice how the state changes when I move it up and down. These are all important pieces that I need to ensure that my user interface remains intact. If I have multiple places to get to things, like if I right click, well, the move up and move down should work. Likewise, when I'm at the bottom, the move down command is no longer enabled. Well, the context menu also needs to show that. So when we go back to the slides, we'll come back into the code, we'll look to see how all of these things are accomplished. And so let me go ahead and we've tried all this. We can clear that all out. Everything gets cleared. I can unselect, select. Once they're selected, they can all be brought in. But this gives us an idea of how we can make these things work. There's command menus up here. So there's file export. That's tied to the export button on the form. And so let's take a look at how the structure of this code looks. So let's take a look at the code behind it. There isn't a ton that's in here. It's not a very complicated file. It's just managing states. But the key things that we'll note right off the bat in our form create, and this is very common in applications that have any kind of sophisticated UI with multiple commands that you need to keep track of, is you will typically have some sort of update status method. And this is what gets called in order to make sure that all the various commands are enabled appropriately. So it's important that it gets called anytime the state of your application can change. Well, it makes sense that when I start up, I'm going to go ahead and call update status. And what we can see is our update status is right here. And what this is showing me is it's very control driven. So every control element that I need, I'm going to be checking something to see if I need to enable it or not. So in this case, if I have items in the fields, I'm going to go ahead and enable it. I have menus that do all kinds of different things, pop-up menus, main menus. I also have command buttons. And so you have to make sure they're all included, that they all get set. So if there's something that's selected, let's make sure that's enabled, and then associate the button to match the add button, the add menu. Likewise, the delete, the clears, the move up and downs, they're a little bit more sophisticated to determine whether you're at the top of the list or at the bottom. So all these calculations go through pretty straightforward. Where it then gets interesting is then when we look at, well, where do we need to call update status in our code? Well, whenever something that our update status method is looking at changes, which can be a lot, the larger and larger your application becomes. And so every time any of the items in either list, the fields or the exported fields, whenever an item in those are clicked, we need to call update status so that the buttons and the menus all update appropriately. Once we do the open and the export, we'll see that. We're not too worried. But then we start looking at the implementation of each of these commands. So when we go to add an item, which could be multiple selected items from the fields list over to the export fields list, well, we need to rip through the selected items for each one, move it over into the exported fields. And of course, because now we have content, remember our exported fields would enable the export button and the clear button as long as we had an item in there. So we need to make sure we call update status there. Likewise, whenever we invoke any of these other commands, selecting all of the items in the fields list, well, that enables the add button. It enables the other buttons and menu items that are there, so we need to make sure we call it. Likewise with the unselect, move up. So all of these commands that I'm, by convention or convenience, I've tied to the menu that it's making these. You can see these are menu buttons that are here, menu commands that I've enabled. And then what we will see is that, like on the buttons, the button handlers are actually signed to the menu click event. So that's very common. We can have multiple controls all sharing the same event handler as long as their signatures look correctly. So wrapping up the rest of the code, not a whole lot more in there of just manipulating items between the two list boxes and making sure the buttons and menus are enabled appropriately. Opening the company file is just opening up an ini file, reading some data, parsing it up, and updating the combo box to make that change. So nothing real complicated, but it's really this management of the commands that we're interested in. So let's take a look back at our slides to continue talking about what actions give us. So just to review what we've talked about in our exporter here is that all of the commands are implemented in event handlers, typical Delphi fashion, nothing odd about that, but except that you have to make sure you assign them appropriately and to make sure they're invoked. The commands share that's what I just emphasized, so that we have shared event handlers. Command status is through that magical all-powerful update status method that's in there. And then one of the key things that we emphasize, you probably picked up on, is that a lot of the enabling code that's inside of that becomes duplicated, because I'm having to make sure I'm enabling each of the different controls. It might be implementing the same thing, checking the same thing. It's often as the larger and larger update status becomes, you have more and more duplicate code that can creep into there. And then the big issue is that update status must be called at various times. And where a lot of UI deficiencies come from is when you miss an important point at calling a method like update status, because any one of those state changes, those command handlers, if you don't call update status appropriately, you will not have your interface be in sync with the data that it's presenting, and that's a big challenge. So all of these are things that actions help us address, and there's two main base components when it comes to actions that we want to leverage. There's the action list, which makes it sound, it manages a list of action components. And the key piece for an action list is it gives us design time access to those actions. And that's what we're going to use in order to build up the actions inside of our application. We'll set up properties for each of the actions inside of it. It looks a lot like a collection. We'll see, if you're familiar with collection properties, you'll see some similarities there. The action itself, its sole purpose is to implement a command on a target, and it's invoked by the client controls. And you may have seen this, and hopefully you have. Hopefully you've played around with actions, but I want to kind of dig a little bit deeper. But all of the client controls, the things that you typically interact with, like buttons, menus, those will have action properties so that you can connect your client control with the action. And that's our last piece there, is that they're connected. And once this connection is made, we get a lot of benefits from it. So really the big chunk, what I'm going to do now is we're going to convert this QB exporter application like it is right now and one that uses actions. And along the way, we'll discuss some of the details. So let's switch back over to here, and let's get started with what we need to do. So I'm going to go back to the main form part here, and you can see I've got the image lists and the two menus, some dialogues, and lots of buttons and things like that. What I first want to do is I want to drop an action list onto my form. So you go over to the component palette, start typing in action, and I'm going to drop an action list right onto my form here. I'll just put it anywhere where I have access to it. And one of the things that you want to remember is if you have image lists that you're using in it could be your buttons, it could be in your menu items, you want to make sure you assign the image list to the action list before you start adding in other actions. It makes it much easier to make sure that the image indexes come across appropriately. So that's the first thing I'm going to, because my context menus had images on each of those, I'm going to assign the image list, the small version here, to my image list. So I'm just going to go and drop that down. So now my images are accessible from any of the actions that are inside of the image list. Really what that means is that the image index that I can get will reference the image's property that the action list is connected to. So next up is I want to create the actions, and we do that by double clicking on the action list, and we bring up the action list editor, and it's kind of a glorified collection editor. But what we do is there's a couple different commands. We can do a new action. There's a drop down that says new standard action. I'll describe those a little bit later, but for now we're just going to be creating new actions. And once I create one, there's some properties that we have over in the object inspector here, and so we're going to set a number of these things up. One of the things, we'll start with the name, and I typically prefix all my actions with ACT, and once I make the change, I can add this. I can make the caption add. I'm going to put a category under available fields. The caption is not necessary, but once you put a caption on it, you'll see the categories. The categories will be listed on the left, which is a nice way to group up your various actions. And the image index that's on the ad, I want to be a 0. So we're going to bring that over to there, and then I'm going to create another action. This one's going to be ACT select all. It's already in the available fields because it remembers the last category that you were on, which is fine. I want that to be just select all, and I can give it a space there, and we're going to change the image index to 5, which we can see that has a nice little image in there. Let's add another one. We're going to call this one ACT unselect all. Also in available fields, we'll change this to unselect all, and this will be image index number 6. So not working anything fancy there. I'm going to click on no category, create a new action. This one is going to be ACT delete. I'm going to put the category in here to be export fields. We'll make sure the caption says delete. I'm going to give the image index here a 1. Gives it a nice little X. And I'm also going to add in this one a shortcut. So I'm going to say this is Control plus delete. So now I've associated a shortcut with this action, which will, if I press that, it will cause it to be invoked, which is quite cool. So I've got a few more fields to add. So this next one will be ACT clear, and the image index on that one is 2. Category is export. Change that to there. Another new one, we'll put this one ACT move up. Image index on that is 3. Good, it's my up arrow. Still export fields, we'll move up. We can change the property there. Got a few more to go. So ACT move down. And this will be 4. Then I'm going to create another action, ACT open. This one will have a shortcut of Control O, and no image index. We'll give it the category of file with a regular open. We got 2 more to go. Goes quick. ACT export. No shortcut, no image index, so we're just going to change the caption. And then finally, our last command that we have is ACT exit. And we'll certainly list the Alt F4 shortcut for that and update our caption. So at this point, we have our whole set of actions. We can look at all of them by clicking on the All Actions category, and they're all listed in here, or we can filter it down by which category we're interested in. At this point, we've just defined the various commands that we want to use in our application. We haven't done anything yet to update their status, whether that command is enabled or not, and we haven't done anything that implements the functionality. So those are the 2 pieces that we need to do shortly. But to start, the first thing we want to do is we're going to assign the client controls in our application to the actions that we've defined. And so one way to start that, we'll look at each of the buttons. So we'll start with the add button, and we know that there's an action property, so we need to go and find that. We're going to assign this to the action of ACT add. And you may have noticed that the arrow, the chevron that was after the add caption of the button has disappeared. That's because we've assigned it to an action, the various properties of the action are pushed into the client control. And if I were to change the actions caption to reflect it, then that will show. And I'll do that eventually. So let me go ahead and change the rest of these. So the select all needs to change to select all. The unselect all's action gets assigned. We do the same thing for the move up. And move up and move down. And we'll note that all these commands will become enabled as I'm assigning them, because it doesn't know anything different at this point because we haven't done any extra work. So even though they're initially were disabled, we've assigned an action. The action hasn't been disabled or anything special, so it's all there. So we need to put the export that's assigned there. What else do we have? Well, we've got the main menu. So the main menu has the open command. Well, menu items also have that. So we're going to assign it to the same action. Same thing for the export. The export's going to get its assignment, and even the exit. And so we'll put the exit there. And notice how the shortcuts still show up there. I did not create an action for the about. We certainly could have. I'll leave that as an exercise for all of you. But I have pop-up menus, so let's go into each of these. So this one, a little hard with the gray text, but that's the add to export list. Again, we'll have to see, can we make this special, because after we assign the add, it gets rid of that customization. Fortunately, we can handle that. So this is the select all, and this context menu is the unselect all, so they're there. And then we need to go and do the actions for the menu items. So move up, move down. Let's go after ACT delete and ACT clear. Okay, so we've now assigned all of our client. Nope, I missed one. We got our button here, our open button. Open button gets set to the action open. So now that we have all of these controls set, we can, one of the things we'll see is the on-click event handler is gone. So we need to figure out how does that work. Well, because when you assign an action to a client control and you do the user interaction of that control, click the button, select the menu item, the event handler for the action will get fired. We haven't created that yet, but we're going to be doing that shortly. But first, let's take a look at what we need to do to update the statuses of all of our controls or actions. And so the way we do that, I'm going to close that down for the moment, but we're going to select the action list and go to the events page, and you'll notice that there's a few events that we can select and write handlers for. The one we're most often going to use is the on update. I'll have more to say about the others in a little bit. So let me go ahead and write an on update event handler for this action list. And I'm going to grab this and bring this up by our update status method, because it basically is functioning the same idea. So with that said, I'm actually going to take all the code from our old update status and move it into our action list update event handler. And I'm going to remove all the buttons because I don't need to worry about all the secondary calls because they're all set to the menu. So I'm going to get rid of all of the button enabled calls in here. So I don't need any of this. And then I'm going to change the prefixes for all the menu prefixes to ACTs, and it's in the selected text. And so I've changed and I've named all my actions to mimic, and so I knew this would work. But this is the code that, so instead of assigning a particular client control, I'm going to assign the enabled property of the action. And then any client controls that are connected to that action will have the same property value reflected on it. The final thing that I need to do here is, because I am handling all of the action states in this piece, in this code here, I'm going to set this parameter that comes in, handled of true, I'm going to set that to be true, because I don't need any extra processing to go further. And we'll describe that shortly, of what does that extra processing do and mean. So because I've replaced the update status method with the event handler, I can now go through and remove all of the update status calls. So that's what I'm going to do next. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to do this quickly. So update status, I'm going to pull out the call. We don't need it in the form create anymore. And we don't need it in anytime the controls are clicked. Can get rid of that. If you guys know, once I hit save, these empty event handlers are going to go away, which is nice. So I'm going to get rid of each of these update status calls. And I think, do we have a couple more? Of course we have a couple more. We have update status calls all over our application. And so I need to find all of them. Couple more here. And okay, so no more update status. So we just deleted a lot of stuff. And what's really cool is that the update status event handler will get called at various times when the application detects some state change or something's going on. It happens for us automatically. And so that's really important. So the next piece that we need to take care of is writing these event handlers, because right now we disconnected the actions from the client controls, the event handlers for them. So no one is calling this menu delete click event, but I need to create an action event handlers. So we do that by going back to our action list editor, and for each one of these actions, and I can do it on this page, but I want to, I can double click or I can go to the on execute event for that. I'm just going to go ahead and double click these, and we're going to put a bunch in place and then move a bunch of code around. And I will try to do that as quickly as possible. I may end up fast forwarding some of the video just for sake of time if it starts running short. But now, once I have these event handlers in place, I just need to move the appropriate code into those areas. And so in order to, so I don't get these things deleted, all these action event handlers I'm going to keep around so I can do some little code cleanup. View of the code. So each of the action event handlers now have the same code that was in the menu event handlers. So pretty straightforward. There's nothing special there. We just moved it from one to the other. And now, since we have some of these empty event handlers, I can go ahead and save, and those will get removed. The open company file, none of that changes. That wasn't tied to an action. Changing on the data set wasn't tied to any action. The closing of the company file was just closing the corresponding ini file. So we've moved everything off, and we are a lot less code. And remember, there's no extra update status methods anywhere in here. So now that we've made the change, let's go and try and run it. So let's go ahead and compile this, run it. Great, it's up and running. We have all of our buttons are disabled. We didn't call it at the startup. It's just because none of the criteria in the onUpdate event handler has been met, so there's no commands to invoke. So now I can go and do my open of the file. Now the opens worked, so that command was enabled. I can go and select my company file again, and I can pick a list. We'll do employees this time. Click on a num, and then notice how everything's in there. The add is there. I can pick multiples. I can select all. Notice when I unselect all, I can't add anymore. I can set these over, add them, highlight something. Now these commands are enabled. Delete it. Those commands are no longer enabled. There's nothing in the code that is actually managing these states other than that event handler. We're not having to call it anytime we do something. And likewise, if I move this up and down, all of the states are managed, including the context menus, because they are tied to the actions as well. So as I move these around, then I can't update that. I can remove it. So everything remains in sync and connected, and that's really powerful. So a couple little comments, and I think I've emphasized these enough already, but just to recap, our new version with the actions behaves identically to the first one. We have fewer lines of code. It's easier to maintain. If we have to add new client controls, or we wanted to add more menu items in there, we can simply assign a new property, a new action to it, especially if it's engaged in there. You can also do changing command properties will cascade through all of the code. So let's take a look at some of the other benefits when we look at actions. So going back to our application, one of the things, if we wanted to change the caption, instead of saying add only, we wanted to modify that, we can go to the available fields, go to that action, go to its properties, and if we say, add to list, then the command that's tied to it automatically gets that. The pop-up menu that is tied to that action automatically gets that, which is quite cool, that we can make those changes very quickly. If you wanted to change an image index for the buttons and the menu items, you can change it just at the action. It's really powerful. I had mentioned before, how can we override the caption on a particular control? Pardon me, maybe we want the context menu to say add, but we want the or the context menu to be more descriptive than the button itself. So let's say if we change the button or the action back to just simply add, and we now go to the component or the menu and double click on that. If I now go to the caption of this control and say add to export list and override it, one of the things we'll see is that it becomes bold, which we would expect because we've overridden it, but it will show up in here. And what's interesting is if we look at the form as text and we look at the menu add, we will see that the action gets assigned first. And this is actually important because when this gets read in from the component, the form, the stream of the components, the action gets set first. So the current property that's in the add action, which is just add, gets set into the caption of the menu. But the next line, when it reads it in, is overriding the caption of the menu to be the caption that was stored locally. So this allows us to do this customization. Now you may be thinking, well, what happens if I have a button, I want to tie to an action, but I don't want it to have the caption show, like I want it to blank out the caption. Well, the problem with that is that empty captions aren't stored in the DFM file. So if you do that, it won't save it. The minute you load it, it will come back and revert back to the actions property. Well, the way you get around that is that in your code, in your form create of your form, you can override the caption to whatever you want after it's loaded and associated the action with it. So you get a ton of flexibility in order to do things like that. Some other fun things that you can do are tied to, let's see here, we can do on the delete action. Let me bring this up. And so I've got the delete, and if we wanted to have the on hint, so I'm going to create an on hint handler for this. And my intent here is that we actually, show what we're going to delete when we hint over it. So it's just an extra little guide there. But the action gives us that ability as well. So what I'm going to do is two things. One, I'm going to bring in some code that I've already had copied over here. And we're going to put that into the delete hint method. So what this is doing is I'm going to set the hint string for my delete to be delete the currently selected item in the export list. And then if I can show it, meaning I have items in the list, it's not, there's something selected. And then the final piece to make this work is on the delete button, I do need to make sure that it does show hints in the UI. So, and it does. So I'm all set for that. Let me go ahead and run this one. Okay, so let me reopen the company file, bring that back. We'll pick some customers, we'll select a few, pick one, and now when we highlight it over, the on hint is getting called, it's pulling in the item that was from there, so we get some added benefit from the on hint event. So pretty cool stuff that we can do to leverage actions in our code. So one of the things I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about are some of the behind the scenes aspects of actions, and specifically, how did this magic of all of the states of the actions get maintained and were accurately reflective of what was going on in the UI? How does that happen? What makes that work? I also want to talk about what happens when actions are invoked. So because of this, that's why we want to have a better understanding, because there are certain things that you can do to actually hurt the use of actions. And so we're going to cover these in the next few slides. So first up is when are actions updated? So the key thing is the application object that all Delphi applications have generates the on update events while it's idle. So in the VCL, that's when the update will pause if there is no activity, which is interesting. It's a little bit more responsive for the message loop that happens on the Windows VCL side. It could be a little bit more selective in when it goes and updates things, because if there is no activity, there's probably no state change. FMX is different. The engine that drives it is a little bit different even when you run it on Windows. So the update process continues even if you don't have any mouse interactions. So the interesting thing is that for each action list that you have, and that's important because you actually can have multiple action lists. But for each action list that you have, the action list on update event is called first. And it takes an action parameter and the handled parameter. I don't know if you notice that. If the action list does not handle, or it doesn't set the handled parameter to true, then the on update event of the individual action is called. So there's some implications for this. So the key thing is well, what does that mean? How often is on update called? Well, on update's called once for each client control that's connected to any action in the list. So if I have an action list with 2 actions in it, 3 client controls, button 1, menu 1 are connected to action 1, and speed button 1 is connected to action 2, the on update event will actually get called 3 times. Part of this is to make sure that everything gets updated appropriately, because if an update of one causes cascades for another, it needs to kind of keep that in check. But it's just loops through a lot. So we've assigned each of these. It gets called 3 times. The client controls tied to the actions in the action list. So the action 1 will get passed into the on update call twice, is what that means. Now, there are some implications for this. So the first is a performance tip. So if you have a set of actions that do not need to be enabled or disabled, then it is highly recommended, well, I highly recommend, putting those actions into a separate action list that does not have an on update handler. The benefit of that is that any of the client controls that are connected to those actions won't actually add in extra calls into on update for each of those client controls. So this is can be a substantial saving, especially if you have lots of commands that don't need to be enabled or disabled. An example for this app would be the open event. Now, this application doesn't have that many actions, realistically, so it's not that huge of an impact. But you can imagine that you have, a couple hundred actions, and half of them or a third of them don't require to be enabled, disabled. Then moving them to a separate action list does make a lot of sense. Second performance tip. This probably should be obvious to most of you out there, and because this on update event handler gets called so frequently, you do not want to include code that takes a long time to execute. And so this might require you to rethink how you obtain or cache the state that is going on in your application. You don't want to be calling a database query to get the right value for the state change. Instead you would call it at one point, cache it until you knew that the data was different, that you would need to pull it down again and then store that off. But you want that to be extremely performant and very lightweight. Shouldn't be taking time to execute. So another interesting aspect of actions is to consider what happens when an action is invoked. And this gives us a deeper insight into how all of these things are connected, why we have on execute event handlers at each action level and the action list, why there's on update event handlers. This is a path through the system that helps us explain some of that. So we can consider we have a client control, and when we assign an action to it and we click that button, whatever invokes it, that causes the action's execute method to fire. So it's a virtual method that's inside of the action class. So that method gets called. So control gets sent over to the action. The action then calls the execute action method of the action list which owns it. So now control shifts over to the action list. Then the action list will check to see, do I have an onExecute event handler for the action list? And if I do, then go ahead and execute or do the code that's in that onExecute. And then it returns control back to the action. So in theory, you could put your execution code in the onExecute of the event handler. I don't recommend that because you would then have to check the action parameter that comes into the action list, execute action method, to figure out which code you want it to do. So you end up having a very long method where you have a bunch of if statements in there to determine which action you're wanting to do. And that just makes the code a lot more cumbersome, and you don't really need to do it. So I have never have on executes on my action list. So if I don't, there's nothing that's called. Control goes immediately back to the action. The next step is that, interestingly enough, the action will call the application's execute action method. So the application itself can have an on action execute method or event handler. Again, same principle. This is really only valuable if you were wanting to intercept the actions that were being called and possibly log it or do some sort of statistics on it. That might be an interesting place to hook into it, because you could do it at the application level and every action would funnel through there. Again, I would not put the actual code in each of those in order to do that, but that is available. Control goes back to the action. Then finally, the action's own onExecute event fires, like we did in the sample application. That completes. Once that returns, once that event handler comes back, then a component message is actually sent from the action, it's called CM action execute, to the application object. Why do you think that is? Well, that is important in order to ensure that the application, which is what's responsible for calling the update status, the onUpdate event handler, to fire. So this says, hey, some action has been invoked in my application. We need to make sure we have the status updated, because typically an action is going to change the state of our application. And so by seeing this and organizing it, it really makes it powerful for us to know where we can take advantage and optimize the performance in our app. So some execution guidelines really quickly. Don't use the onExecute event handler at the action list level. You certainly can, but you have to test the action parameter to do that. Create separate onExecute events for each action, like we did in the sample. The event will only be generated when the action needs to be performed, which is nice. On state change events, these are interesting. There's two other events at the action list level. They're odd because the on change event is generated when a category of an action changes, but categories are only used at design time, so it's really not valuable. It's generated when the images property changes as well, which can happen at runtime, but I'm not sure what you would end up doing with that, but it's there should you need it. The on state change is interesting when the state property changes. This was added back when the action manager was added for action manager action bars, but it's only available in the VCL, and they're not used very often in what that functionality was. So you tend to avoid these two events, but if you were curious what they do, there's a quick definition for you. Already talked about the on hint event. It would do specifically what it does is you get the two parameters. Can you show the hint? If you can, what is the hint you want to show? That's the hint string. So you have a lot of flexibility to leverage that. We already did the on hint action there. A couple final notes with actions and images. Make sure you assign those image properties, the images lists to the action so that it will find them. You definitely want to make use of controls that support an image list, because the index is what gets passed from the action to the client control. If you have an old glyph-based control, meaning that it uses a bitmap for the image, when you assign an action to that client control, the glyph, the bitmap image, gets pushed into the glyph component. That can be tricky because if you change the image list, the glyph doesn't get updated. The glyph is just a one-time push down into the control. So if you do update the image list that the action list is tied to, you need to reset the action property so that it re-pushes the image that corresponds with that action onto the glyph property. And the same is true for the caption, like I described earlier. So there's also some custom action, standard actions that are available. These allow you to basically reuse some built-in code and functionality. So there's edit commands, file commands, and so forth. There's a number that are built into FMX. They're predefined sets of actions, and they're valuable in certain cases, but they also have limitations that you have to watch out for. And we have one example, like the custom edit actions are really nice. They seem nice, but there's some limitations in how they work, because it requires that it will only work on a T custom edit descendant. So even though a combo box with edit capabilities supports the clipboard, it won't support the standard action. And it's depending on the type of action you use, it's not obvious which ones are affecting which targets. So they're there. Sometimes they're useful. In FMX, they're a little bit more useful because they're a little bit more richer for accessing certain things on the mobile devices that you're using. So that's cool. Tab animations is another example of that. So just real quickly, let me bring up the my edit example. Let me close this down. Navigate. Okay, QV exporter, edit actions. We'll open up this. So in here, in this example, I've got the edit categories, and there's edit, cut, copy, and paste. These are standard actions. When you drop this down and you pull up a standard action, you get a list of standard properties. And I picked the ones from edit, cut, copy, and paste. And so we have a bunch of controls here. We've got combo box, memos, and so forth. And these are tied to the actions. These are speed buttons, and these are buttons. And so if I go ahead and run this, and all I've done is I've tied those client controls to those actions. And when something is selected, the controls enable themselves, and it works quite fine. So if I were to select sample and cut that, it's cut it. Great. I can bring it over to here and I can paste it. Oh, can't paste it that way. I can paste it this way. Why didn't that work? Well, it didn't work because these are button controls that take the focus away. And the way the standard actions work, or most of them, is it relies on what the active control is to determine whether that action applies to that control. So when I clicked on paste, the first thing the paste control does as a button component takes the focus to the button. Well, the button doesn't have clipboard support. So instead of actually pasting it, it actually disables the paste command because it's no longer on an edit box. The same, unfortunately, is true if I select something here and then click over here. The combo box, even though technically does support clipboard operations, since it's not a descendant of T-Custom Edit, it doesn't support that either. So this is one where it's kind of neat. It's got some potential when you start looking at some things that you could do with it. unfortunately, they've never been taken far enough along to really leverage that, except for the newer ones that have been added in for the mobile devices, like accessing the camera roll or the scanner and other things like that. All right, basically just wrapping up real quick with the actions, action lists, reduce code and maintenance associated with your command implementation and status. Use the on update for your command enablement, set that handle to true so it stops that cascading flow through the system. The action list can handle all of it, which is really powerful because a lot of your status code is used in multiple places. Like multiple actions will be enabled or disabled based on a certain criteria. In our example, items inside of the list. Use separate action lists for performance. If you don't need to update, put them on a separate list, and then handle individual on execute event handlers for each action that you have. And with that, you can really take your user interfaces quite far by using actions and action lists. Thank you for tuning in for this session. Stay tuned for more Delphicon 2023 sessions, and I will be available for some live Q&A.
What a fantastic session. Every time Ray is on, he really always blows me away with his how good he is. And the good news is Ray's with us here live right now for the Q&A. Anytime you want to, there you go.
Hey.
Our producer has made you go live. Hi, Ray. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. I did put up a little caption earlier on just to say we're having a few issues with the live chat. So it's always the way. There's always gremlins with technology. we get our bit right, but it's everything else that doesn't work. Great session. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
We covered so many things. We're waiting to see if we can get the questions back in the chat window, but I've actually made a few notes as we were going along. One thing that you showed that I thought was very interesting was when you went to the form text view, and you showed that the object first it did that action and then it did the caption. I thought that was quite an important point because I think one of the things that people get a bit confused about with actions is exactly when things will kick in. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that? Because it's also, by the way, how many times do you say the word action?
It's really interesting because for a couple reasons. I always like showing that because one, it's a little bit kind of under the cover, under the hood, if you will. Once you kind of understand how things work, it makes behavior you see in the IDE a little bit easier to understand. Like when you assign an action and you like to a button, and the button had a custom property on it, which is showing up as bold. And you assign an action and all of a sudden the caption property is no longer bold. It's like the IDE is smart enough to know that, it hasn't overridden that. Well, all of that is being done by when you assign the action property, it will populate the other client controls from that action. But if you were to override it, then it will hold it. And the tricky part that I like emphasizing is because I get this question a bit is, hey, I have a button that has a caption and a glyph, but I don't want the caption to be there. And the button control I'm using doesn't have a show caption property to manage that. How can I get rid of the text? Because what happens is they'll see the glyph and they'll see like an A or the start of the caption because the button's not big enough. So that's where you have to kind of know that like, I can override it. But if you want to blank it out, then you kind of fight with the streaming code because it'll reset it back.
Sure. Yeah.
And so
it's tripped me up a few times. I have to say.
For sure. And that actually it's interesting from a UI point of view. We want to make changes to the control. But a great question that came up in the chat window while the session was going on was, okay, the action event handler gets fired. Well, can I get to the client control that invoked the action? And, the answer is well, sort of. There's a client's protected property that's inside the action that if you know how to wrap it, you could get to it. But you don't really want to do that. That kind of defeats the purpose of the actions. Because if I'm going to go after the individual control that did it, what am I going to do with that control? Am I going to enable it or disable it? Well, I've got the action property to do it that will cascade to any other client controls that are associated with the action. Am I going to check it, like put it in a down state or check a menu item? Well, that's what the checked property of the action does. So while technically you could get to that underlying control, I've never needed to do that in any of the UIs that I've driven with actions. So I would kind of warn about going down that road. But it's a great question because it's one that kind of comes up. It's like, hey, how detailed can I get? So hopefully that answers that question on there.
And I think it's about abstraction as well. I think people who are trying to do something with the individual control are probably not thinking about separation of the UI element from the action itself.
What I
which is
really, and
acting,
I probably should have emphasized this more in my talk. What I really like about why I call this session UI design with actions is over the years, I did like most Delphi developers would do is, you lay out some controls of what you think it's going to be. You start double clicking on stuff and you create the event handlers in code. Well, then as it morphs, as the UI changes, and it's like, ooh, I don't really want to use a button in this case anymore. I want to use a menu item, or a context menu. I don't have the room for this. And I'm changing my UI. Well, but now I'm modifying my code substantially in order to accommodate that because the event handler isn't there anymore. And I don't like having my buttons necessarily pointing to menu event handlers or vice versa or sharing them. Yes, you can, but it gets a little unwieldy. And I find that by creating an action, I can set those up and they're just my commands. I'll drive everything off of that. Then I can have the freedom to pick and choose my UI to match how I want to invoke those actions. And it works really well.
And I think actually one thing that people may not appreciate about actions is it adds a little bit of extra power, because if you think about Microsoft Word or actually any of the Microsoft Office products, you get these little quick action menu in the top left-hand side of the UI, or customize the toolbar or something like that. That's done with a kind of action mechanism. And once you get a little bit of code that iterates through the various actions, you can actually say, okay, well, I'll provide these actions in a user interface where I can say, I will customize my toolbar, or I'll customize some kind of quick actions menu, or whatever mechanism you're using in UI. And you can say, on my little hamburger menu or my toolbar, I will have these, whatever actions you choose. And it gives that flexibility to the end user, which is what it's all about, of course, is making the app user interface an experience that works for them. Because, if in a word processor, you may only ever type text and you don't care about smart art or something like that. And who wants it presented and taking up space on a very short toolbar? So actions can help people enable that in their own user interface.
So we're at the top of the hour. I don't want to fall into the next slot. We'll get that going, assuming there is a next slot there.
Actually, Martha's moved you around a little bit, so you've actually got a little bit of extra time.
If we have questions, if we're good, I just don't want to be creeping into another session. So if we have time,
you're good.
Then we can continue. I know there were a number of questions, and I'll stick around after the session for as long as I can to answer any follow-ups. But
sure,
it's really powerful to be able to do that.
Yeah, and I think it's usually a sign of I work with a lot of different contractors, and some of them are very good, shall we say, and some of them are a little less experienced. That's a polite way of putting it about their skill set. And usually the people that are using actions and understand actions, you realize that they've taken on the value of what the actions actually do. They're not absolutely essential. I just want to make it clear to people watching, you don't have to use them. That's not how the whole program has to work. But if you start looking at how am I going to make my user interface divorced from the actual business logic and all the activities that might happen when I click on a button or click on a menu, and instead abstract that behavior out, that's what actions can do for you. And I think you cover that very, very well. Every time I see your presentations, I'm always extremely jealous at how cool and laid back you look and how very comfortable you are presenting. You're an excellent presenter, and that's obviously why You're a popular guy. You've been doing it for a while, to be fair.
I've been doing it for a while. That is
Not your
very
first
true.
rodeo, is it? Yes.
Like so many people who are joining this, we're passionate about the product, and the more and more we learn about what's there, and even this is a fundamental course, and I like bringing this out every so often, even though it's been around for for many versions of Delphi. It's one of those things that people still are, it's a little mysterious. When you look at online demos, it's not like the first thing people do, but it's one of those skill sets that once you understand, because like some of the questions that have come up that Martha's passed along were, like, well, why not just create event handlers, and why should I worry about actions? And it's one of flexibility. And again, initially, if you look at it from the sense of, well, it's just easy for me to click on a button and then write it in the code there, it's fine if it's small and it's simple. But the more you do things, the more you add other client controls, you want to do something additional, you now have to keep all of those things in sync. And I can't tell you how many times personally I've run into UI inconsistencies because I enabled a button because of the state was one thing, but I had forgotten to enable the menu item. And so somebody clicks on it and it's, well, okay, that's not the entry point. Actions allow a way to eliminate some of the tediousness of ensuring that your UI is in a consistent state. I also like it in the sense of it's a common way to manage commands. One of the cool things, and I didn't demonstrate it in here, and it's kind of lost a little favor over time, but the action manager and the action toolbar and things are still exist, and the action menus inside of Brad Studio and Delphi in particular. And so you could basically use the actions to drive your menus and toolbars kind of automatically, and that was leveraged to bring the ribbon interface that was used in a couple places. But the cool thing is you don't need to, you can use any UI that you want in order to leverage the benefits of that. There was another question regarding the images. I made a couple notes throughout the session of, if you're going to have images, it's important that you set them up ahead of time, and so that things cascade. And part of the real reason for that is they'll work with glyph properly. Like if you use an old speed button that doesn't have an image index, now the new ones do, it supports both, but there was a time with it didn't. And some controls just want a bitmap image property, and you can assign that to the action. It'll make a copy and bring that over. But really you want to leverage things that have image indexes. And so a couple examples, like, well, if I want to support light and dark styles, and I have different image lists for each of those, you're going to have different image lists for those. Only one will be connected to your action list at a time. And that will make the association. But the key thing is the image index is the key piece that is coming across to the control. So if you remember, like your menu control, the main menu or the pop-up menu is tied to an image list. The action list is tied to the same image list. What is being moved across is the image index. So if you needed to change from light to dark, you want to make sure your image index, the image list indexes are the same. And then you just switch the control to use the other image in the image list, and that will allow you to switch between the two styles should you need.
And it's important as well because, if you have a dark theme and all your buttons are black and white and they're all around the wrong way, that's when people start saying, oh, it doesn't look right, my theme. Okay, well, we have actually got to the end of the time, so we made it. And nothing blew up apart from the chat, which is just one of those things. I understand Patrick Primatin is actually answering questions on YouTube, and there is a possibility we may have to restart the YouTube stream because something broke. Because technology, why would it work all the time? Great session, Ray. Once again, it's always good to be on a session with you and see what you've got to say. There will be replays of this. We get asked this all the time, but all of the sessions today are recorded and will be replayed, and we'll have links as well. So it's all good. Okay, thanks a lot, Ray.
All right.
I just going to check and see what we're going to do next, because we may have to restart some streams. But thanks a lot, Ray.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Ian.
Okay, the next session is NX Horizon, the open source event bus for Delphi. This session is by Dalia Prashnikar, and she will be around for some live Q&A as well. And we're going to try and sort the chat as well. At the moment, we are aware of a problem on the live chat. So my apologies if we don't appear to be answering your questions. We will do our best to make sure that we do address any questions during the Q&A. But for now, I'm going to hand over to Dalia with her video. See you later.
Welcome to Delphicon 2023. My name is Dalia Prashnikar and I'm software developer and consultant. I'm also Embarcadero MVP and book author. I wrote several books about Delphi covering memory management, multi-threaded programming and thread safety. This presentation is about NX Horizon, the open source event bus for Delphi. Purpose of any kind of messaging pattern in an application is providing communication channel between different parts of code. In object-oriented programming, that translates to communication between object instances. Besides the simplest one-on-one communication, there are two distinct patterns for communication between object instances that allow multiple subscribers to a particular message or event. First is observer pattern, and second is publish-subscribe pattern. The observer pattern maintains a close relationship between subjects and observers. An object called subject maintains a list of observers, and when the subject state changes, it sends a message, event, to its observers about the change. Single subject can emit a variety of events, and subscribers can subscribe to observe any particular event. Each observer holds reference to the subject, and it is its responsibility to attach and detach itself from the observed subject. Subjects commonly have shutdown event, which notifies observers they need to detach, as the subject will no longer be valid. Unlike observer pattern, the publish-subscribe pattern keeps a greater distance between publishers and subscribers. Publishers don't know anything about their subscribers, and subscribers don't know anything about publishers. They only know which events they are interested in. In a publish-subscribe pattern, an event bus serves as a mediator, a communication channel between publishers and subscribers. Both publishers and subscribers only know about event bus that is used as a communication channel between them. NX Horizon is an event bus, and its primary purpose is serving as a communication channel in a publish-subscribe pattern. Since its instances are lightweight, it can also be used to implement observer pattern, where each subject will create and hold its own event bus instance. Subject's event bus instance is used for maintaining a list of its observers, and observers then hold reference to this event bus so they can subscribe and unsubscribe from that particular subject as needed. Subjects should send the NX Horizon shutdown event during the extraction process or earlier to notify observers subscription is no longer valid. Now let's talk about NX Horizon features. First of all, it is thread safe. All methods in bus instances are thread safe: subscribing, unsubscribing, sending events. A singleton instance that is given through NX Horizon instance is also thread safe, It is constructed in class constructor and destructed with class destructor, so it will be alive for the whole application lifetime. This event bus code is simple. It is about several hundred lines of code complete with comments. Simple code makes it fast, and it is also easier to use as it can be more easily understood. It also makes it easier to extend if you need to adapt it for your particular use case. Any Delphi type can be used for events. This feature gives additional speed to the bus, as for simple events there is no unnecessary memory allocation involved. In event buses where events are class-based, regardless of their memory management, allocation of objects takes additional time. So this greatly improves speed for simple events, which can be simple types like booleans, integer, or even strings. This event bus supports 4 types of event dispatching. First is synchronous on current thread. This kind of dispatch is blocking, and it is also the fastest dispatch method, as it directly calls the event handler. Next is asynchronous dispatch on the background thread. Bus also supports both synchronous and asynchronous dispatch of event on the main thread using tthread synchronize or tthread queue methods. One of the most important features is waitable subscription that allows to wait for any already dispatched events to complete running, and this will avoid concurrency issues during cleanup process. Such behavior can be achieved from the outside code, but it is much simpler and cleaner when it is a built-in feature. And last but not the least feature is its speed. Simple code is not always necessarily faster, but the less code there is to run, the faster it can be. When we talk about speed, I need to mention NX Horizon implementation depends on T-task and T-thread queue for asynchronous event dispatching. In back pressure scenarios with fast producers and slow consumers, asynchronous dispatch can hit its limits. This needs to be considered when using this or any other event bus that uses T-task or T-thread queue for asynchronous event dispatching. If you experience issues with asynchronous dispatch with high-frequency publishers, then synchronous dispatch will be a better option. However, synchronous dispatch can slow down the bus as processing events will be blocking calls. Let's take a quick look at the NX Horizon code. First, we have a declaration for a generic event handler, which is used for processing events dispatched by the bus. All handlers must satisfy this signature. Generics allows us to pass exact event type to each handler, and that simplifies code in handlers. We also have specialized TNX event method, which is used for storing event handler in subscription, and during event dispatching, such stored method will be typecasted to the appropriate type. This is internal type and it is not part of the public API. Then we have declaration for 4 delivery types: synchronous on current thread, asynchronous on background thread, synchronous on main thread, and asynchronous on main thread. Synchronous event dispatching are blocking calls, meaning post or send method will not return until all synchronously dispatched events are processed. Because processing of synchronous dispatched events are blocking calls, such dispatching should be used sparingly on default bus instance. Also, event handlers for processing those events should run fast. For any kind of events that require longer processing, you should use asynchronous dispatching. Then we have event subscription interface that is returned when subscribing. Having a reference counted subscription makes memory management easier, and we can always count on that subscription is either nil or a valid object instance. Even though subscription is an interface, it will only have one implementing class, and the purpose of the interface is solely for memory management. Interface exposes public API for the subscription that can be used for handling subscriptions. Cancel method is for canceling subscription. After subscription is being cancelled, it will no longer receive events. Subscriptions are automatically cancelled while unsubscribing. You don't have to explicitly call cancel. It is useful only if you need to stop dispatching events early in the cleanup process long before you unsubscribe from the bus. Once you cancel the subscription, you cannot restore it again. You need to create a new subscription. Begin work, end work, and wait for methods are part of the waitable subscription feature. Wait for is a blocking call and it will not return until all pending events are processed. Wait for will automatically cancel a subscription to prevent dispatching of additional events and prolonged waiting times. Begin work and end work are used internally in the bus implementation, and commonly you don't have to use those. However, if your event handlers call asynchronous code with completion handlers, you can use begin work and end work method pair to signal to the subscription that event handler is performing some work that requires waiting during the cleanup process. Implementing class for event subscription also holds some additional functionality that is not exposed through public API and is used internally in the event bus code for dispatching events. And here is the NX Horizon, our event bus class. It is rather lightweight, holding only a lock and a subscription dictionary. Subscribe method requires specifying event type, delivery method, and event handler, and it will return subscription interface that is then used for unsubscribing from an event bus. There are several methods for unsubscribing. Unsubscribe method performs synchronous unsubscribing, and it should never be called from synchronously dispatched event handlers, as this will cause problems while looping through subscriptions. If you need to unsubscribe from such event handler, you should use unsubscribe async method. Before unsubscribing, wait and unsubscribe and wait and unsubscribe async also wait for all dispatched events to the subscription to be fully processed, so you can safely perform any cleanup after calling them. Those methods are also nil safe, which makes them suitable for destructors, as we don't have to additionally check whether subscription is initialized before the call. And then there are send and post methods used by publishers for dispatching events to subscribers. Post only has an event as a parameter, and events will be dispatched according to the subscription delivery options. Send method can be used when you need to override subscription delivery option and to avoid threading issues. If subscription expects events on main thread, send will honor that requirement. Then we have shutdown event type and NX Horizon interface and its implementing class. NX Horizon exposes wrapped event bus instance and can be used to add automatic memory management for event bus instances that have shorter lifetime than the application, for instance when implementing observer pattern. When wrapped bus instance is no longer needed, you need to call shutdown method that will send shutdown event to all subscribers. This is a signal to subscribers they need to perform appropriate cleanup, as the subject they are observing is no longer available. Reference counting ensures that container object instance is valid during the cleanup process in multi-threaded scenarios. We need such container class because event bus relies on parameterized methods that are not supported for interfaces, so TNX Horizon class itself cannot be interface-based. And then we have static NX Horizon class that exposes default thread-safe bus singleton instance. There are also two methods for asynchronous unsubscribing of wrapped event buses, which will ensure lifetime of both past event bus and the subscription during asynchronous unsubscribing. And at last, there is a generic ENX event interface and its implementing class. But those are just helper types. You don't have to use them, as events can be of any Delphi type. This just helps to declare event types that use pre-existing classes with manual memory management, so we can more easily use them as events without having to consider their memory management. And now let me show you some demo. I have a small VCL application where I will use a memo as an output. First, I will declare two event types that will be used for sending our events. One will be string type and another will be integer type. So here goes our tText event type. It is a string type. And the next is tData event, which will be integer type. You will notice I have wrote type string and type integer to allow compiler to generate specific type information for those events so they can be distinguished from other regular string or integer types. And now we can write our first publisher, which will happen on a text button click. I will just emit some predefined text to default NX Horizon bus instance. I will use a post method to use original dispatching declared in the subscription. So events will be dispatched according to the subscription requirements. And here is our tText event, and I will write some text to be sent. You can pass regular string or to such event you don't have to use predefined text. And another publisher is timer event, which will send our tData event, which will count number of times timer has been triggered. So here we are posting tData event with timer count field. And of course we will increment that field each time the timer is called. So those are our first two publishers. Now we can subscribe our form to those events. Before that, we will have to define two fields for holding our subscription data, so we can unsubscribe later on in form destroy. We have to keep separate subscription for each event type we are subscribing to. And now let's subscribe to our event, text event on the same event bus instance as that will emit events. This is our default event bus. So we are subscribing to the text event, and we will use main dispatching on the main thread asynchronously, because in the event handler we will write received event in the memo, so we are interacting with the UI and we want to do this on the main thread. But before we can subscribe, we need to also write event handler for that event. Event handler is of course part of the subscriber. And now we can complete our subscription. let's make data event handler too. And in those handlers, we will output past data to the memo. Okay, here I have to typecast events back to integer because helper to string doesn't know which type is a event. It doesn't recognize our data event, but usually you don't have to do this. And with string, we can just write string to the memo without any typecasting. Okay, so we have our two event handlers. Those are based, those are for our subscription. Now let's write data subscription. This data event will be emitted only by timer, so we can use synchronous dispatching because it will all happen on the main thread. We don't have to worry about background threads in this situation, so we can just use the fastest synchronous dispatch for the data event. Of course, if we have another publisher that will emit such events from the background threads, then we would need to synchronize the event handler with the main thread in order to use the UI. And let's write unsubscribing from our events inform destroy method. We need to unsubscribe to prevent crashes and this event dispatching after the form is closed. So the basic unsubscribe method is just unsubscribe, and we pass the subscription and it will be unsubscribed from the bus. But in case of asynchronously dispatched events, we don't want to just merely unsubscribe because this is a form form is in the process of destruction, and we have to wait for any asynchronously dispatched events to finish their processing, because if we don't wait, we can crash the application. So I will use here wait and unsubscribe. This will prevent any such problems. With data subscription, we don't have to wait for it because it is happening on a timer event which happens in the main form on the main thread, but it doesn't hurt to you call wait and unsubscribe here either. And now let's write our background thread code. I will use anonymous thread to launch a thread on each button click, so we can start multiple threads and at the same time. So first, I will send an event to let the subscribers know that the thread has started. I will use just ttext event for this notification. We will also count threads so we can see which thread posted which event. To simulate some work, I will use sleep so we can see events happening more slowly. It is not important that we do any particular work in this thread. And now there is a loop where some work will be done. We will again simulate the work with the sleep. And we'll send a new text event on each loop iteration. And at last, there is a thread finished notification, so we know that the thread has finished its work. And now we can run application and see what is happening. So we see the timer events number, and now we can start threads. Multiple threads if we want. We can send a text with clicking a button, start another thread, and all notifications are written in the order they happen. Now, this is just a simple demo, but it is clear from the code that there is no direct link between subscribers and publishers. The only thing they have in common are event type declaration and use of default event bus singleton as communication channel. So both subscribers and publishers can sit in their own units and don't have to know about each other. In more complex scenarios, we can easily have other event bus instances that can serve as dedicated communication channels for specific functionality or event categories. We can also use event bus for implementing observer pattern. In such scenarios, we should use ENX Horizon interface and implementing event bus container class to make sure that we can successfully manage subscribing and unsubscribing in multi-threaded scenarios, where bus instance could otherwise be destroyed with its owner while there are still live subscribers subscribed to the bus. When it comes to use cases for event bus, only the sky is the limit. You can use it anywhere you wish. For communicating between background threads and UI, for communicating between UI components, or to communicate between multiple threads. You can use event bus to achieve decoupling between publishers and subscriber, where the only thing they will have in common are event types and event bus instance. That way you can have more manageable code with clean separation between different parts, as they will not directly depend on each other. For more information, you can go to dalia.prashnikar.info. And now we can move to live question and answering part.
There you go. I thought, I'm not going to be able to go live. I suddenly heard Dalia say, now we're going to do the live Q&A. And I'm like, oh, okay, it's me then. Hi, that was an excellent session, and I've actually been starring some of the conversations. Looks like we've got our live chat working, and we've got some questions for Dalia as well, which is excellent, because Dalia joins us live right now. Hello,
Hi.
Dalia, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I've seen you answering some of the questions as we went along, which is good. Great session. As ever, you've always got these marvelous sort of tips about really quite complicated, well, not complicated, intricate engineering. I think that's what I mean. Engineering of software rather than just writing code, but actually the engineering, the nuts and bolts that goes behind it, which is, I think, really one of the strengths of what you do. So would you like some questions? Let's go through. Okay. Sky Starbuck Flying, who actually has been a kind of frequent flyer in the questions. I think you answered this already, but he said, he or she said, so is this about HTTP? And I noticed that and thought, okay, did you not really notice the stream?
All good names are reserved, I guess.
Yeah, the answer is no, it's nothing to do with HTTP. It's all about threads and answers and things like that. And Lars Fosdal, who is a very good developer, I've come across Lars a couple of times before. He said, I must wish I had the NX Horizon years ago. It would have simplified things a lot with regards to inter-thread communication. So it's not really a question, but it's basically just saying, good job, that it's a worthwhile project, which is good. And then Starbuck Flying said, oh, so it must be about multi-threading. Yes, indeed, it is about multi-threading. And
well,
also,
it can also be used in single-threaded applications. It is not just for multi-threading. It is,
right.
of course, thread safe, so it can be used for multi-threading. This is the problem that it solves because for now there is no built-in thread safe messaging system in Delphi. Default code in system messaging is not thread safe, or at least it wasn't the last time when I looked at it. So it can be used. Its primary purpose is for multi-threading, and this is why I'm emphasizing the speed, and because it has to run fast in such scenarios. But you can also use it in single-threaded applications. Its main purpose is to decouple code between publishers and subscribers. For instance, Ray Konopka was talking about actions. So when you have an action, all code, when you run that action, all code that reacts to that action has to know everything about the action, and action must know about the code that will run. But you can upgrade this with messaging and event bus. And when you trigger action through some real action, Delphi action, you can then dispatch a message with event bus, and you have totally decoupled code from the user interface and some business logic that will receive the message that it has to do something and that will react on that action. So you don't have to couple code together. You can have completely separated units. Only thing they have in common are event types, and bus instance they will use as communication between those two parts of code. So nothing connected.
Yeah, and actually,
yes.
This is the kind of thing you go about in your various books, actually, which is why I put your website down there, dalia.prashankar.info. And if you go there, Dalia's books are there. There's a nice plug for you, Dalia. You can send me the checks later. But go to Dalia's website. Dalia's got some really excellent books about memory management and event-based and asynchronous patterns. Yeah,
and then, Delphi thread safety patterns. Well, actually, this code, this event bus, I wrote about it in Delphi thread safety patterns, and it was used as a demo there. I recently upgraded with some additional features code on GitHub, so there are some new features that were not there in the book. But if anyone wants to see how you create and how to engineer some code, how to think about it, what you need to do, I think that is a good example of that in the book. Because you start with what you need, and then make the simplest code that works, that satisfies those needs, and it is at the end it is very it can be very simple. Something that usually sounds complicated at the end is 700 lines of code. It is even less in the original code without comments. It's about 500 lines. So very simple code, very easy to understand, and this is its strength, I think.
Yeah, and there's, I think, 2 chapters that cover that as well. Isn't there a whole chapter that talks about the event bus, and then you have another chapter that talks about the implementation of it? Yeah, it's a great book. I mean, we've got some really good authors, but you're one of my favorites. I've mentioned before. Holger's got some really good books.
Thank you.
In fact, most of the recent books have been absolutely excellent. And obviously, Marco's got the standard for the Delphi language, but I think the Thread Safety Patterns book in particular, I really found very interesting. I think by the time I'd read that book, I was terrified that everything was broken and every piece of code I'd ever written was awful. It was quite funny, really. But you do cover some things that I honestly never would have thought about until I read your book and thought, I'm amazed at how you look through things and thought about them. Extremely impressive. I know a lot of good developers, but when you read the books by people like yourself, I think you get to understand those developers a lot more, and it's quite impressive. So if people haven't looked at it before, and by the way, there's no link here between Dahlia and myself. We're both MVPs, but she's not paid me to promote her book. At least I don't think she has. But there's no link. I'm just saying, as another developer, as a Delphi developer and an MVP, they're great books and they're worth looking at. And there are others as well. Patrick, I think Patrick runs a Delphi Books site as well, which we'll probably promote later. That's got some other good ones on as well. Okay, so how are we doing with time? Let me just check my little schedule here because we've moved things around a bit. We're doing good. Martha says she's back as well. Okay, I think those are all the kind of starred questions. Most of them were really saying about, what happens with the event bus, and I think you covered those in your answer just now about multi-threading. Someone saying they did write their own multi-threading classes and helpers, but they're going to check out your event bus, which is a good thing as well. It is, I'm not quite sure what this question is here. Let me just make it appear on the system here. Is it downloadable on your website?
Well, it is available on GitHub.
Okay, it's on GitHub, is it? Yeah. Okay.
Link is at the beginning. I will post it on.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we can get to that. Like a lot of these things. What other questions? Because we now have the question and answer working, which is great. Very multi-core processors. I don't think this is really relevant specifically to what you're doing, but they're saying, let me just pull it up. Very important topic for future of Delphi with these multi-core processors. Good to see that Embarcadero is on top of it. Well, if you've written apps in the past, it didn't really matter. You don't have to wait for Embarcadero to do it. Threads are threads.
Yes.
And,
you could do threading since the beginning, very early days, but nobody was doing it because it was too simple to use application process messages to keep your application responsive, and we all used it.
Well, it pretended it was responsive, and then it would just suddenly stop and crash. And why is that not connecting? Yeah, I mean, when you're doing a lot of UI stuff and you want a responsive UI, you really start to have to get into threads and things like that because, retrieving data and freezing the whole of your user interface while you're getting the latest updates would drive most people crazy, I think, as well. What about error control, says one person here. Diego, what happens if a subscriber fails?
Well, they shouldn't fail.
There's your answer, Diego. They shouldn't fail. So.
Yes. I mean, the only thing you can subscribe, if you try to subscribe an event and there is not enough memory, that will fail, but that will be caught in your own code and you can handle that. But if I don't remember now whether I had some exception handling, but I don't think so, because during the event processing, that is happening mostly in background threads, and even if it is not happening in background threads, it is happening in event handlers that are completely detached from the event bus code. So in theory, you should capture and handle all exceptions in your event handler code, because bus doesn't know how to deal with them.
Yeah.
And adding some exception handling on the whole bus level would only slow down the whole bus. So this is something that should be done from event handlers, where you can react to some exception when you know what the kind of exception you are getting, why you are getting it, and then you can handle it. Bus has nothing to do with it, and putting exception handling there would not solve anything. You would not be wiser about any exceptions that happen there, and it would just slow down the whole bus.
Yeah. This is not really a question, but this is going to confuse a lot of people. Someone says, "Nice cowboy hat." Now, they have not gone to your site, they're going to wonder what it is. So let's just not explain it. Let them go to your website, and they can work it out for themselves afterwards. I think that's a good teaser to get them there. One person also says Skybuck Flying, who's actually said lots of questions. I don't think we've offered him a bribe to do it, or her. As multi-threading is one thing, but doing it efficiently is the second step.
Yeah, of course. Well, in multi-threading, doing it efficiently is important, but thread safety is the number one priority. Because if you have concurrency issues, then the whole thing falls apart, and so it is better to do it slower and prevent some errors that way than being extra fast and not do it correctly. But yes, you have to learn how to do it efficiently too, because there are other problems if you don't do it right.
Yeah. And
some people try to lock everything and then find themselves in trouble. I saw code where people would spawn another thread, and then they would basically lock the whole thing, synchronizing it with with main thread, or lock will run extremely long, and basically they would have the same speed, or they would even block the main thread through that code. So you have to find the balance.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's the key thing as well. Is efficiency is almost as important as multi-threading. You know, if you're not doing it efficiently, then you lose all the benefit of multi-threading. Especially if you have to synchronize and block all the threads, you've just basically lost the benefit of multi-threading. This is a question I'm not sure if you've got an answer to that. What this is Didier. What does the NX Horizon framework bring compared to the Delphi native messaging?
Well, first of all, it is thread safe, and native messaging T-message is not thread safe. I said last time I checked it, I am not sure if there were some changes in the meantime. The next thing is T-message allows messaging is done through objects. So events are classical objects, and you have to handle their memory management. So that is also can also be a problem with speed, because first you have to allocate that object. Then you have a problem with releasing that message in asynchronous dispatching when you are communicating with background threads, because you don't know when you can safely release that T message. If you have multiple subscribers, you don't know when each subscriber has is done with the message processing. So this is another thing. And the next thing, it uses any Delphi type as event. So you can use bytes, integers, strings, records, value types as events. And this can be very fast. So if you need to send some Boolean, that flag that will say something happened, you can just send a Boolean or a byte. And this is very fast. You don't have to allocate memory for some message and then release it and everything else. So any Delphi type can be used. And of course, if you want to send some more complicated objects or classes, the best is if you use interfaces, because their memory is automatically managed. So every subscriber will have its own copy, its own reference. So they will not interfere with each other's memory, and with thread safety, of course.
Yeah. Lars Fostal says, what happens if your published data has no subscriber? Is there a limit to the life
No,
of data?
nothing.
So,
it will just run a loop, try to find whether there is some subscriber, and if there is none, nothing will happen. It will not dispatch it to anything. But this is where again, memory management is important, because you should use automatically managed types or value types. And in that case, you don't have a problem with handling any memory. If you send a byte, you don't have to manage its memory. If you send a reference to some interface, again, you don't have to take care about.
Yeah. And whilst we're talking, I just want to mention Glenn in the background, Glenn Dufke, who is one of the MVPs, he's Danish MVP. And he's answering a lot of the questions as well on some of the streams. So he's saying lots of good things about you as well, Dalia. So I don't know whether you can see his chat, but well done, Glenn, for answering those questions. And this one is an interesting question. And I think that's probably one that you can answer the best.
Yes, of course. I'm writing another one about. Yes, I'll just say something. It's about testing, and but not just the testing part of software development process, but all other parts that are necessary for successful development and successful testing and successful deployment. So
that is very interesting. I must speak to you offline about this, because there is an idea company called TestRail, and I think there might be a little bit of crossover there between what you're writing about and their product. So let's have a chat later about that. I think I don't know whether there's an answer to this, but someone says, what does the acronym NX stand for?
Well, I had a library that has X as a name, because naming is hard. So
naming things is hard.
It was just TX when I was writing my types, and then I had to upgrade this library, but I had to maintain the old classes in parallel because it was gradual upgrade. So I added N as new next, or
Excellent.
Something like that.
And someone here saying in Mexican Spanish, hello from Mexico. So hello, Mexico. Everybody gets around here. And Glenn said, Glenn, you're very funny. We test in production. That's what he says. Yeah. Glenn's an MVP, and I don't believe that for one moment. But I actually did have a conversation with a customer earlier on who's just said they're going to test something in production. I await their phone call with interest when it all goes horribly wrong. Okay, so we've got a couple of minutes left. Is there anything that you kind of want to bring to our attention that we didn't really cover during the questions or during the session?
Well, not really. I have one thing. I had one request on GitHub asking whether NX Horizon works with DLLs, and it doesn't. It works with BPLs, Delphi packages, because they share RTTI information. And with DLL, you don't have RTTI information that is used in a bus. This is the mechanism which allows it to send bytes, integer strings, to mix everything. This is why generics are used. And this code could be adapted rather easily, I think. I cannot say whether there will be some difficulties in some areas upfront. To use it with DLLs and with COM, with ActiveX and similar, but it would be completely new code. Subscriptions, event types should be interface based in such type. Everything should be interface based, and GUID should be used as a subscription type, not type information. In that case, this could be used as messaging, as event bus for communicating with DLLs and other COM objects. But I didn't do anything like that because I started to write this to cover my own needs, and I'm not doing much COM development. So this is, and if I would write something like this to work with COM, it would have to be completely different bus, because the features required for COM would interfere with this one. So it would interfere with speed. It would interfere with simplicity of sending messages. But yes, it can be probably rather easily converted to separate library that can be used for those particular needs if someone needs to run something like that.
Yeah. We've run out of time. And weirdly enough, the next session is mine. So I could, it's already recorded. So I could just say, we'll move it along a bit. But actually, it's when I first recorded it, it was 59 minutes and 59 seconds. How stupid is that? So, but there were a couple of people asking about where they could download things and where they could connect with you.
Well, there is a link on my website, and I can post it again.
Yeah,
link
I've
to
actually
the GitHub.
The link
GitHub Dahlia P. So it should be.
Let me just get that up when I can see it here. I've actually put a post to Dahlia's website as well. I don't see it in that chat, but we'll make sure that we get it connected up. Oh, let's just see. Yeah, no, I don't see that chat, but that's fine. We'll sort that out. Okay, well, go to Dahlia's website and look at her books. And she's a very smart person, and it's always good to be on streams with her. She knows an awful lot, and every time I watch some of her presentations, I learn something every time. So well done, Dahlia. I thought I'd got to the age where there's not an awful lot left to learn in life, apart from when to stop talking.
That is not true. That is never true.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I got that. All right, well, thanks a lot. We're now going to go to the next session. I'll speak to you soon. The next session is me, and weirdly enough, and it is every app trick in the book. It's not all the tricks in the book because we'd be here forever, but it is many of them, and there is a live Q&A at the end of it, and so I'll be sticking around. But if you've got any questions to ask me, please put them in the chat window, which I think is that way. I'm not sure, but I'll speak to you soon. Have fun. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Ian Barker, and today we are celebrating 28 years of Delphi. Today's session is every app trick in the book. It's not all the tricks because we'd be here for hours. There's a lot that you can do. But this is very specifically about some tricks that people keep coming up with and asking about fairly regularly. So I'm going to try and cover as many as I can. There are some really good books, and the blog post that goes with this particular. So every app trick in the book, all the things you should be doing, and some you didn't think you could. And what kind of things are we going to cover? Well, we're going to cover alerts and notifications. The elevation button, when someone clicks on something in your app and you need to elevate the app for the purposes of being the administrator or some other permissions, then there's an elevation button. How to launch those things, and also how to make them launch as an administrator if that's what you need. And things like settings persistence and stuff like that, where we need to store things to not give ourselves a problem, reading and writing that data safely as well. User authentication, OAuth 2, which is basically is becoming the standard for pretty much everything. You know, the kind of thing, you go to log into a site or something like that, and up comes an authentication. Instead of a username and password, you might ask for two-factor authentication and some additional information. That's all wrapped up in the whole nebulous part of security and user permissions. So we're going to talk about that. And the really exciting thing that I get to talk about today is a new component that's coming out in the future version, may even be the current version at the time that you see this video, which is 11.3, also called Malawi. It was the name of the beta. So Rad Studio 11.3, there's a new component, and it is the tier biometric auth component. A bit of a mouthful, but basically allows your apps to look for fingerprints and face scans, depending on what the biometric authentication is in your actual particular program. But it's very new, and I've got special permission to talk about it, because as I record this right now, it's all secret and subject to an NDA, but you'll see some information about that shortly. Checking for an internet connection, splash screens, and some other cool general cool bits and bobs that you can put in your app. Themes and styles, detecting dark mode, checking for updates, in-app scripting. There's quite a few options for that now. Making your app only appear once with a single instance. Manipulating images. There's some very good components. So if you are going to take, for example, a profile picture in your app, and you want to do something with it, change the contrast or turn it into black and whites, which is kind of a cool thing. They upload a color picture, and then you can halftone it or turn it into black and white or monochrome, whichever way you want to call it. That's a part of the manipulating images, and also being able to skew it around and things like that. If you're creating, I don't know, some kind of background for a document inside your app. We're also going to talk about going to the web, and you know, I don't know whether you're aware of this. I hope you are by now, because we've had quite a few videos about it. But you can write Delphi code and have that appear as a full web app, and we're going to talk about that in this webinar. And also, once you're on the web, of course, there's a couple of other little problems. One of them is the ability to have an SSL certificate. And one of those SSL certificates, having an SSL certificate, that's quite important. You know, the little padlock icon, I'm sure all of you know by now that you need to have your site secured so that the traffic between your client, the browser, or however else it's being communicated, and your actual app on the web is encrypted. And we're going to talk about Let's Encrypt components, and also how you can get free SSL certificates. You really never need to pay for an SSL certificate again, unless you're something like a banking app, where there are certain levels of additional security. But if you're a Common Garden general purpose app, then Let's Encrypt will do the job for you. And believe me, I've done it lots and lots of times, and Let's Encrypt is fantastic. It's very well accepted almost everywhere. Except in those very narrow use cases like banking. And if you're using some of the other components like IntraWeb, which has a specific port number and does some kind of unusual mapping, you can get your SSL certificates. And now the later versions of IntraWeb will pick those up and use them, so that it will automatically have the web pages encrypted. But there are other ways of doing that. If you can't get the SSL working, or your app is just simply not able to support it, perhaps it's an old app that only does HTTP, then we can use a thing called a reverse proxy. And if you don't know what a reverse proxy is, we'll talk about it in a moment. But reverse proxy allows traffic coming in from the web browser using HTTPS, which is the default for all web browsers now, and will then convert that traffic from HTTPS and SSL into your normal HTTP on port 80, your normal regular stuff, or it can be mapped to any other port. And that's what Nginx can do for you. It's all free, and why not? Free is the best price, isn't it? So let's talk first about notifications. Well, notifications are those little alerts that pop up, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen there. A thing that says "I'm a test" notification, and the body of the notification is the wording that you can see in there. There's two ways that they appear in Windows 10 and Windows 11. One is that they pop up, like the toast, as they're called on some other operating systems. So it pops up and grabs hold of the person's attention there and then. But they also appear in the notification tray on the right-hand side of people's screens, unless they flip things around. And they can be there. They usually bring up some information like you've got 500 emails waiting, or there's 65 people that want to become your friend on Facebook, or something horrific like that. How do we do this in Delphi? It's really not very difficult at all. If you've not come across it before, go to your palette and look at this system section, and in there is a T notification center. The T notification center works with Windows, but it also works with iOS and Android as well. And what it will do is, in the background, you've got this little component, the T notification component, and as you can see there, we use the notification center to create the notification, and then we just present it and literally say, hi, whatever I want to say, I'm a test notification. On iOS, I think it's iOS, it could be Android, you can actually defer those notifications, get them to appear at a later time. That does not do that on Windows, but if you can see in the code that is enclosed in the if not def windows, and this happens to have, I've taken a screenshot in 11.2 of Delphi, you can see that of Rad Studio, you can see that the text is blanked out. That's because I'm currently in this particular bit of code there, I'm currently running in Windows mode. My target destination is Windows. So the fire date, it doesn't work on Windows. You can't do a future notification, so it grays it out, because 11.2 for Rad Studio understands when a piece of code will not be executed depending on what your project settings are, and because I'm targeting Windows, that particular section of code is grayed out. It's kind of a cool feature actually, because it makes it a lot easier with conditional statements. Conditional compilation is where you can have like that thing that says if def Windows, MS Windows. It can say, well, don't execute this code if it's not Windows, don't execute this code if it's not iOS, don't execute this code if it's Android. Very useful. But Notification Center works on all the platforms. I'm not sure on Mac because I've not tried it, but certainly iOS and Android and Windows works absolutely fine, and I believe it works on Linux as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but anyway, definitely iOS and Android, which are the major places that you use it. It's pretty good. You can also get an icon that shows a number. When you've got 75,000 outstanding emails in your inbox, you can make the icon have a badge on it, and that only works on iOS and Android. But as you can see on the bottom arrow there, it's pointing towards application icon, and I've set that to 23, so that would mean that my icon on my app installed on my iPhone or my Android would show 23 next to it. And that's how you make the icon show. Pretty clever. Elevation. Well, if you're going to do something slightly suspicious or need some additional security, because by default, obviously, Windows runs in a mode where doing anything that needs administrator permissions is restricted, then you normally have to ask for elevation. And elevation just means I know I'm a regular user, but I need to elevate it. I need to ask you for the admin username and password. Now, generally speaking, this only works on Windows, and it only works using the VCL for that little badge to apply, because it is a kind of Windows function. And what it does is it shows the icon that Windows puts for the elevation. So you don't even need to worry about where you get that icon from. As soon as you click that checkbox there that says elevation required, it will show that button next to it. Now, let's say that you want to run an updater. And generally speaking, your installer needs to run with some kind of additional permissions, and you know that it's going to show the are you sure you want to do this dialog that Windows shows. This would be an appropriate use for that button, so making it ask some information, ask for elevation from user permissions into some other permissions. That's what that button's for. Fairly simple. It doesn't do anything itself, it just flags that button. What you actually do then afterwards is to write the code to do the elevation. Now you might say, well, how do I do that? Well, if you want to make your app run as administrator, so whenever it runs it's going to ask for that please type in your credentials dialog, then go to the project options for your project, and in the manifest click on there, and then the second thing is on execution level, and the execution level by default is what's known as invoker. And what that means is that if you run your application from the Windows Explorer, that runs in normal user permissions. So it means that your app, when it runs, has got whatever the permissions are of that logged in user. Now, on a corporate network, an enterprise network, different users are going to have different rights. Usually on a normal machine, then the user has permissions to do almost everything and access pretty much any resource, so they can go to the documents folder, and if they've got any additional drives, they can access it as well. But on an enterprise network, and we're kind of focusing a little bit on enterprise, that's obviously not the case. For example, a regular user wouldn't necessarily be able to go and look at the accounts users, the financial director or similar kind of protected information, human resources information. They wouldn't be able to go into that folder because the rights are restricted. So in order for that to work, they need to be launching the app from an account that's got those rights, or they need to ask for it. The highest available option allows you to select whatever your highest rights are, and it may be that they have granted you additional permissions, but usually speaking, the other option is require administrator. If you pick require administrator, when the app runs, it's going to say bling, project1.exe or whatever your app is called requires administrator rights, and it will show that lovely yellow or blue dialog, depending on whether you've signed your app or not, and saying that this app is a known app or unknown app. Again, if you haven't code signed your app, then it's going to say it's from an unknown publisher. Go and look at my blog entries on the Embarcadero blog, and we'll talk about code signing in there. But it will come up and show that dialog. So that's what require administrator is used for. Use it sparingly. You don't want your apps to normally run as administrator. It's very much frowned upon. And I've got customers who would actually probably chuck your app off the network if you always want administrator rights and say, why do you need to do it? Because it's a security risk. To launch or relaunch an app as an administrator using that elevation button, which is the next stage on from that, you can use the following code. So include or use the shell API, and then down there as you can see this little function called run as admin. You see the thing that says sei.lp verb, a long pointer to a verb, and this is deliberately written so that it will work from Delphi 7 upwards, actually, in fact probably earlier than that, but the only bit that won't work on the older Delphis is where it says if not parameters dot is empty, because that's a later string helper function. But if you include run as. That's code for you are to run as an administrator. And you can check through this, and there are actually lots of other verbs that you can use. So if you just want to launch something using the default application, let's say a text document. You might have associated in Windows a text document with Notepad, or you might have associated it with Ultra Edit, which is an IDEA product, or you might have associated it with Notepad++, or you might even have associated it with Visual Studio Code or something like that. If you use the verb open, then what it will do is actually launch whatever that document is with the application that's associated with it. So all you would do is say run as admin or run as whatever you want, and give the document name rather than application name. So if I had a text file called mytextfile.txt, in the file name I would put mytextfile.txt and a full path to it, and in the verb I would change that to say open, and that will automatically get Windows to launch it with Ultra Edit or Notepad++ or Notepad, the built-in Notepad. As you can see, there are other functions as well, like print. If you want to print the document using whatever the default print mechanism is for those documents, then you can do it. You can display the object's properties. That will get the Explorer to open it up and show you what the properties are, and a few other things as well. Simple trick, but weirdly enough, some people don't do it for some reason. Shell execute is not the thing to use normally, but in this particular instance, if you want to use a verb, then you need to do that. Okay, so the other thing, which is kind of wrapped up with permissions, is where do I store my stuff? Well, if you are writing enterprise apps, you may find that you can't always use the registry. There are parts of the registry which are always open, but depending on the way that network admins have set it up, and actually I find that a lot of network admins get it wrong, you may find that you can't actually write to bits of the registry you should be able to. And so the registry can be a bit of a problem. Likewise, actually, if you go cross-platform, that can also be even more of a problem, because there is no registry on iOS and Android. It just doesn't exist. And so saving to the registry is just not going to work full stop. And yet a lot of apps try and do that. They persist certain settings in registries. That's great if it's Windows and it's a normal end user consumer account. It's going to be fine, but in corporate environments, not going to work. Now that leaves you a couple of options. Option one is to say, well, we just won't do it. You know, we will not store it in the registry at all. Option two is and therefore not persist. Option two is to say we will persist it, we'll store it in a file. Now it could be an ini file, which actually is fairly convenient. More and more now people are using JSON files, so they've got a config file which is JSON, or it could just be, you can store them in a SQLite file or something like that. But either way, wherever you're going to store them, you need to know where to store those persist those settings if it's going to be in a file where it's going to be safe. And actually with the tpath option, there are lots of methods that will return paths that are safe. Get documents path returns the path to the directory where the user documents are stored. So seek on /users / your username / documents is one option, but on iOS and Android it will actually resolve to something better, or something different, should I say. Same with get library path. That's makes it fairly clear there what it does. You can store any data your application needs to store, and regardless of the user. So in other words, this is a shared place. If it's per user, that's not where you want to store it. And get shared documents path and get shared downloads path. Again, if the setting file or the data or the most recently open project or whatever it is you're trying to store in these persistent things, you don't want to be doing it in the shared documents folder, because every user will be able to see that. And what you don't want on a machine where more than one person logs in, and that happens on enterprise systems, particularly if they're hot desking. You know, this computer is for everybody's use, and different people log in with their login and get to it. What you don't want is John Smith logging in and getting all of his files, and then he goes away, and then Sarah Johnson comes in and she logs in and she sees all John Smith's settings because you've stored everything in the shared documents path. So there is an art to it, and it's about making sure that you're using tpath and get the per user settings. It might be that for some settings you do want them to be shared, in which case you might have two settings files, one for the shared and one for the per user settings. That's up to you, just depends on your architecture, but tpath is the way to do it, and it's the only safe way that works on Windows, it works on Mac, it works on iOS, works on Android, so go off and do that. User authentication, big subject now, big topic. Passwords really are becoming a problem, and certainly phishing attempts with a PH are very common. And if you are providing access to personal data in Europe and certain parts of the US, not quite so much in Texas where I live, but certainly many parts of the US, protecting personal data is actually a legal requirement and significant requirement. And in doing that, in protecting that information, you need to make sure that you're providing a mechanism that is hard to get into. It's no good if they just need to know the username. It's no good if the password doesn't have any form of complication detection in it. But of course, the number one favorite way of doing this now is to use OAuth 2. And OAuth 2 is a standard. There's a proper RFC. Is it RFC? Yeah, request for comments. But it's an established standard. It's not just one company like Microsoft or Facebook doing it. It's plenty of companies. And in principle, it's fairly easy to use. What happens is your app goes off and says to the user, dear user, we need you to log in. And sometimes it gives you the opportunity to log in with Google or log in with Facebook or something like that. But either way, at the other end of whatever resource it is, so accounts data or personnel data, or even just, projects or documents or something like that, it will come back and say, okay, you've provided the username and password, and we know you know that now. But the next step is making sure that it is really you. So we will use a secondary type of information to validate who the user is. And that is one of these famous verification codes. So it could be a 6-digit passcode. You're all familiar with it. I'm sure if you're using good practices, then you should already be using what's known as secondary authentication. In principle, it's easy. It's just sending tokens backwards and forwards, but in practice it's actually pretty hard to do, and in fact it's a bit of a nightmare to get right. Okay, now the built-in REST components in the later versions of Delphi 11.2 in particular has got this. They actually include OAuth 2 authenticators. So if you've got a REST component there that you're using, you can authenticate in that. And as it says here, it's a client authenticator. But you can see the caveat at the bottom of that saying it says it offers minimal support and provides the infrastructure to follow the workflow of the service provider. So if you're getting someone to log in using Gmail, then or Google, should I say, then in theory this can work. It could be some other system, they've got a REST interface and API, and part of accessing that API, your customer, your user, your client needs to authenticate with two-factor authentication. I've tried it. I actually found it quite tricky, but it does work, and there are better programs than me out there, and I'm sure they'll be able to work it out fairly easily and go, it's not difficult at all. My preferred option is to get someone else to do the hard work. That's the whole point of Delphi, is components. And I have found that TMS software, they've got a product called Sphinx, and that allows you to implement OAuth 2. They provide, unusually compared to other options, because there are some other people out there, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, but they provide a server and a client side. So if you're writing your own server out in the network somewhere out on the internet, and your customers have an app that you've written, or a desktop app, or even a web app, or an iOS app, and they connect to that server to get whatever information it is. I don't know, information on fruit flies. One of our articles recently was about that. You can implement two-factor authentication so that only the people that really are allowed to access that can do that on just by dropping that server component on your server app. The client side of it is the login, the Sphinx login, and there's also web login as well, so it works with their web applications. What that does is shows a web page, so it opens a browser and you go in and do it that way. The login part of it is just a normal regular dialogue, and there's an interaction that goes on there. It's asynchronous because that's just the way that these things work. Another component that does OAuth 2 is from ECGC, who have the craziest company name, but they do very good components. I always stumble over their particular company name. They've got clients and server components. There are different prices, and to get this server component, you need the enterprise level. With TMS, they have an all-access subscription. And if you get the all-access subscription, or the biz subscription, I think there's another option, then you'll get all of it. You get the server and the client. But with ECGC, you need to go for the enterprise level. At least that's what it looked like to me. I looked at their pages. I've not used these components. I have used some of their components in the past. For WebSockets, but I've not actually used the OAuth components. But the WebSocket component is great. Yeah, I mean, go to that page and have a look and see if it's the thing for you. And whilst we're on the subject of authentication, let's talk about a new component coming up in 11.3 Malawi. Malawi is the next version of RAD Studio 11. It's been a public beta, so there are people out there that have tried it out who aren't Embarcadero MVPs and Embarcadero employees. But just as a caveat, because I have to say this legally, this is an 11.3 Malawi beta feature. It's covered with express permission from Embarcadero. They told me I was allowed to talk about it. But I do have to say, as a safe harbor statement, that unreleased features are not committed until the general availability of Malawi. So just bear that in mind. Take that as you will. So what does this biometric auth component do? Well, it's actually very cool. What it does is, if you've got an iPhone or an Android phone, and actually some Windows do this as well, but these are the components that are very specifically for Android and iOS. And that is, as you can see there, when I point to it with the red arrow like that, where the cursor would be, you can see that this particular platform for this component is only supported for Android and iOS. And what it does is allows you to either authenticate via fingerprint or authenticate via biometric facial recognition. It's very, very cool, and it's the missing link on authentication. So if you've got OAuth 2 set up or some other method, even just username and password, there is a new component to go with that, and it makes the whole biometric authentication, which is very common now. I mean, most banking apps, you've got to use your fingerprint sensor on your phone before you can get into it, and if you don't, you really should. Otherwise, if people know your password, they can log in. But this component does it. Now, why do we care about biometrics? Why do we care? The thing about a biometric system, and I've got a bit of expertise on this because one of the first biometric time and attendance systems in the UK, when I used to live there, was written by me. And we were the first to the market. And the reason that biometrics are important is because it authenticates that you really are you. You're not someone that knows the username and password. it's your fingerprint, therefore it can only be you. Either they've chopped your finger off, obviously, or they've knocked you unconscious and stuck your finger on it. But that's a bit extreme if all they're trying to get to is look at your database of fruit flies or something like that. But in theory, biometrics are completely secure because it authenticates the individual. Now, for time and attendance is pretty handy for us because it means that when a person is clocking in or out, they can't just hand their phone to someone else and say, hey, my password is this. Can you log in and clock me in whilst I'm off down the grocery store buying donuts or something like that? So they're getting paid for doing something they shouldn't. Likewise, it means that if your user has left the phone on the desk whilst they go to the bathroom or something like that, because that's good policy to make sure that you stay germ-free, it means that one of their colleagues can't pick that phone up, a nefarious actor or somebody like that, and log in using the username and password. They have to use the biometrics. So it's a very, very important component and very useful. How does it work? It could not be simpler. You go to the additional section of the component palette, drop it on your FireMonkey form because it is cross-platform. No point in doing a VCL because that's Windows only. Drop it on your FireMonkey form. Set the prompt details. If you look towards the right there's a thing that says Delphi wants to know you. Please prove who you are and prove it's really you. Those are once you use it, you'll understand what I mean. And then there are just a couple of methods. It's really simplicity itself. Authenticate method, what that does is starts the process. So it launches the fingerprint scanning interface of Android or iOS, depending on whatever that device is that you're running on. And it will then come back depending on what button they click. So if they actually authenticated, it's going to come back with a response, which we'll talk about in a moment. In that code there, I'm checking that the biometrics is available because some people would turn it off because with Android, for example, you can say to it, no, I don't want to use biometric authentication on this particular app. I think that's a setting that I saw recently. So you've got to make sure that it works. It may be they've not set biometrics up or some other reason, in which case you need to say, sorry, biometrics are not supported. But if it is supported, all you do is call the authenticate and up will come that dialog. At the end of it, if you want to, you can provide a button that the user clicks on to cancel with biometrics so they can get out of the loop of asking for the password. When it does authenticate, there's two events. One event is authenticate fail, and it's fairly obvious what happens there. If it failed, then it comes back and says, hey, here's the failure reason. And I've put a nice little case statement there to say the fail reason is they cancelled it, or the phone or mobile phone or whatever it is has come back and said, hey, can you use something else because my camera's broken or something like that. It's unusual, but it does sometimes say fall back to a password. There's a little box that says at most of these dialogues use a password instead. If you click on that, then it'll say can you use fallback. You can then respond and say, no, I'm not going to let you use a username and password, or you might allow it. Denied, in other words, they have actually been blocked. The user has locked out the device. If you use Find My iPhone or you use the Android facilities to do this, you can lock the phone and prevent people from getting into it. So if your app is running and it's on the lock screen, you may lock the device, in which case when they go into the biometric authentication, it'll actually say, this user is definitely not allowed to use it. So permanently locked out of the device. That's where you actually go into Find My iPhone and say, lock this device. Error occurred, obviously what that is, and user requested help. There's a little help button on most of these user interfaces, and you can then respond to that and say, put your finger on the device or smile sweetly at the camera. And off it goes. If it works, it is just one event, and that is it's successful. Because you don't need to know who stuck their face on the device. All you need to know is it's an authenticated user on that mobile device. And usually on the phones or the tablets, there's only one user, and that is the user that has installed your app. Okay, so they're an authenticated user. They're recognized by the operating system. Now, if you're going to do that kind of authentication and you're given access to a resource, then you may say things like, okay, I need to check that there's a database online or whatever it is. You're giving access to an online device. Surprisingly enough, this actually gets asked about a lot, which is people saying, well, how do I know if they're on the internet? How do I know if they've got a Wi-Fi signal? How do I know if they're not in a dead zone? When you're driving along, sometimes you get these dropouts and dead zones. And I don't know why, but people ask it a lot. It's actually fairly straightforward. All you need to do is include WinINet, which is in the top there, and then say if internet connected state. And you don't care what the cardinal or what the origin is. And if it succeeds, it's connected, and if it's not succeeding, then it's not connected. The other way to do it, or the traditional way to do it, is to try and ping Google. Because if Google is down, then the apocalypse has probably begun, and we're all going to go and live in caves again and eat healthy food for a while. But that is one way of doing it, is to try and ping a well-known site. It may be that you ping your own site, but you do need to have availability. And what we normally do to do that is we use Indy, the Indy TCP client, which is free and widely available. And you go in there and you put a timeout in. That's actually quite a big timeout, 2 seconds. You might want to show it less than that, but if the resource you're connecting to is fairly slow to respond, and Google isn't, but if it is because you're across a very slow connection, then you adjust that timeout. Port 80, that's just doing a HTTP ping to port 80 and connect and then disconnect. If it worked, then you won't get an exception. If it didn't work, then there's an exception saying it can't connect, or it's prevented, or whatever, and you set the result accordingly. These tips are from FMX Express and also Dave Nottage. FMX Express is a very good site. If you've never come across it before, go to it, because every single tip you could ever want, and if you're at the recent coding bootcamp, I think it was, Eli from FMX Express, I think he had something like 100 tips or something like that. He shot through a load of them in a very short length of time. Absolutely amazing. It's packed with information, but there's the URL for it. These all will be in the blog post that accompanies this presentation. And Dave Nottage's Delphi World's also an excellent site. If you're a Delphi programmer, go there. Dave is also an MVP, Embarcadero MVP. He's based on the other side of the world from me, based in Australia. But we won't hold that against him. But his site is excellent. He's got all the answers you could ever need, and this is one of the ones that I found as I was going and looking through. So now the next question is, what happens? Let's do some splash screens. Oh look, well, a splash screen is not used very often apart from things like Windows apps and Mac apps, especially if you're trying to connect to a slow resource. But they're actually very, very easy to do some fairly cool little tricks with it. So hopefully you can see in this video that this is a form with a hole in it. And not only is the form got a hole in it, but the text itself, where it says "ha," has also got a hole in it. And so our very cool Delphi helmet background, which is actually from Midjourney. There's a site which I'll link to on the blog post as well, where these images come from. You can see that helmet showing through. Okay, now the question is, it's all very cool and everything, it works, but how did I do it? Well, all you need to do is change a couple of sections of the form to be transparent. And I've chosen fuchsia. That's because most people do not use this garish color on anything. And if you choose fuchsia anywhere on the form that's fuchsia, as that horrible bright pink color is called, you'll see that that goes transparent. So I need to tick on the box that says transparent color, and I need to say fuchsia. Now, one small tip is on the label control, turn off anti-aliasing. It's one of the properties on label control. Look down it and you'll see it. If you have anti-aliasing on, you'll get a blurry kind of fuchsia outline to it, because the way that anti-aliasing works is it takes an average of the background and the foreground and then draws some pixels that kind of in between those colors to make it look smoother. If you have that turned on the label control, you're going to get some weird artifacts around the label. So turn off anti-aliasing. turn the transparent color on and pick fuchsia or something like that. And then I've just got shape control there, as you can see. There's a shape control, the Delphi image, which is just standard image on there, and then the font. I've just chosen the font face for the word ha as colored in fuchsia. I've turned off theming because if I do that, then I would need to do some extra things with the label control as well. But if you want to make parts of your screen transparent, your screen transparent, then this is the way to do it. You can't use this trick if you use the glass frame feature. Glass frame, when you turn that on, makes parts of your screen look like a pane of glass. And it also will not work if you use the custom title bar feature in Rad Studio as well. Custom title bar is where you can have completely differently themed title bar, and you can put the caption in left or right or middle or center or whatever, and change the foreground and background. And so it's not using the Windows drawing of the title bar, but its own title bar theming. So you need those turned off, because as soon as you turn those on, this transparent color option will not work because it messes around with that information. What other things we can do to add coolness to the apps? Well, go to the tinyurl.com/Delphi wow factor. If you've not seen this presentation before, there's another one by me called How to Add the Wow Factor to Your Apps. And that just shows an FMX app with some very cool stuff to do with Skier for Delphi in it, everybody's favorite new library. And that can do things like animations that are timed and triggered and all sorts of exciting things like that. Definitely worth going and looking at that. And another one is themes. If you're going to use themes and styles, then really this is probably the right thing for you to go and look at. And again, it's on the main Embarcadero blog, tinyurl.com, Delphi W11 design. And finally, are you handling the themes correctly? Are you making things go dark and light and all the rest of it? Go there. There's not a tiny URL for that one. I ran out of time, but this article then talks about it. All the links will be in the blog, so you'll be able to see it. That accompanies this particular presentation. And what about checking for updates? Well, if your app is running, you might want to check for a later version of it. There are different ways of doing that. You might just look on a particular resource and say, is there a new executable there? If there is, then I'll download it. Marco's got a very, very old blog entry in 2007. That's a good few years ago now, but it still is as relevant today as it was then. Create a file stream, get that update, and pick it up, and then the name of the update changes per executable, and that's the way to do it that way. I personally am too lazy to do that. I mean, too busy to do that. That's what I meant. And so I actually use some components to do that. There are a few out there, but the only one I found to work, and I've checked several, is the T-Web Update component from TMS, which they sell separately, but it's also part of their package. And Holger, a good friend of mine, MVP Holger Flick, has got a video that shows you how it works. If you do look for update components, and this is the reason I mention this particular component set, watch out for the Google results, because TMX Web Update comes up quite a lot, which is a different component. And TMX Web Update, the versions that I found actually had viruses in them. The sites had Trojans in them, and I was trying to download it. I use good Trojan and antivirus protection from Malwarebytes, actually, as it happens, and so I'm I get triggered when those things turn up. But just be really, really careful on what you look for, because some of these sites are not cool. Okay, in-app scripting. Well, it used to be that you could do in-app scripting with BASIC, or you could do it with Python. That's fairly easy to do, and there are still components to do that. The best way to do it now, and the most popular way, is to script things with Python. Python's a great language, and Embarcadero have embraced it as part of its stable, shall we say, of languages that we... how shall I put this? we support and accommodate, because we feel there's some overlap between Python and Delphi. And I say we, I mean me and a few others as well. But Python for Delphi is definitely the thing for doing scripting now. Python's a very easy language to use, but it is a scripting language, and that's where Delphi scores. It produces proper full-blown exe apps, which you can read about when you go to the Embarcadero website. But if you want to include scripting, just use the Python for Delphi components, and it will allow you to script things in Python, which is really not very difficult. If you don't want to do it that way, if you're like me and a bit lazy and go, oh, it's so complicated, there are two other options. One of them is another TMS component, because, you know, if they stop making good components, I'll stop talking about them. I keep saying this. And that is the Script Studio Pro. It's got its own little IDE, which is written in Delphi, and you can script things in there. It's fairly powerful and got all sorts of options. And the other option is DW Script by Eric Grange. Eric's is open source, I believe. Yes, and as you can see on there, it tells you what it does. It allows you to script things in Pascal or Delphi. It's got some extensions for free, you know, that have been stolen or borrowed, shall we say, inspired, that's the word I'm looking for, from Free Pascal and Prism and a few others as well. But it's a very interesting project, and you know, it's up on GitHub, freely available for you to get hold of. TMS is obviously a commercial option. Single instances, well, if your app is running and you're doing all these things like doing updates and all the rest of it, you might want to make sure that at any point your application is only run once. And the best way to do that is to create a thing called a mutex. Now, the options that I've seen out there for doing single instances tended to only work for Windows. And that's a bit of a problem now, because mostly we're trying to target things like Linux and Mac OS and a few others as well. Android and OS kind of cope with that by relaunching the app anyway, so you never really have an issue with them running two copies of your app. It's always just that app is running or it's not, so it doesn't really crop up in there. But Linux and Mac and Windows does. If you're on Linux or you're on Windows, then you can use this option. It's a Stack Overflow option, and the URL is there, and it will be on the blog post that goes with this presentation. And basically what you do is you create a mutex to a file. Now, the get attempt dir function there just happens to be creating something called /temp /tmp with another slash, and it's round the right way. If you use path_delim, then it'll be backslashes for Windows and the other slashes for Linux. The option that was shown in the Stack Overflow answer there actually used hard-coded path names. I had to laugh, but don't use hard-coded slashes or anything like that. Use path_delim, because that will be filled with the appropriate one depending on whether you're Linux or Windows. And all it does is just create some mutex on that file, and when you're finished at the end of it, make sure that you release it. And it just means that there's only one version of your instance running. It works. There can be some difficulties if your app crashes and you don't get to destroy the file stream. Then there can be a few issues as well. But read into that article, because it tells you all about it. Manipulating images, well, it's not difficult. Our Spirit of Delphi winners from last year, Skier for Delphi. As you can see from the little graphic there I've got showing with the spinning card, absolutely superb piece of software. It allows you to manipulate images and do things like change the brightness and the contrast. You can colorize it, so if you wanted an image to be pink or green because of a status of some resource or something like that, you can do it that way. You can change the hue and saturation, so you can change whether things are darker or lighter. You can put vignettes around it, that kind of cool round or rectangular darkening effect. You can do that. Drop shadows, you can do that, bang, in a little a flash, very good. And lighting effects, so you can have the images lit in odd ways, like camera flares and stuff like And as you can see from the animation there, you can have some very exciting things to do with the rotation of images and stuff like that. Very, very clever. Great piece of software. Jim and Keith and I have talked a lot about how cool Skier for Delphi is. Use it. If you're doing FireMonkey and you never use any of the features of Skier, just include the library anyway, because it'll make all your FireMonkey stuff go a lot smoother. It's like a free injection of performance, shall we say. Going to the web. Well, we've talked about this to death, so let's just talk about it one more time, and that is that you can use UniGUI, which basically takes your app and then surfaces it on a HTML5 canvas. So your app is still running as normal, except it appears in a browser. So instead of being rendered to a monitor, it's being rendered to the browser canvas. Slightly different idea there to IntraWeb. What IntraWeb does is allow you to write Delphi code, and then your app will run, and IntraWeb has got a little server that produces its own HTML out to your browser. And then yet again, a different nuance to it is TMS Web Core. And what Web Core does is basically takes your Delphi code, all your Delphi forms, and instead of producing a .exe, produces a bunch of HTML and CSS. So there are 3 options, and each one of them has got a slightly different nuance to what they do. UniGUI does one thing and the IntraWeb does something else, and it's very subtly different to WebCore. I'm a big fan of WebCore, but I also use IntraWeb as well professionally during the day. As you know, I'm a programmer, get up every day and write code. I say this all the time, and I've used both of those. I've not used UniGUI. I have looked at it, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's an absolutely brilliant component. It just didn't have a use case for it. That's the only reason I don't use it. But I use both IntraWeb and WebCore, and they're great. And if you're going to go to a web app, then the next thing you need is a real SSL certificate. SSL obviously means that little nice padlock icon turns up in your web pages, but they're quite expensive. I mean, you can pay a couple $100 for an SSL certificate, but why pay anything at all? Go to Let's Encrypt and get free SSL certificates. Cost you absolutely nothing. The only caveat is it does need to renew every 90 days, but it's very, very easy to set up. Go to let'sencrypt.org. I am going to actually do a webinar on taking some existing IntraWeb apps and without adding anything, making them behave with SSL included. IntraWeb and WebCore, and I think UniGUI as well. I think UniGUI actually does its own thing with Let's Encrypt, but both of those are capable of finding an SSL certificate and then serving up HTTPS automatically. You'll find if your site doesn't support HTTPS, then actually you'll get warnings about that site, and your customer's not going to trust it with good reason. It makes you vulnerable to things like man-in-the-middle attacks and stuff like that. If you want to make it easy, then there is actually a component that will allow you to work with Let's Encrypt. It's written by Embarcadero MVP Paul Toth, and I've bought it myself, and it's called Delphi Acme. Acme is the Let's Encrypt protocol that does this SSL stuff, and it works great for Delphi Tokyo, Rio and Sydney. I have no reason to think that it won't work with later versions of Delphi as well. When you can use it and test it, but eventually at some point you should buy it. If you buy it, you'll get the full source code to it, and admiration for Paul Toth for making him a little bit richer by paying for it and supporting his work, which is important. You know, let's not underestimate the value of something. Even if you're only paying $50 or $60, if it saved you a few hours work, then it's got to be worth every penny, right? And if you can't use SSL, then use Nginx. So Nginx is the default or de facto, shall we say, web server that I use nowadays. Very easy to configure. It just uses some straightforward files, but the one good thing that it does, which is very, very simple, is that it allows you to reverse proxy traffic. So if you've got an IntraWeb app like that, where it's saying 127.0.0.1.8094, and you want to surface that out to the world because you've got a domain called yourdomainname.com, If you can't support SSL in your app because you either don't have the source code for it, or it's old, or you just don't want to do the engineering to include the SSL in it, then you can use Nginx as a reverse proxy. And what it will do is it accept incoming traffic to HTTPS : and then whatever your domain is. It will then convert that to HTTP traffic, non-SSL secured, internally in your network, communicate with your intraweb app or whatever it is. Your intraweb app then responds using HTTP. It reaches the reverse proxy, and the reverse proxy then converts that back into HTTPS or secured SSL traffic. Very, very cool, very, very easy. Literally go in and just change a couple of lines in the config and off you go. It will work. And really the point of what I was trying to show here is there is nothing you can't do with Delphi. Nothing. And in fact, there's a webinar I'm going to do later where we actually pit ourselves against WPF, .NET WPF and Electron apps to see whether what we were saying was true. Is it true that it's a good solution? The answer is yes. You want to run your app on a Raspberry Pi? There's a solution for that already, and it works today. You want to run it on a cheap Amazon Fire tablet, and they cost virtually nothing because Amazon subsidize them. But effectively, behind the scenes, it's Android. It doesn't look like it, but it is. But it'll run just fine. I have an app running behind me on an Amazon Fire HD10, I think it is, a 10-inch tablet. It costs absolutely pittance, really. You want to target Windows, Mac OS, Intel, or ARM, and ARM? You can do that. iOS, of course. Android, of course. Even the web, from a single code base in a project, it's absolutely true. And see my other session where we talk about this competition, where it says we use Delphi as a weapon in a real fight and won. I show you exactly what happens with that and how I targeted various things. This is what Delphi does. This is the strength of Delphi. But more importantly for enterprises, Delphi keeps on running even after the whole operating system has been upgraded. Install a load of patches, install a security advisory, do something else. It's still going to keep working, and it'll keep working without needing any new downloads or reconfiguration. There are apps that were written to target Windows XP, and because they were written properly, they just run on Windows 11 today. Now, obviously, later versions of Delphi start to rely on some features of the operating system, so that's only true if you haven't used any of those new features from Windows 10. Some of the cooler things, like the elevation button, won't work. But yes, you've got a continuous, rock-solid app, and I like to show people how I can deliver a fully fledged client-server application running on a USB thumb drive, zero installation, and it will talk to millions of records of data through a MySQL server. They just log in and it'll run off the thumb drive. You cannot do that with .NET. It is impossible. You can't really do it with Electron, for example. Flutter. All these apps need some support behind them, but Delphi apps don't. It's all built into the runtime, and off you go. Anyway, my name's Ian Barker, and I'm an Embarcadero Delphi MVP. The slides and links and replay will be available at tinyurl.com/everyapptrick. If you want to read more blogs by me on the main blog, then go to blogs.embarcadero.com/author/Ian Barker. Thanks for listening. I'm back. And we've also got Jim. Jim's going to give it a go and see if we've overcome the gremlins. How are you doing, Jim?
Yeah. Hopefully doing okay. We'll see if I get any feedback on my audio.
Or not feedback, yes.
Or not feedback. Yes.
Yeah, so I start some questions, lots of people asking questions, and then a big conversation about who used to remember, who used monochrome monitors back in the 80s. I don't know, there's some very long experienced developers, I think, in the audience, so there you go. So
my experience is getting pretty long too. So there's a question here about rich notifications.
Yeah, yeah. So someone was asking about the notifications and saying, in the notification component, can you do rich notifications? And those are the type of notifications where if you click on them, it expands and then it can play a video or some other rich content. And I believe the short answer is it can't be done with the Delphi T notification component, unless you know otherwise, Jim.
I don't.
Nope.
Not with the T notification component.
I think
but
you can't do it.
Yeah, you can't do it with the T notification component, I don't believe, but you can get down there and grab the APIs yourself and do that.
Yeah, the reason that you can't do it is it actually, when they go to click on the notification, you get an event triggered, and the event allows you to then inject content into the notification area. So it's a little bit more complicated, bit more difficult than just preloading it with some text and stuff like that. Someone said, who was this? Lars. Whoops.
Oh,
did I show that?
I clicked it.
Oops,
You clicked
both
it at the same time.
okay. You can drive. Lars said he relied on Charles to analyze the headers of a C# app to be able to replicate the OAuth 2 login in the Delphi HTTP client. Okay, good, but that's why I showed some components. I think universally people are saying it's tricky, and it's not actually difficult to do. It's difficult to get right, and as someone says there, it's a major pain in the butt to get right. So
Yeah.
and I've had to do it a couple of times now, but the components I showed, there are a few around there. ECGC, their company name always confuses me, but their components, if they've got like 4 levels of subscription and you had to get the absolutely top level in order to have the server component, but they do it. The client side was anything, and the TMS components do the OAuth stuff. The Sphinx thing is very good.
Question about NFC here.
Yeah, they're talking about authentication, and actually someone was a bit confused about biometrics and saying that biometrics allow people to spy on people. Let me just explain how biometrics works very briefly. Biometrics, when you put your finger on a device, it doesn't take a photograph of your device, your finger. What it does is take some metrics, some measurements of what's known as minutiae. The same is kind of true of the face, and I think what they really meant was that biometric recognition, facial recognition from TV cameras and CCTV could help with spying. It's not the same as the biometrics on your device. That's stored in a secure enclave on your device, and nobody can reverse engineer that out. And actually that's true of the biometric devices like the time clocks that one of the companies I work with does. You could get the minutiae out and then be absolutely useless. Even if the government put a gun to your head and said you must identify who this person is and try and recreate the fingerprint, they could not do it. It's impossible. So it's no good whatsoever.
There is, so technically, there is a degree of trust between you and Android or Apple, right? So,
yeah,
in theory, Apple or Google could be doing something more than that. But as far as the app itself, the only thing that you're really giving the app itself is that you verified your biometrics. And so that potentially removes your plausible deniability of saying, I didn't use the app, because say, well, your biometrics authenticated it. But
yeah, I mean,
I don't really see it as being that big of a
knowing who it is for sure, saying it's definitely this person using the phone. If you then go off and kill someone and you happen to have your phone in your pocket and they triangulate your mast and all the rest of it, then yes, it probably is a bad idea. But to be honest, if you're worried about people spying on you, I'd be more worried about email. Your credit card records can be pulled and they can see what you've been buying and where you've been shopping. Your phone mast records are recorded. Really, they're a bigger fish to fry when it comes to someone spying on you. So I would not worry too much about that.
Yeah.
NFC. Yeah, someone asked about NFC and said, how does this work with NFC? Different technology. The NFC is really a bit like a Bluetooth on steroids, I suppose, and it's not the same thing. So the biometric auth component works with the biometric hardware on your mobile device, and it is only iOS and Android, whereas NFC is a completely different type of thing. You're asking for some information from an NFC reader and sending out information. It's not the same technology. So no, the biometric auth component is got nothing to do with it. And people saying their eyes are incompatible with dark mode. And I've said this before, and I just mentioned this. I know Lars is joking, but dark mode is an accessibility thing. And in Europe, you're legally required to incorporate accessibility functions in your applications, your websites. I personally have very bad prescription, as most people can see from my glasses. And because of that, your eyes are elongated and it causes these floaters. Everybody familiar with what I mean with these floaters that float in front of your vision. And mine are quite bad. Even though my eyesight's corrected well, the floaters float in front of me. If I use dark mode, I can't see them because the dark mode completely negates the effect of the floaters. If I use light mode, the bright lights and bright sunshine outside accentuate that, and it actually makes it very difficult for me to read the text, especially small text. So joking apart, dark mode actually, for some people, I know you might not like it or you might love it, but it's actually an accessibility feature for people that do have visual problems. So joking aside, yeah, you should be looking at supporting dark and light mode if you can.
Yeah, I was going to say, styles are a cool thing to have multiple styles, and there's some taste choices in there, but you should definitely have a dark mode, a light mode, and possibly, some sort of high contrast, more, one that's got a good contrast to it if your other modes look, are very stylized. From an accessibility point of view, because some people, the Lars, seriously, maybe he can't look at the dark screen. That's possible, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying which way is good or bad, but it's not always because it's a cool thing. It's actually because there is a reason behind it. Yeah. And the final one, because we're at time, I think really, is UniGUI is amazing. Yes, UniGUI and all the other web frameworks out there. You can write Delphi code and go out to the web. I think I've said this multiple times. That's why I covered it very briefly. But yeah, it's a great thing. Delphi is a very vibrant language, and there's still a very active community of various components and things like that. So, we'll learn more about that tomorrow, I think, in my other session. There's a lot coming. Apparently, your audio is great, by the way, Jim. Just FYI.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what it was wrong this morning, but I'm glad it's working now.
You have angered the gods of technology yet again. Yeah.
Probably. All right.
Okay. It's Dion next.
Yes, it is. So let's see. I don't see. There it is. When Delphi reaches the cloud. And I love this, that Dion, if I remember correctly, is talking about both reaching up to touch the cloud and running in the cloud. So it's the whole thing, which is fantastic. And we'll kick it over to Dion. Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Everyone to Delphicon 2023, when we are celebrating the 28 years of Delphi. And in this session we will see when Delphi reaches the cloud by me, John Mai, and we are talking here about using Delphi with cloud resources, cloud features like mostly serverless. Okay, so we'll see from the beginning to a little deep dive and what is serverless, how to implement the backend, how to implement the front end, and advantages of using serverless. Okay, a little bit about me. I'm John Mai, developer manager at Aquasoft, outsourced company in Brazil. I'm MVP Embarcadero, Delphi, C++ Builder, Delphi Master Certified, and Bachelor in Engineering in Control and Automation. So, what is serverless? Serverless is an applied FaaS, okay, function as a server, when we use cloud to provide functions that we can access externally, locally, okay, but hosted on cloud. So instead of put a whole application, a whole API on a cloud service, we will just put a little function and call that function from our application or source. And maybe they wrong the name. I mean, if we put some function in the cloud, how can it be serverless? Maybe they have wrong the name. We don't know. Well, it's not that we don't have a server in serverless. We call it serverless because the server is offline. Serverless is event triggered and only be online when the function is running. So for us, what it changed? It changed that we only have to pay the time that the function is running. Very different from hosting a machine in a cloud service when we have to pay all the time that machine is turned on. In this kind of cloud service, we only call the function and we only pay the function when the function is running. So how does it work? Well, we send a HTTP request and the server will load all the function environment, will run the function and play all the source that we put through the server. After that, the server will dispatch the response to the client, okay? And after that, the server will unload all the resources. And this is the life cycle of a function running in serverless. Once again, just to make everything clear, in a practical sense, it's like the user executing some request, okay, through HTTP or any other protocol. This request will trigger an event in the server. Server will load all the resources for our function, will run our function, send the response data to the client, and unload all the function resources. Okay? In this workflow here, we can see that when server is running the function, okay, and finished it, all the resources can be unloaded. So for function structure, from application structure, maybe we have made some changes, okay, because it's not like running a local function or a function inside a DLL or other API methods, then we can store variables, cache, or other kind of things, okay? And we will isolate some functions and put that on separate servers, right? And call that isolated functions from different points of our application. Not all the source code can be put on fast server, on functions, cloud functions, okay? We can be more clear about what kind of functions we can or cannot put on serverless using some development concepts like DDD, okay? Domain-driven design. And Delphicon, we will have a session about DDD. You can watch it, and it's made by Gustavo Mena. And it maybe will help us to understand what kind of business logic we can put through serverless functions and what we cannot. Notice, DDD is not about serverless, okay? DDD helps us to separate and architecture better our systems, okay? But with these clarifications of business logic, maybe it's more easy for us to isolate some slices of our source code and put that on serverless functions, okay? Well, steps to build and to implement the back end, okay? The server part of the serverless or cloud function. We'll have to select one cloud provider. Many cloud providers have support to serverless or server functions, okay? We can use Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, IBM Cloud, Alibaba Cloud, and they have many differences between each cloud provider. Okay, and for this this session we will use Azure, right? And I'll show you how we can do serverless functions with or without using Delphi code on the backend, right? But for AWS, Google, maybe you have to change some things, to change the native language, to change the way that serverless functions work, because each provider has some specificities by itself, okay? Right. The next step after we select the cloud provider, we have to create an account. Yes, with a credit card on it, right? So many cloud providers has free services that we can use and not pay it, but all the services has limits, and when we step through that limit, we have to pay for using the services, right? And after that, we have to choose the backend technology. We can use a native language. In Azure case, we can write application in C#, okay? Or we can use binaries, containers, small VMs to run our application. I have seen some functions running in Fortran, running in small VMs, not containers, okay, because they needed Windows environment, and of course it has some downsides, but it works, okay. And after that, we have to write our function, put our business logic in that function, create an undeployed environment so we can put our function online, publish on a function, so the function will be available to access from any client that we choose. And after that, we have many configurations in the function dashboard. So we can choose the function limit executions, we can choose the regions that has access to that function, the security layers that we wanted that the client must pass through to get to our function, and the logs that we wanted that the function register or not. And in Azure, very simple, okay? We have an Microsoft manual, step by step, what we have to do to create a function. I choose this and put the link in this session as well on the GitHub, so you can go through it. It is updated by Microsoft and work very well, okay? And this manual in particular, okay, this manual here has how we can configure function to run our Delphi code, right? So we'll put like a Go or a Rush application in the server, and the server will run that executable for us, okay? Right, and the Azure account, we have 30 days of credit to test, and with full access with many other resources. But after that, 5 million executions are free by month for your functions, right? And by now, it will be always free. We are only based on consumption. And yes, here comes your credit card. After the 30 days, or if you pass through the limits of consumption, we have to pay the service, okay? Right, candidate 1 million free executions per month. Even 5 million X will be the price around $1, just $1. 5 million X of one function by a month will cost us about $1. And if we put an online virtual machine, it will cost many times more. We have a pricing calculator. All the cloud providers have one, so you can go there and measure your cost by your service that you may need. And in Visual Studio Code, okay, we can do it on Visual Studio as well, But in Visual Studio Code, we just need to install it, install the Azure Functions core tool, and create our first function locally. We can even run the function locally and test it, right? And without even put that on cloud in the first step. And after we tested, everything is okay, right? After that, we can just publish our function in the cloud environment. So we can have full access to test the function before even to publish that. So the function will run with the exact same environment that the function will run on runtime. When we are creating our first function, we have to choose if we want to write it natively with C#, okay, or if we want to use some custom handler like with Delphi, so we go for this way. After that, we have to choose how function will run, so we choose how methods the function will respond, if function will answer to HTTP post, HTTP get, or only to put or only to delete, right? And as well as the authentication level that we wanted the function to run. And we have to configure where the executable file will be so the function can access it and run it, right? Notice that this function here doesn't have any source writing in C#. It only has these two JSON configuration files, and all the source that will run in runtime is written in this Delphi application here, right? So all the source code is in the executable file, okay? And in Delphi, it's very simple to write this application to answer the function call. We have just to get this environment variable to has access to the port that will be calling our application, and we have to run an HTTP web broker bridge, very simple application that will answer that call on that specific port. Okay, the port of course will be provided by the Microsoft Azure server, and we just receive what port is it, and after that we start our server. The server will call our server on that port, and we have to deal with business logic, and after that send the response back to the client, right? Well, if we want it, we can write the source in C# as well, right? And of course, our application maybe can be more complex because we have to deal with many programming languages, but is also this option, okay? And the process in the Visual Studio with C# is very similar to what we done with Visual Code with our Delphi application. The only main difference is that instead of sending our .exe file to a server to run it, we will just send our source code compiled by Visual Studio and put it to run as a function on the server, right? Well, locally, the Azure tools of Microsoft will simulate our function. Notice that I put all by images here, so I think it's more easy, more clear that we see all the things, okay? But if we had time, maybe we had time at the end of this session, I can show you the source running, or if you want it, all the source will be on my GitHub. You can download it and go through these steps, as well as this presentation will be accessible as a PDF file, so you can go through these steps and run by yourself. It's very simple, but very easy to run it, okay? So with this Microsoft tool, the function will run locally with the same environment, okay, that the function will have available at the published server environment. so we can test it locally, even through or other application of ours, by Postman we can call it to test if it will work, and it's very simple to deal with it. It's like we are calling any other API, okay? Right, and through our client in Delphi, we have just put all the same configurations that we put to access any other API, right? And of course, in our Delphi application with a large or more complex system or structure, it's better that we isolate some classes, put some wrapper classes around our API call, so the business logic will be more clear and more usable by the client side of application, okay? But if we don't need much complexity, we can just call it with REST response, REST request, and REST client components, okay? You can generate that from REST debugger, the Delphi tool, or if you choose, you can use HTTP to get the same methods. It's very simple to access, like we access any other API. From the client side, is almost transparent, okay? We don't have any different behavior by using the serverless at the server, and the call will be just an execute and get the content of the REST response. After that, we just have to deal with our response JSON as we usually do. And after we run locally, everything works fine. What we can do? We have to go to the Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio and just publish our application, our function. After that, our function will be published through the cloud, and the dashboard of the cloud server, we can watch how it's going, how many requests are sent through the server, how many responses, how much time, how much milliseconds does the function took to answer all the requests, okay? And it's very simple, very easy to watching the functions in this dashboard, okay? Right, so make all clear, a little recap. The life cycle will be server powered off. We don't have even a server that we can do some tests if the server is online. The function basically does not exist on Microsoft servers. When some requests arrive, the server will load all our function resources, load our exe file, load our native source, run all the instructions that we write in the source code. After that, we have an unload process, and we only pay in this window frame here, okay? We only have to pay in this window frame, of course. If the running took too much time, the cost of execution of this function will be more expensive than that of one function that we have a small window of running time, right? And in the architecture structure of serverless, the ideal world will be we going less and less to monolith architecture, when we have just one big, large server application, even through microservices, when we have a small amount of business logics grouped, okay, and go even more to functions, when we have a very complex and dynamically environment, and in that environment we can easily change all the functions independently without affecting or changing any other behavior from other functions that already are running on the server, right? The main advantage of using serverless is that we can easily update one function isolatedly. Okay, on one function will be updated, and any other function that are running on that same structure of ours will not even notice that some slice of our code will be changed. Here another image to make even more clear that in more complex environments we have even functions calling other functions, right? If we put a very isolated business logic in some function, maybe other function will need that business logic to do some large process, and yes, we can call other business serverless functions from one function, and of course will be more very more complex environment, but it's not away from what we use in our local executable file or our backend server nowadays. Okay, is only other way to see the things, or other way to deal with these complex environments that we usually have to deal day by day. And another image, I think, should maybe make more clear of what we can see, but consider your application. This architecture change maybe will reduce many costs of yours, and making the development process even more easy. So the benefits, the advantages of using serverless or server functions. The cost, okay, the cost of running have a server running will be many times lower if we use functions instead of have a machine or a local server running it. Okay, the speed to go live, the speed to put some slices of our code online running is dramatically low, right? Can you imagine you update a big monolith server in just a few clicks, in just a few seconds, without impacting all the users that are using that server currently, right? It's almost impossible to think about it, but with functions we can have it this environment. Okay, we can update just one function in that large structure, and other functions don't even know that some slice of code has been updated, right? Monitoring tools is a very great advantages of using serverless. Think about, you know exactly how many functions call of that business logics you have nowadays on your current system, right? Maybe today you already have some API to access, and you can count through that API how many calls that specific API receive. But with functions, if we put some specific business logics on one serverless function, we can see how many calls it given by day, by hour, how many milliseconds that function had to answer the response to the clients. And of course, if you know how much time and calls some functions receive, you can know what to improve on your system, right? Functions that receive more calls, functions that receive more attentions by your customers, your clients, maybe that functions you need to put more effort on search, more effort on performance, and other things, right? And you have an increase in user and reusing your source code, right? Because with one good function published, you can use it from all your system by API call, right? You don't have to stop considering how you can link all your source and deal with the uses clauses. All that will be ignored, because all you need is just a API call, and you will have access to that business logic that you put in that function, right? Now the advantages or disadvantages by using the downside by using serverless. We have an increasing complexity, of course, we will have an increasing complexity, but our system nowadays always are increasing in complexity, right? I don't see any system that year by year are less and less complex, only the opposite side. You have full dependency on a cloud provider, right? Think about it, because when you choose the cloud provider, all the things that you will be related of the way that server functions right or work in that server maybe can change from other cloud provider, and you of course will have some impacts on your client application or how you work at architecture the things to work on the server side. So choose carefully your cloud provider, right? I'm not saying here that Azure is better. I only say that work it for this particular sample, but you have to choose carefully, considering your business logic, your software house needs. Okay. You can have data lock in case of absence of payment. So very careful about that. If some credit card has been blocked, it's stolen, you can lose access to all your applications. Your applications will immediately go offline, and all cloud providers will only get you through it after you paid. I have seen some cases where some accounts of clients of mine have been racked, right? And the bill of cloud provider goes very, very high, because when they hacked this account, they create many virtual machines to explore bitcoins, and that generate a very large bill of cloud resources, and many customers of mine had to call the cloud provider and change many things. But in all cases, the cloud providers restore all the values and everything like that. But think about it, okay? If you don't pay, you don't access your cloud services, right? So even using low cost by a small amount of calls, you will have to pay attention on that, right? And mistakes on source or even malicious call can generate you great cost, right? So think about it. If someone understands your cloud architecture, know how to call one function of yours, can put a system to do many calls, and you will have to pay for that calls even if you are not using. So select the security pass through to access your functions will be very important. Pay much attention on that, right? And change of cloud provider, as I told you before, can demand changes on your source, on your architecture, right? You maybe don't have some resources on your cloud provider to deal with some things with cloud functions that you have in another. So pay a lot of attention on that, right? And some difference that we have seen in many cloud providers, the cost maybe have some difference, right? The access to native language, some cloud providers did not support today run all native environments. Okay. The environment to run the functions, some cloud providers give you access to the physical databases, others require you to call on other functions to get access on that, right? Need of extra libs to access some things, so maybe you have to put other libraries from the cloud provider to have access to some resources, right? The amount of recalls monthly can change by each cloud provider, and many of the additional tools, region, control, limit of functions, maybe these resources can change through the different cloud providers. Okay. And after we are using serverless, maybe it will be more easily for us to use other cloud related tools, right? And message services like MQTT or SKS or other message queue services that we have. Maybe it will be more easy for you to use that if you don't use it today, right? The logs of serverless functions are very, very good, and will be much more easy for you to understand your application's bugs, your application's delays, and maybe even more easy for you to deal with it using serverless, right? You can have function apps or logical apps, as you choose to call it, but you can isolate your functions and call it all through a web interface that many cloud providers allow you to create. So from many perspectives, you can access all your functions without even having a client, having just a interface that you create on your server side, right? And all this function, all this application will be running by function serverless, right? So even the interface will be cached on the executions call, right? And other way to see, other way to implement and have access to your actual or your currently business logic, right? You can have application insight. Application insight is a tool that many cloud providers have that will help you to see all the bottlenecks of your current process, which process take more time, which process demand more hardware access, and many other things, right? And you can have full access to many monitors that can help you to understand how your current application in a large environment can work, and what you have to choose or improve to work even better and even more large application. So here are some links. Okay, we have a YouTube video from Embarcadero explaining all this process that I did here to create a serverless function. We have the Microsoft manual that I told you before. You have the manual from Microsoft to create native apps. And I really want to thank you. Okay, all the samples that I used here, even I'm not going through all the source code, as you can see here, is here, is available for you on Git. This presentation as a PDF file will be available for you as well, right? And please contact me if you have any question, any answer, and I am here to answer all your questions in the Q&A section.
All right, so we've got time here for Q&A, and Dion's on here to answer your questions. If you have questions, put them in the chat, which it's on one of the sides here. Put it in there.
Hi, Dion.
Hello. And
Hello.
So whatever platform you're watching on, whether it be YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, you can put it in the chat, and it should all come in here, and then we will answer your questions for you. So I do want to say I appreciate that you talked about the importance of securing your account and not getting those unexpected charges, because that is a really big deal. I talked to a lot of people that work in that industry, and that's the thing people don't take into account properly, and gets in trouble. So that's really important.
Even when the server is yours, Tim, I think that you have to consider a very careful. The security is a very buggy thing if you're not playing it well.
Yeah. Patrick says the costs of cloud are too often random. I don't know they're random, but they can be hard to predict, although there usually are mechanisms that you can put in place to set limits up.
All the cloud providers that I use them has features that you can put limits on how much each function do you want to spend, how much do you want to spend with each function. So you have a full you can have full planning on that to not have any trouble, not have any surprise on the end of the month.
Lars does say cloud is where it's at these days, which is true. And there's a comment here from Skybuck Flying. Says, I have 4 slices of pizza and I'm watching a Delphi plus cloud tutorial. Life is good. It's the simple things in life, right?
Very good. I have to mention Glenn. Glenn did that Embarcadero session that I mentioned on my video. It helped me a lot on the start of using cloud, because at that moment I only used cloud with C#. And after I see that video, I start to use with Delphi and works very well in many projects.
Yeah, I was glad to see Glenn did that as well, because it was one of those things I looked at it and I was like, I think you could do that with Delphi. And then Glenn's like, yep, you can. I'll do it. And I said, cool. Thank you.
Very nice.
Let's see. Question here. There's a question about how much memory you can allocate on Azure, and now I can't find it. I've lost it. Do you know offhand what that would be?
I never deal with any limit on that, Dim. I only have the limit that how much memory you will spend, you will have to pay for that. Mm-hmm. So if you want to load 5 GB of RAM memory in one single call, you can load it, but you have to pay for that.
Wow, okay, there's a lot of questions here, and I've completely lost where I was going with that. All right. So yeah, that's what I found too, and that's really amazing thing, honestly. I mean, you are paying for it, but the fact that you can get as much as you want. If you have the money, you could get a lot of memory and a lot of compute power and everything up there. Great event. Thank you. Comment here from Lars, Kubernetes for the win. Have you done much with Kubernetes, Dion?
No. My systems didn't go so large, so I only stayed with Docker.
Okay. There we go. There's Glenn's function. Fantastic. Thank you. So I looked into it a while back, and unfortunately, it's not something I use every day. But if I remember correctly, Kubernetes. I will embarrass myself if I try. I remember looking at the difference between Kubernetes and Docker. And
Kubernetes is for manage. Yes. Kubernetes is more for manage large Docker environments, and with small applications, you basically don't need it. You can handle all the containers by yourself. But in a large application, Kubernetes is fundamental.
It gives you the orchestration. Yeah. Daniel says, "Go Dion, Aqua Team." Oh, there was a question here about my audio. So my audio appears to be working now. This morning it wasn't. I don't know exactly what happened. I did move into a new location over this last week. I'm guessing there's something with my networking still. I'm not sure what it is, but I will hopefully get it reliably here. I'm looking at other internet options. So. There's a question here. I'm not sure that I understand the context from Joe Carney. Can Delphi work with Orleans? Are you familiar with Orleans, Dion? Or know what he might be referring to?
I didn't understand that context too, Dim.
All right. There was a comment about Unigui as well, which doesn't really fit with your session. It might have been left over from Ian's session last, but I don't know that the Unigui would make sense in a serverless. Serverless is all about those, like you said, the individual functions that you call that spin up are used and then go away.
Right. With Unigui, I think that maybe it will not work very well then. I don't have the right answer for that.
Yeah, I don't think so. And Gustavo said, thanks for mentioning his session, and that will be tomorrow. Yep, that's great. I thought that was fantastic too. Glenn says, fantastic session. Well done. Patrick says, except for the city where I live, where Delphi works well, what's Orleans? Yeah. As far as I know, it works fine in that city. All right. I think there's a lot of people saying thanks and such. Great. It was great. I was glad to see this covered as well. And like you said, Ian, or not Ian, Glenn had done the session previously on it too. And I commented, though, I like the fact that you're like, we can do both. We can go up to the cloud and we can come down from the cloud. That's one of the things I've always loved about Delphi is it's like there's some stuff Delphi is really good at. But at the end of the day, you can really go everywhere and do everything you want to with it if you're willing to, put the effort into it and make it work.
For sure, yeah, for sure.
All right, I don't see. Oh wait, here's another pinned message. What is involved in creating this sort of cloud server project in Delphi Professional? So the big differentiation between professional and enterprise is the server. But I believe, doesn't Pro have the web broker? Or I don't know if we need web broker. Can you do this in Pro? Do you know?
I think that you can. But your database will have to be another API on the cloud. But I think maybe it works.
Yeah, you're right. That's true, because it isn't necessarily tied to that. Interesting, very cool. But yeah, like you said, the enterprise does give you the ability to connect to local database or larger other databases as well that weren't APIs. Okay, I think that's it for right now. Thank you so much, Dion, for your session and for all you do in the community. And
thank you,
yeah, thank you. And I think you're going to be joining for Q&A on some of the other sessions too, right?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, great. We'll see you around then.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Oh, here we go. Joe just said Orleans is an open source project from Microsoft, basically distributed .NET using virtual actors. It's on MS Learn site, has Discord channel as well. So if Orleans is specific to .NET, then it probably doesn't work with Delphi, but there may be a way to make it work with Delphi. You can do interop between Delphi and .NET and .NET and Delphi. So maybe try it and see. Although it looks like Patrick says he might take a look at it as well. I think, I'm not sure how long, if we have a short video we can run here, Martha. We have 4 minutes to our next session. Do we have a lightning talk we can run right now that's 4 minutes long? Nope. Okay.
Jim, you should try the rap. You should try the hip hop rap. Did you see that earlier on? Someone did a Delphi chat GPT and produced a hip hop rap.
Yeah. I don't have it open.
I'm not going to try it. I'm joking.
Okay. I would do it, but my Google Cloud oh, wait. I might have it right here. All right, you guys, everybody, you have, if you want to take a 3-minute break and mute your audio. Let's see if I can find this here. Let's see, here we go. I'm a Delphi programmer. I'm the best. My code is tight. I'm sure to impress. I'm coding with ease. I'm coding with speed. My algorithms are sure to succeed. I'm writing in Delphi. I'm writing with skill. My code is precise. I'm sure to fulfill. My programs are running. They're running so fast. My code is the best. It's sure to last. I'm coding with Delphi. I'm coding with style. My programs are sure to make you smile. My code is efficient. It's sure to please. My algorithms are sure to never freeze. There you go. There I did the sang the Delphi hip hop song by special request for Ian.
We have to get you the sunglasses now, Jim, and you need a hat like this so you can.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. I have a theory when it comes to singing that if you don't sing well, sing loudly, and that's why I sing loudly.
Very good. Yeah. We still have 2 minutes. You should slow down. Yeah.
All right. Well, everybody can have a couple minutes here, and we'll get started with the next session. Okay, Patrick wants us to sing it together, a duet.
Oh no. No. Patrick, you're in my bad books now. I'm noting that. I'm going to put that on my list. Yeah. It's been nice how many people have had feedback from, though, Jim, sort of coming along. Yeah, I mean, we call it the Delphi birthday, and it is a little bit like that. We have a little bit of fun, I think, and a lot of serious subjects, but it doesn't mean to say you can't have fun just because you're being serious about these things. Right. Roland says, I need to do beatboxing for you as the background.
There you go.
I'm not doing that. All right, I'm going to disappear now. Oh, and by the way, Jim, I don't know whether you noticed it, but Holger's not available, and neither's Bruno for the Q&A for the next section. So I'm going to step in and answer a couple of questions about TMS on their behalf. So I'll be back soon.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So we have a short break here before the next session starts. And we'll see you all on the flip side.
Welcome to Delphicon 2023. We're celebrating 28 great years of Delphi. My name is Holger Flick, and in the next 45 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can visualize data on a map. And we're going to use 2 key products to make this happen. First, FireDeck, the database framework that comes bundled with Delphi, and second, TMS FNC Maps. FNC implies that it is a cross-platform framework that you can use in the VCL, FireMonkey, and the web with TMS Web Core. And it is also cross-service, meaning that you can use various mapping services as well. You're not restricted to Google or Bing. There's many others. Here's the agenda for today. First, I'm starting with a use case to motivate the whole session. Examples work best. We learn best if we have an example to look at and to remember if we want to recall how something works. Then I'm going to give you precise steps how to visualize data on maps. And in order to do that, I need to introduce the mapping framework, TMS FNC Maps. And then I'm going to show the example step by step. At that point, I'll also focus on the FireDeck parts, how to connect to the database, how to query information from a database, how to find the database on your disk. And as you might have figured as I was talking about file names, we are going to use a local SQLite database in this example. Also meaning that you can download the example source code after watching the session and reproduce the example for yourself. And even for the product like TMS FNC Maps, there's a trial version available that you can try everything out. As a use case, I downloaded a database of all the cell towers in the United States. Yes, really, something like this exists in the United States. There's this open data policy in many states and also on the federal level. So I am able to create a SQL database from this information. You can find it yourself at the source given on this slide. I am not allowed to give you the whole database as is. You can download the comma-separated file yourself and convert it into the database easily. Then you're able to reproduce the example. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show the position of all the cell towers in a certain way. Let me show you. This is the example we're going to build. We're going to use the Open Layers map. Open Layers has the advantage you don't need a subscription. You won't need an API key to access the map. You can use it right away. I will also show you how you can use other mapping providers like Google, for example. However, the clustering is only supported with Open Layers and Google. And for Google, you need to sign up with a Google account and request a Google Maps API key. And just as a hint, a certain amount of requests is free, but at some point, Google will ask you to pay for the service. So please be very careful to read the conditions first before you start tinkering with your own examples using Google Maps. The user interaction of this application is very straightforward. This is Alaska, and I can now choose a different state. For example, I can choose Connecticut, and then here we have all the cell towers in Connecticut. But the cool thing is the clustering is interactive. Like now, for example, we see that here around New Haven, we've got 26 cell towers. And if I zoom in, I see how these 26 cell towers distribute on the area that was not visible before because that was zoomed out. As soon as I zoom in, I get more and more detail where those cell towers are. This is a pretty cool example. And if you see how easy it will be to build, you'll be amazed. So let's start with the theoretical stuff on the slides first though. Technology we need. First, we need, of course, Delphi. I use either the VCL or FireMonkey. As I said, the mapping framework and FireDeck are available for both. I built a VCL application in this case. We will use FireDeck to access a SQLite database, and we will use Open Layers because there's no need for an access key and the API is free to use. The final technology part we need, you need to learn how to use markers and then how to tell the mapping framework to cluster those markers on a map. A marker is, just to get the terminology straight, is nothing but a position, latitude, longitude on a map. That's it. That's what a marker is. So let's look at FNC Maps first, the technology of mapping at your fingertips. So FNC mapping is cross-framework, cross-platform, cross-service. Cross-framework means you can drop these components either on a VCL form, FireMonkey form, or on a web form for a TMS web core. So that way you can write applications for Windows, macOS, Android, iOS, Linux, and even the Raspberry Pi. Available services right now are Google Maps, Apple, MapKit, TomTom, Microsoft Bing, Here, Microsoft Azure, Mapbox, and Open Layers, the example that we're going to use today. As it is with cross applications, there are some restrictions because some features are available for all services and some features are only available for some of the services. One of these examples is clustering. Clustering, as I just told you, is only available for Open Layers in Google. And with regards to object-oriented programming, that means you have one base control, the TTMS FNC Maps control, that offers a map for all different kinds of services. You simply switch a property and then you select the service you want to use. And then it's the same for each service. So your user can actually switch dynamically at runtime between the different maps, but your code stays the same. You can add lines, polygons, polylines, circles, rectangles. You can add a marker location. You can zoom, pan, center the map. You can even do complex tasks like import multiple markers or routes using GPX and GeoJSONs. And then there are dozens of events that allow you to interact with the map, meaning if the user clicks on a certain location, you can query that location in an event. And as said, some services have individual components to support special features this mapping service offers. And then there's also components for special features. For example, routing has TTMS FNC directions. You can calculate alternative routes. You can access each item of the turn-by-turn instructions that the mapping service generates. Of course, the level of detail depends on the mapping service that you use. Geocoding, normal and reverse, meaning you enter coordinates and you get the address, or you enter an address and you get the coordinates. Both operations are supported. And of course, you can ask for the current location. There's a component for that as well. And with regards to directions, these also are available on the mapping component now. You don't need to add a separate component anymore in later versions of TMS FNC maps. Specific functionality is available for Google. You can import KML files. These are files with certain layers. You can offer user interactions with shapes and markers, meaning your users will literally be able to draw on a map. You can display traffic information, the aforementioned clustering, and you can offer theming, night, day. These are the two defaults, but you can load any custom theme that you can create with the Google specific theme designer. This image shows a KML layout of the initial 13 colonies before the United States were founded. Just one example for a KML file that was imported as a layer on top of an existing map. Then this shows how you can offer user interaction. This is a circle, and on this circle you see all the different hooks where the user can drag the circle to make it bigger and smaller, and also to move the circle itself by moving the center. Here's another clustering example taken from my book. I'll link you to that later on. But as we have clustering here, I'm not going to go into that in more detail. This is a theme. This, for example, shows how you can make your map black and white using the black map theme. You'll simply download this JSON file that you see right here and assign that to the property, and the theme will be applied. Really, really easy. And last but not least, in the last couple of months, TMS added more specific components for Mapbox, TomTom to support their special map types, and OpenLayers offers service selection for your map server where the map pieces are being retrieved. And here has truck-specific routing instructions, so you can generate routes that are specific for logistic purposes. That was already all the theory I wanted to do today. Isn't that great? I mean, now it's all just Delphi. With regards to FireDAC, it's pre-configured in all editions of Delphi, and the best about today's example is I'm not going to use any server-related databases, so you can use this with any edition of Delphi because it's a local database. FireDAC comes here, FireDAC category with all different components there. We are only going to use two of those. We're going to use the connection, and we're going to use a query to extract data from the database. And then we are also only going to use one component here, the TTMS FNC Open Layers component, which offers the map for us. Just as a tiny derivation from the actual topic, let me show you how TMS FNC Maps works. You drop the Maps component on the form, the FNC Maps component right here, and you see there's a Google Maps, Bing Maps for specific use cases. So we drop the component right here, and you might think like, why isn't there any content inside? Well, by default, the map component is set to Google right here. So the service property of the mapping component is set to Google. We don't have a Google Maps API key. There's a property right here, API key. That's where you can enter your key that you retrieve from Google. And if you were to enter that key here, your map would immediately appear. In this case, I'm going to set it to service and then open layers. But you also see how easy it is to switch to all the different mapping services. If I set it to open layers, the map appears, but nobody keeps me from writing in my code. Let me just go into the onCreate event of the form to write some code. Let's rename this one into map2 because there's a second map here. Map2 dot service, and now I could set it to a different one, MS, and then I could say switch to here, for example. That's how easy it is to switch the service at runtime. Really, really easy. Of course, if you switch to a service that requires an API key, first you have to set the API key string property as well. But that's really, really easy. All other functionality is available using methods and events. For example, if we want to set a different center coordinate, you can use set center. If you want to set the zoom level, you can use set zoom level. Everything the user can do with the mouse interactively is also available in code. That's what makes this framework or this class or this component pack, however you want to refer to it, so great. One more thing, the events. There are many, many events that make working with this framework bliss. For example, you can use onClick in order to find out if somebody clicked on a map. You might think that is the standard onClick event. If you want to have the additional information where the user clicked on the map, you can use onMapClick or onMapDoubleClick. That event contains in the parameter aEventData the coordinate where the user clicked. That's how easy it is. You don't even need to do any math or anything. You can immediately get the coordinate where the user clicked. It's great, isn't it? And there's many, many more events that allow you to interact with the user. For example, onMarkerClick is being triggered when a user clicks on a marker that is visible on a map, for example. And it also, of course, gives you a reference to the marker that has been clicked. So in aEventData, I'm quite certain right here, marker refers to the marker that has been clicked. That just as a brief introduction, because we're using here not the standard component, we're using here the open layers component, meaning we don't have a service property because this is always going to be open layers and not anything where we can configure which service we want to use. We always will use open layers. That is the only restriction you encounter if you want to use special functionality that's only available with a certain mapping provider. You can't switch. You can't switch to, for example, Bing if you want to use the clustering from Google. You then have to use the Google component that supports the clustering. The next step is the database. I told you I downloaded the CSV file, the comma separated file from the internet, and simply converted it into a SQLite database. There's great tools or scripts, Python scripts out there that allow you to convert CSV into SQLite easily. One of those tools is called CSVS to SQLite. It allows you to simply, if I invoke it right here, it allows you to specify paths of different CSV files, and then you specify the database name as the last parameter, and it will convert all those CSV files into a database. The cool thing is you can even automatically create foreign key constraints, handling of date and time values, all those things, different separators, quoting of strings, everything is included in this script. As said, it's called CSV to SQLite. You'll find it on the internet easily. I also recommend when working with SQLite to download SQLite Studio. It's free and it gives great access to SQLite databases. So the database that we're going to use, I called it cellulartowers.sqlite. The database contains only one table. In my case, I called it cellular towers. The reason for that is I used the script, and the script creates the table with the same name as the CSV file I was CSV file was called cellular towers. And there's lots and lots of attributes, as you can see here. Also mind that we have decimal values designated with real, integer, and text. There is no further type definition for this database if we use the CSV tool. That might be a little bit of a struggle at first because by default FireDAC transfers text into memo. That might be a little bit difficult at first. We'll look at how I handle that in the example next. But by default, text might be interpreted as a memo field. We're not using these for this example other than for the state right here. So it was a pretty easy thing to use. However, long term, you need to basically be aware that your table structure is written with FireDAC in mind because, as we all know, SQLite doesn't have strict typing. That's one of the, some people say, whoa, it's a great feature of SQLite. Some people say it's not a great feature because you don't have strict typing with SQLite. I didn't even bother to define a primary key or anything like that. I just took the data as is. If we look at the data itself, X, Y, whatever it is, we have the licensee company, we have a call sign, and then it gets interesting. We get like the location in different units. And the unit that we need is after the specification of like a description that is understandable for us. There's a city, county, state, and then here we get the latitude, decimal, the decimal latitude value, and the decimal longitude value. That's the one we need, or those are the two we need in order to put a marker on the map. We're also going to filter. That is also important. Like there is so many cell towers in the US. If you were to add all of them on the whole map, total rows loaded is 47,329. If you put that many markers on a map, it is going to work. But as soon as you scroll and zoom in, you are going to see a performance hit. So it doesn't make any sense to display them all at the same time. You're also going to overburden your audience. So in this case, in my opinion, it makes sense to filter by state. Because there's 50 states in the United States, it kind of makes sense to divide the whole data set into 50. I know that there's some states that are bigger than others. However, if the states are bigger, they don't have more cell towers necessarily. Like if you think of states like New York, which are heavily populated in certain centers, they might, even though they're smaller than, for example, Connecticut or Massachusetts, they might still have significantly more cell towers. So it's not that easy. So using the state as a criterion is pretty good. If it's still not working for you, you can also do state and county with this database, for example. You can even go down to the city level if you wanted to expand on this example here. So going back to Delphi, how do we get this database into our IDE? First of all, be sure that you have SQLite3.dll in your path somewhere so that the IDE can access it. I never have a problem finding this library because there's simply so many applications that come with it. For example, Heidi SQL comes nowadays also with SQLite. You can simply check this by looking for SQLite3.dll, and you see all the different installations of this, and then you find Heidi SQL. Heidi SQL, just be careful. It might not be, it is here. If it is the 32-bit application, you also need the 32-bit DLL for Delphi. So I simply copy the SQLite3 DLL into my binary directory of Delphi, and that's it. That way, I never have to worry about Delphi being able to access the SQLite database. Same goes if you deploy your application, you have to put that into your application directory. Then to the connection itself, you drop the TFD connection on the form. And the first thing I always do, I disable the login prompt. It doesn't make any sense for the database to prompt us. And of course, connected stored usage allows us to transfer the connection state of the connection to runtime, meaning if you set it to true, that the connection is true at design time, the first thing Delphi does when it runs the application is going to connect to the database. Does not make any sense to me, so I disable them both. If you want to work with your database at design time, double click, and then simply set the name of the database in here. So I still have an old name in here. So we can simply say FNC maps, clustering. I have here the DB directory, and then the SQLite ending isn't there. So here we have Cellular Tower SQLite open. It doesn't matter what the file is called. And that is all I set. The locking mode, I always set that to normal. And then I also disable the journal mode. I don't want to keep the database to keep track of the changes I make. So that's that. By the way, here you can also set the string format if it's supposed to be ANSI or Unicode by default. All these things are a date type format because I just told you there are no strict types. So that might be something very interesting for you to look into. Okay, no username, password needed. Okay, and that's that. If we now go to a query component, double click here, and let's start with the states. I have simply a select distinct, log state 1, 2. Why do I do that? If I just select the log state, let's do that. That's exactly what I just explained to you with regards to the data type. We get a white memo because by default, FireDAC interprets text as memo field. In order to circumvent that, I simply tell the database server, interpret it as a string and take substring from position 1, 2. That's the state from Cellular Towers, and then order by that. And distinct means do not list state twice. And here we go. And that's exactly the list I have. Obviously, this trick is not as good if you really have lots and lots of data and strings. You might have to change the structure of your table by changing it to a data type, or you might have to change the FireDAC behavior, telling it to use string for text instead of memo. There's plenty of documentation on that from Embarcadero on the doc wiki. So with that, that's the first query. How did I link the query? So the TFD query has a connection property right here that links the query to the connection. You simply can double click it and you get this wonderful view, enter your query, click execute, and then you get the result of your query right here at design time if your database is accessible at design time. That does not solve the problem, however, if we run our application that the database is being found, right? Usually you, for example, in this case, I have my binary directory with the clustering open maps example, and then the DB folder with the database. So the binary directory, here my application has to go up one directory and then dive down into the DB directory and find this database. Thankfully, FireDAC makes it really, really easy for us. If we look at the source code right here, I have a method which I call initConnection. I call it when I create my form, and I set the connection params.database, which is the database name in case of a SQLite database, not only to Cellular Towers SQLite, which is the file name. No, I have this wonderful placeholder that FireDAC comes with, $run, and that will be replaced by FireDAC with the application directory. Neat, huh? Of course, if you have one of the newer Delphi versions, you can also use IOUtils and then combine the path with the file name, because we have tpath get library path, that's the application, comma, then you can add this letter part, this here, and then use tpath.combine, like here, path first and second path. However, it's much, much easier just using this run placeholder. FireDAC does the rest for us. That's it. That's all we need to basically make sure that the database is being found. Of course, you could do if file not found. What will happen if the database doesn't exist? Well, simple. FireDeck will create it. It won't have any records, so the list of states will be empty. The user can't select anything. The only thing that will happen, the map will be shown. Nothing else. To populate the states, we use a simple T-combo box. And when we create the form, I also call init states. And it's kept really, really simple. I open the query with the states. I tell the combo box I want to update. Make sure you call end update and queue states close. And the finally clause of your database, and the finally clause of your construct. And then we clear all the elements that exist in the combo box and then add all the different states into the combo box. That's it. By default, I assume, of course, that I have at least one record at this stage. I set it to 0, and that means the first item in the combo box is being selected. At this point, we have all the states inside of the combo box. However, we need to be able to select a state and then run a second query which yields all the different towers for that state. And that's what we see here in this query that is a little bit more complicated, but not that complicated really. We select a couple of attributes like object ID, licensee, call sign. For this example, I really only need latitude and longitude, latdec and longdec, which I renamed to lat long using aliases in my query statement. I also select the state again. And I select from cellular towers, that's the name of the table. And this is the key point here, where log state equals to state. This is a parameter, that's why we use a colon in front. If we go to parameters, FireDeck even shows us this. Now I can, for example, say value MA, it's an input param type. I set it to input, data type is string, MA is Massachusetts, so execute, and there we have all the different cell towers in Massachusetts. Of course, licensee, call sign, white memo, because I didn't change the configuration of FireDeck. I don't use these here in this case, so I leave it as is, as memo fields. Of course, if you use .sstring with field by name, you can access them like any other field. It's just a little bit cumbersome if you see them in a grid. And with that, we have all the ingredients to implement the filter. In the event, on click, meaning when the state is selected, we call add towers for state, current state. State as in state of the United States, not state as in status. And current state, what is that? That is a property which only has a read method implemented, and get current state returns the name of the state that is selected inside of the combo box. If there is no selection being made, it simply returns an empty string. So if we go back to the event right here, we call add towers for state with the state that has been selected. So, and in this method, I need to do two things. I need to set the parameter in the query, I need to execute the query, and then I need to update the map. Those are the big things that I need to do. In order to set the parameter state in my SQL query, I call qtowers, param by name state, string is the state that I passed here into the method, and then I open the query. And at that point, my qtowers query contains all the records that match the state that has been selected. And then the most important call here is map.beginUpdate. Why is it so important? If you forget it, after adding one marker, the map is being updated. You add another marker, the map is being updated again and again and again and again. So that can take a long time when you add like a couple of hundred markers. So you want to call begin update. No refresh is being done until you call end update. And that way you have a very, very quick adding of markers to your map. With map clear, I clear all the existing markers. Let me see, map is the map component, and then here clear. I can select what I want to clear. I could also say clear markers, by not clearing any of the other elements, but I call clear to clear anything that is on the map, drawn on the map. And let's ignore this for a change. The next line, we ignore it first. So we iterate all the different records in our query. And for each record, we create a marker. How do we create a marker? We call map.addMarker. And in there, we specify a coordinate or latitude and longitude. Coordinate is a special data type or record from TMS FNC maps. We don't need that. We just specify the latitude as a double and the longitude as a double. And we can also specify a title if we want to, and even a URL for the icon to use for the marker. So if you don't want to use this default marker that the framework offers. So in this case, we add the marker to the latitude and longitude data that is in the fields lat and long that we get from the query. Also, in order to enable the clustering, we create one cluster, only one, of this data type here, TTMS FNC Open Layers cluster, and assign that cluster to each of the markers that we add to the map. That's it. One cluster, multiple markers. The markers have the type TTMS FNC Open Layers marker. You might wonder if you've seen something from FNC maps before. There's also the TTMS FNC maps marker. Yes, indeed, it exists. That is the marker that is for all the services, not a specific marker. This is a marker class that is specific for open layers. There's also a specific class for Google Maps that supports the clustering for each of the services. That's the difference here. And with that, believe it or not, we already added all the different markers to the map. Let me comment out the next line. I want to focus on that next. So we run it as is. And again, Alaska is the first, but the map is on the default position. This is the default position of the map, which is New York. So if I zoom out and scroll, the markers have been added. But this is not very comfortable, is it? Like I have to move over, zoom out. So it would be great if I had something to focus on the area that concerns me. And that's exactly what this zoom to bounds does. I can specify bounds, meaning a rectangle, top left, bottom right, kind of like a rect in the VCL, that I want to zoom in. And then the mapping framework does all the work for me. I just specify where I want to focus on. And that is very, very easy because the markers of the map, which is a property, dot, has a method to coordinate array, meaning it returns an array that contains all the coordinates of all the markers that are dropped on the map. And the cool thing is that this zoom to bounds has an overload that accepts exactly an array as this. So that way you can very, very easily zoom in onto an area that you add markers to. So we add this zoom to bounds with the coordinate array. When we run it again now, the zooming is automatic to what we select. So we select a different state, for example, Colorado, and here are all the cell towers in Colorado. And if we now zoom in on the Denver area, you see the farther I zoom in, the more cell towers appear. It's pretty neat. And if I select a different state, for example, Georgia, you see all the different cell towers in Georgia with clustering enabled. And you see it's also very, very quick performance-wise. I'm quite sure you could display multiple states, but all the states is a little bit tricky considering how many cell towers there are. One final thing I haven't explained to you yet. How did I get the filter up here in the title bar of my form? Well, Delphi turns 28 today, so guess what? It's one of the newer components. It's the T title bar panel, and you can drop your controls into this T title bar panel, and that way the control is not inside of the form, but inside of your title bar, as you see it right here. This is a pretty new component. It was introduced in one of the more recent releases of Delphi. It's one of the great examples that the VCL is constantly being modernized so that you can use features. I mean, Delphi uses it itself right here, I assume, and that way you can use features that Microsoft uses in their new Office applications very, very easily. It's just a component that you drop on the form, T-title bar panel, right here in the Windows 10 section, so I assume it's compatible with Windows 10 as well, not only Windows 11. Remember, I always confuse the two. Windows 7 is not Windows 10, so Windows 10 is required. Windows 7 is no longer supported if you wanted to use this component. So that's already all there is to say about this example. It shows the power of FireDAC, how easy it is to connect to SQLite databases and to incorporate it into your Delphi applications. And even more so, FNC Maps makes it very easy to interact with maps from quite a few service providers on multiple platforms, and also to draw on the map is very, very easy. Just a few lines of code and you can add results from your database queries and present them on a map that gives your users the experience to immediately understand the data that is in your databases. If you would like to learn more about FNC Maps, here's a book hint for you. I wrote a book about FNC Maps that gives you all the different components that FNC Maps has to offer and goes into detail with all the data types, all the different components available, and all the different additional functionality like geocoding, routing, and always with a great example that you can remember how to use these things. So this is book 2 of the hands-on series. I would love if you had a look at number 1 and 3 as well. Maybe there is a topic in there that interests you as well. You find these books on flixengineering.com/books. They're exclusive to Amazon in paperback, so you can pick the Amazon store that's closest to you and you'll get your own copy. For more interaction and ability to answer questions, there's How It Works with Holger, a new live stream on YouTube. I will always present a 20-30-minute topic to you and you'll have the ability to ask questions. The link is a little bit long. Just look for How It Works with Holger live on YouTube. I'll also keep you posted on my webpage about upcoming dates this broadcast happens. It is always on every week or bi-weekly. That's at least what I hope it will be. And I'll try to answer all the questions that you might have that might come up during the broadcast. And I'll also hint to upcoming Delphi events that might be also of interest to you. With regards to TMS software, if you want to learn more about FNC or other products from TMS, go to fnc.tmssoftware.com. We're ready for Q&A now. Usually you'll get me, but Delphi's birthday also coincides with Valentine's Day. And as I'm married, you know the story. I'm on vacation today, so I had to look for somebody to take over, and I found a great replacement because Bruno Ferencz from TMS is even more suited to answer all the questions you might have about FNC Maps, FireDAC, and this example in particular. He is aware of the demo, of course. We looked at this demonstration together, so I'm quite certain he will be able to answer all the questions that you might have, and maybe even more, give you more insights into some other TMS products he has in the works. So here we go. Say hi to Bruno, and thanks for your interest, and I'll see
How unfortunate that actually Bruno can't be here either. One of the joys of pre-recording, Adrian.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Bruno is also away. I think he's on holiday somewhere. He did mention where he's gone. Holger's traveling as well, so he's doubly unavailable. Jim and I are here to fill in a bit of time. As it happens, I've volunteered to TMS to answer some questions. I use TMS components a lot, and I'm a good friend of Holger, and I even have, I don't know whether it will show up, If I do that, I think it will show up. I even have his book there. No, it doesn't work. It goes invisible, but you get the general gist of it. There's a book there. It's an invisible book now. So I start some of the questions. How long do we have?
So there was a question here, or comment actually, from Raphael saying TMS cross-platform components are great. Yeah, I'm a big fan of everything TMS has. If you're not, you don't need to use everything TMS makes, but by all means, go out and be familiar with what they have, because you may be like in desperate need of one of their components. That's one of the things.
They're just so annoyingly useful. There's something for everyone there, and I make the mistake of going, I'll just install this set and I'll install that set, and then my IDE goes like that when it starts up. I have a whole stream of things load in, but they're all access subscription, which basically gives you everything. It's like going to a cake shop, because once you're there, you think, I'll have this one as well, and then I'll use this one. But yeah, their stuff's good. I mean, there are other people around the component vendors. I don't want to show too much favor in one direction or another, but as I've said before, as soon as TMS stop writing good components, I'll stop talking about them. It's one of those things. And as Sergio says, oops, I clicked the wrong one there.
Actually, I clicked that one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, Sergio says TMS strikes again. Yes, they do. They're very, very prolific, and they've got an awful lot of stuff. So you were going to say about Lars's comment.
Yeah. So Lars, I'm looking into it right now. Ian pointed me in the right direction. I think I almost got it fixed. I think I found the problem. I found where the feeds are. Ian, I'll get it.
Oh, cool.
I'll get it fixed. It should be fixed here shortly.
Yeah, I mean, we did turn one off before, but it's to do with the timeout. It's very complicated, annoying stuff. So,
and Lars says he loves TMS's VCL UI pack.
Yeah, the FNC UI pack and the VCL UI pack have got different capabilities. The idea behind the FNC, which I think Holger did mention, is that it's cross-platform. So it will work on Windows, it will work as FMX, it will work on TMS Web Core, which is obviously their web target, and unfortunately I've forgotten their little cross-platform Electron competitor, but it will work on WX, I think, or something like that. But it works on that as well. So FNC is great. There are some differences between the components, and you lose some functionality because it's obviously doing the thing that FireMonkey does, which is compromise for different platforms.
It does give you some flexibility, though, that you can work around handling that and making it more resilient.
I'm involved in a very big project at the moment that is using TMS Web Core, and we chose to use the FNC components on there as well, because they did actually give functionality that we couldn't get in other ways. It's like some panels and stuff that are quite useful. Someone said, which calls are they sending to maps and which are they handling? The reason that was raised by Andrew was there is a charge for Google Maps. Actually, there's a free tier, and then there's a chargeable tier once you exceed it's kind of a freemium model. You know how these things go. Mm-hmm. And the concern there was what happens if you TMS Miletus, yes. What happens if you go over the free tier? Because if there's lots of calls going backwards and forwards, then there's a concern that they'll do that. I can't answer that, and I'm pretty certain Jim can't answer that. So actually, Bruno, who would be here, would probably be able to answer it. But Bruno has said if you've got any questions, then to email him directly, and he will try and answer them. His email is help@tmssoftware.com. I'm not so sure Holger would appreciate emails directly about these questions. You never know, but it's always one.
He probably will be able to help you too. And Holger does have his books on the topic as well, which
he does, and also his little thing that he mentioned, the how it works with Holger Live, which is on Holger's website, which is flixengineering.com. If you go there to his blog, he's got a link to his new How It Works series. Holger is another guy who is going to be doing a lot of live streaming of code. Patrick Premartin, who many of you will see in YouTube answering questions. Patrick does a lot of live streaming. He's a very prolific streamer. And I admire them for doing it live because, as we know from this morning's start, when things are live, anything can happen, and it usually does. So live streaming the code is very brave and also very useful to people because you can ask questions whilst they're live and interact with them. And I think that's extremely useful. I'm not so brave to do that. I prefer to pre-record my stuff.
One of the advantages of doing things live is that when you're seeing pre-recorded presentations, pre-recorded demos, you get this impression that we're magic and we just wave our fingers over the keyboard and magic folds, rolls out, and the code works right the first time. Never happens.
Yeah, I always say to people, I'm just a regular guy. I get up and I write code every day. I'm no more special than anybody else. The difference is that I don't have a problem appearing on camera and writing about it. I've got skill with writing, but that's about it. I don't consider myself. There are plenty of much better programmers out there, and I think with the live streaming people, they're really putting, holding their flag up and saying, "Here's what I can do." And I admire everything they're doing there. I really respect them for that. And Patrick and Holger, the two that immediately come to mind for being people that stream live.
It's great just to get a chance to see the errors that are being made, because it's all errors. It's all you're writing code and you're reading the code you just wrote and realize that's not what I wanted to write, and fixing it.
And also humanity. If they make a mistake, it's the humanness and go, "Oh, I make mistakes like that. That I'm not that weird, or I'm not that useless." Jim and I have talked about this before, but it's a very common thing, even with the highest echelons of Microsoft developers and things like that. Some of the most famous faces in the world, they suffer from imposter syndrome the same as everybody else. Jim and I talk about these things, and both of us have been developers for a very long time. And there are occasions where you watch someone doing something on a stream and you just think, I know absolutely nothing. How have I got away with it for so many years? And the reality is that actually everybody's like that, and being able to see people program live and occasionally make mistakes is natural. Not everybody knows everything. Most good senior developers are just very good at Googling and finding the right answer. They have no memory. It's all shot to pieces. What was the other? There was another question. Oh, yes, the one question that did get asked, and I don't know whether I starred it, but I really wanted to pick up on it. Let me just see if I can find it. I can't find it right now, but it was about geofencing.
Oh, okay. I saw the geofencing one. So I believe there's geofencing. Is there a support for geofencing related functions decided for inside or outside of a region? I believe that's built into the location components. It's not in the map components, but the location components.
Someone's misunderstanding what geofencing does. Unfortunately, there is a Google API for geofencing, and you have to subscribe to it. And surprise, there's an awful lot of information that allows them to track back to see who you are, because obviously geofencing is also it could be a form of stalking or spying if you want to see where someone's going and what they're up to. You can see how that could be abused if people wanted to, if there was no way of notifying the user that they were being geofenced. I forget what the app is called. I'm just going to open my phone and just have a look. Life 360 is one of these mapping apps where you can actually say, let me know if my daughter leaves college, for example, when I'm expecting her to go home and there's some bad traffic, or God forbid there's been a shooting or something like that. But that is entirely to do with location based, and it's to do with the device itself, not really a mapping function. I know it works with mapping, but it's not that. It's a different API. So that's an answer to that. How we do it. We've got loads of time. Yeah.
Lots of comments about how great TMS is, and I do want to address one comment here that I hear this one a lot. Why doesn't Embarcadero just buy TMS integrated with Delphi? So it's an interesting thing, and there's been a couple times in the past where this has happened in other smaller scales, and I'm going to explain why I think this is a bad idea. Because everybody probably could use TMS. TMS's components are great, but having them separate gives you that flexibility, right, to decide what you want to use and such. And also it lets TMS kind of have their own focus on what they're doing and create this great value add for developers. So, you know, I get that you would like to see it free in the box with Delphi. You know, I love free, as Ian said earlier. Free is the best price.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
You know, at the end of the day, there's a cost involved, right? And so if Embarcadero bought it, we'd have to raise the price of Delphi for everybody because we'd have to continue to pay to keep improving TMS.
And there's a lot of people behind those components, and
yeah,
there's some complicated relationships I'm sure with TMS with those components, because not all of them, I'm sure, are directly written by people that actually, you know, work in a TMS office. I'm sure that, and also there would be a few other difficulties because Dev Express, for example, wall to wall, and a few of the others would say, "Well, hang on a minute, what are you doing, giving away things that compete directly with their business model?" And
yeah,
you know,
and it's a tricky thing. It's been a tricky thing. I remember years ago, I was at a tech partner event at I think it was Borland. Yeah, I was back at Borland. And there was a discussion about some new components that were coming out being integrated into Delphi. And there were some concerns from some tech partners, like, we make components that compete with the ones you're about to include, exactly like Ian was saying. And the decision was made that those components needed to be included because they are kind of fundamental to the Windows support tier. You know, that they try to have a certain level of support built into the box. But really, I think the beauty of Delphi is the community and the ability to go grab that particular set of components that you need and add it in. And
an example of this, though, would be FireDAC, because FireDAC is a whole range of components allowing you to access various servers, and yet there's still MyDAC and AnyDAC and all those other types of technology for accessing databases. Just because it's built in and comes as part of the system doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't have some form of competition that's a third-party competition. So, yeah, there's a pros and cons, but I think TMS being independent as they are at the moment is probably a good thing as well.
Now, if someone decides to buy them, that's fine. I'm just saying there are pros and cons. It's not a simple thing. Roland pointed out that TMS, if you do buy their subscription, it's not that expensive. Renewals have a huge discount. Was it? I don't know. Was Ian? Was it you that said the thing about buying components? If it saves you a little bit of time, it totally pays.
Yes, I mean, it depends how much you charge out your daily rate, or if you don't charge out your daily rate. But if you look at a subscription for TMS, I think it's like $800 or something like that for everything for the renewal. I could be getting it wrong, but it sounds a lot, but it's not a massive amount of money. If you have got this kind of functionality, let's say a grid, okay, you could spend, or I'll tell you, a planner component. They have a really good planner component. Okay, you could write one, and in fact, I've written a planner component because obviously I write time and attendance and human resources, and planners come up quite a lot. You could spend 3-4 days writing that component and go, "Ha! I pay myself not a lot, therefore I've saved some money." But then you spend the next 6 months every so often with a bug coming up that actually you've broken something, you did something wrong, it's not flexible enough, there's this and this and this. By the time you finished, you may as well have outlaid the money on the components and get all those other components as well. Why do it yourself and reinventing the wheel and writing some new code? And we all know that new code has definitely got a lot of bugs in it, that no matter how good you are, you will put something in there that you won't have gone through and engineered out all of the problems unless you're very, very lucky. And I don't believe it for a second. 30 odd years in the software development industry, I know that thing doesn't exist. But you know, going and spending some money on components is actually an investment that's worthwhile. It's the same. Someone was asking, you know, we get people saying, why can't Rad Studio be free? And things like that. Again, it's the same thing. I understand that for some people, the price of things like Rad Studio can be expensive. But let's look at you as a delivery driver, where you've got a truck and you are, I don't know, removals company where you're moving people around. You've got to pay for that truck, even if you rent it. You've got to pay for the guys or the women that jump in the back and move the furniture around. You've got to pay for the straps and the boxes. You've got to pay for your insurance. You've got to pay for your license. There is a cost involved in doing business. If you're a professional developer, the cost of things like components and the cost of things like Rad Studio and whatever your tools are really, I know it's not cheap. I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, you have to factor it into the business. If you're only earning a very small amount of money, that's why the community edition exists, because fair's fair. You're not going to make a lot of money out of it. Therefore, you can't factor in the cost. I also appreciate that some people live in, some countries that are third world, as they used to be called, or countries with a weaker economy where the cost of living is much lower, but the cost of acquiring things like Rad Studio might be higher. But what can we do? It's not a fair world, unfortunately. That's how it works. But the cost of components, the cost of Rad Studio, come on, they're tools of the trade. You got to stop thinking of them as an expense and say, I'm buying the best tools I can, and it saves me having to sand down a piece of wood with a piece of leather. I'm actually going to use an electric sander to do the job in 10 minutes rather than 15 hours of doing by hand. So yeah, it's good. Okay, I think we're near it. We've got 2 minutes left, Jim. What else?
There's a few comments here about feature requests or bug reports. Please go to quality.embarcadero.com and submit them there. That's the process I would do. If you're posting your things here, I would have to go at it, and then they would come back and ask me a question. I'd be like, I don't know. Somebody else suggested it. So go and add it, follow up on it. I know they don't always get fixed right away. I know they don't always get added right away, but that's the best process for it, is add them there, follow up. If a comment's posted, if there's requests for more information, follow up on it. And it's important to mention as well that Embarcadero is actually quite responsive to these things. It can take time to engineer them. There's a lot of procedures to go through because, you may see the IDE in English, but it also goes out in Japanese and German. And all. Some changes are bigger behind the scenes than you would think they might be. Oh, it's just changing this dialogue. But actually, there's an awful lot that goes on behind that in QA and the engineering to do it in the first place and committing it to a particular release. So it's not, I know it looks simple sometimes, but as developers, you should know that there's no such thing as a simple fix. It just doesn't exist. We are out of time, and we have our bonus session coming up here.
Woo!
A new session that was added here is JavaScript the Delphi way with John Assedin. Yes,
cool.
I think that's and he said he was going to try and be on for Q&A. He's in Norway, so it's middle of the night for him, but he's going to try and be on anyway. And this should be really exciting. I'm excited to see it. This is the release of his Cortex Studio, which is written in Delphi, which is a Object Pascal to JavaScript transpiler. Very cool stuff. It's written in Delphi, like I said, let's see, Glenn just added a comment here about this as well. It said, for bug filing and quality portal, please be detailed to provide as much data as possible. There's a blog article about how to write good bug report. Yes, a bonus session, Patrick. Okay, so as far as replays go, we will have at least, so this whole video that you're watching right now, this live stream, will be on YouTube in its entirety immediately. Then there will be individual sessions will be segmented out, possibly with Q&A tagged on if there was Q&A. If not, it'll at least be the individual sessions. And we plan to have a blog post follow up that have downloads with it. If not, you can contact the individual presenters for the details and you get it from them.
My sessions are all got replay. Well, they will have replays when they're available, but they're all the slides and the commentaries available on the main blog. Embarcadero.
The file used to create database. So I believe Holger specifically said he cannot share the file he used to make the database, but he provides.
I wrote down his link. Hang on. Let me
It
just.
has to do with the redistribution. So he can't redisplay that to you, but he has all the steps and the sources he used to make it.
Yeah. He also had a. Oh, I can't get to it now. He had a tiny URL for this long link and said go there, and that's where you can. Where is it? There you go. That was the he had a long link that he'd shortened and said, go to here, and that's where you can sign up for it and all the rest of it. So
yeah, actually, if you put that in the chat, it'll be clickable for everybody too.
Okay, I'll do that as well. Yeah.
And I believe, yeah, he was referring to the stations database. Yeah, and I think that's the link for that. Okay. Now it's time for John's session to start. So we're going to roll it over to John's session. And we'll see you all on the flip side.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to present Cortex Pascal, which is a 100% Delphi project. This project has been going for a couple of years now. Most of you have probably heard about it before, but I think you will find that a lot has happened since the last presentation. So we are getting close to version 1.0, which is the release candidate, so the first official version. So I'm just going to rehash a little bit now in the beginning, so that those of you who haven't seen the project gets a feel for what this is all about. First, just a few lines about me. I'm not going to spend too much time on myself. I'm a software developer. I work for DIPS ASA in Bergen, Norway. I used to work at Embarcadero as an SC for Europe, Asia, and North Africa. My background comes from Commodore 64 and Amiga. That's when I started. Obviously, I went to the PC quite quickly. I've also been working with embedded technology and basically had IoT as a hobby. You know, Raspberry Pi machines, those tiny one-card computers. I love those. A previous project I had, which was kind of the same thing, is Smart Mobile Studio. And I'm a certified Delphi developer and MVP. I actually have the MVP t-shirt on me. This is important. You also know me probably from social media, you know, Delphi developer, C++ developer, and so forth. So I spend a lot of time on Facebook and social media, and I've been doing that for a lot of years. So yeah, let's move on. So Cortex Pascal has one feature basically, and that is to can we turn JavaScript into a rapid application development system? So basically, you write Object Pascal. You know, you have normal units, you have form files, etc., but it's all converted to JavaScript. That way, you can work in a language that you are familiar with, and then you can, well, emit JavaScript, create websites, you can create mobile applications, and so on. But that is not an easy thing to do because JavaScript is very different. So yeah. So what are the benefits of JavaScript? Well, JavaScript is everywhere today. It's not just in the browsers. You have services, you have mobile applications, you even have embedded boards that now accept JavaScript and WebAssembly. It's kind of taken the role that BASIC had back in the day, you know, when BASIC sort of was built into a system. But it performs quite well. You have JIT compilation now that converts JavaScript into bytecodes and further into machine code. So the performance is quite good. It's also completely agnostic. It operates on any operating system. It's completely tailored to the environment. So inside the browser, that's a browser environment. But it also works on shell as a general purpose scripting language. So you can write shell applications, you can write services and server applications with it. And it seems to have adopted mostly young developers, you know, young followers. So there's a lot of talent that's starting out with JavaScript today. It's also popular to make mobile applications with it, although Depending on how good you are, it depends really the quality you will get out of it. The major benefit, at least as far as I'm concerned, is that you have identical behavior on every system. So if you write a system service on Linux, as long as you pay attention to the like file paths and things like that, it will behave identical on Windows. So you can just copy it over. But there are also quite a few downsides to JavaScript. The syntax, curly brackets, there's a lot of nested code, functions within functions, anonymous calls, anonymous classes, anonymous this and that. So it's very easy to make syntax mistakes when you're working with raw JavaScript. And there's also a huge amounts of frameworks that are competing with each other. Google has their systems, other companies have their systems, and they're not always compatible. And the standards that are in the browser have, at least so far, been quite esoteric. Different browsers have different standards, different frameworks have different way of solving things. This has been cleaned up lately, but there's still a lot of mix and match out there. JavaScript is also extremely difficult to excuse me, difficult to maintain. Once you have large applications and frameworks, web applications with maybe 100 forms or something like that, then it becomes really painful to maintain it. It's not exactly easy on the eyes. And JavaScript also lacks a virtual method table, and that means that things like virtual and abstract methods goes out the window. So it does have its problems, and it's also extremely time consuming because of the syntax and the way that code is written. So this is where Cortex Pascal comes in as a sort of bridge between these two realities, between Delphi and the native reality and the scripting reality. And this is a completely community-funded project. We have a Patreon website where people can sign up to back the project. It's written 100% in Delphi. The compiler we have is based on Delphi WebScript. I'm sure you know about that. So we use that to build an AST, an abstract symbol table, and then we sort of extract information from that. And of course, it compiles to JavaScript. That is a part of Delphi WebScript. That's important because a lot of people think that I wrote the compiler, but that's not the case. Eric Grange wrote the compiler and is maintaining that. As far as I know, this is one of the larger projects that can be seen as an alternative to TypeScript. TypeScript has its own flavors. I guess we're more in the Delphi camp. So we try to stick with the standards that are established for Delphi. In order to make this work, I had to sit down and write an RTL from scratch. It was basically spent a year doing that in order to have a component structure, visual classes, and also we wanted to support Node.js on one hand, which is not in the browser, that is a shell and service applications, and also the visual stuff with an inheritance chain that covers both of these, which we have managed to do. As a result, you can basically generate code that runs on any system. You can also use it to write, mobile phone applications. You can target those embedded systems that I mentioned previously. So you sort of get, the benefits of both worlds. This also means that we couldn't really glue this into the Delphi IDE. That would require that I had access to the, the Delphi IDE code, because it would require, quite a huge overhaul in the way that forms and views and, different concepts operate. So I ended up writing an IDE from scratch, which is not for the faint of heart. It has taken basically 2 years to get everything working. So here is the IDE. It can probably look a little bit unfamiliar. The projects that we have in QTX, Cortex, are folder-based. So what we're seeing on the left here is actually, a folder overview. And then you can double click on forms, for example. Then you have all the form files in there. Then you can click parent and go out. You can create new folders, and this is basically how web developers work. So the best way to look at this is more as there's a mix between a web designer tool like a Dreamweaver, for example, and a Delphi-like tool. So it's sort of it falls in between those two chairs. We also have widgets, which are custom controls. Those can be either written in QTX themselves, or they can be external existing JavaScript frameworks. And then somebody basically writes a wrapper unit, defines the controls and the classes that are in JavaScript, and initiates that. So these are drag and drop that you can drag and drop on a form. So I'm going to switch over so that we can have a little look at the IDE code. Here we are in Delphi. And like I said, this is a 100% Delphi project. So this is the main form. And there's a lot of work behind all of this, a lot of units in order to make this this functional. So let's fire up. Now the first version is called Mount Kailash, and those of you who are not into history probably wonder what that is. It's the Indian version of Mount Olympus. So Delphi has the Greek symbology with Athena, the Spartan helmet, and also previously we had Athena, which was sort of the patron saint of Delphi developers. I believe she was the goddess of wisdom. But I've sort of fallen in love with some of the Indian architecture and history, so I decided to go with that. So Mount Kailash is a good release candidate name. So I guess we can open up a project and have a look. This is a project that one of the backers made. It is a wrapper for something called Apex charts. So this is a JavaScript package that he has wrapped. Spent time, writing the Pascal code that sort of matches or defines the JavaScript, and then you can compile it and use it. So if we compile and run this, we get Apex charts that we can use in our applications. And these are, of course, drag and drop controls that you can see in the background here. So we have a lot of cool stuff that is coming out. We can also have a look at jQuery user interface. This is another user package one of the backers made. So here we have all the different widgets that are wrapped. You can go in and watch the source code. And these are going to be registered. These packages haven't been registered yet, but they will turn up here in the components plet, so to speak. So you can drag and drop them. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, so here we have all the different standard jQuery user interface things. And then you can switch theme on it, and yeah. So you can basically now work with these widgets from Object Pascal. So instead of having to, learn JavaScript and do all those things. Oh, socket error. Yeah, I'm offline, so that actually makes sense. So yeah, as you can see, this is relatively easy to understand Object Pascal. There are some syntax differences between Delphi and QTX flavor or Delphi WebScript flavor, and that has to do with we have to have syntax that integrates with JavaScript. So there are a few things that will seem unfamiliar at first, but once you get the idea, it's relatively easy to get going with this. We also have excuse me, I'm a little bit sore throat today. Different project types. So HTTP server, classical shell application, UDP server, web client, WebSocket client and server. We have 3 different application models. The application models, dynamic, tabbed, windowed, has to do with how forms are presented. If they in windowed mode, they will have you know, a window title and so forth. And they will behave a little bit different. In a dynamic applications, the forms are created one after the other, sort of stacked downwards, which is typical for a normal website. Tab dynamic is, well, like the name say, it's inside a tab, which can be good for information pages. So we can have a look at that as well. I believe it was theme test. This is just sort of a kitchen sink project where I just drag and drop stuff I test. So here we have form 1. I have easy animations, list boxes, checkbox, combo. There's a tab that enables or disables the header of the tab component. Go to form 2, form 3, and form 1. So you have, you know, the sliding, the iPhone-like sliding doors, if you like. I guess we can look at something a little bit simpler before we dig into the actual code. Now, one of the differences between Delphi and QTX is that we operate with something called delegates, which you probably know from C# if you've ever used that. So a delegate is basically an event wrapped as an object, and you can attach as many delegates as you like to an object. So if I, for example, want 3 on-click handlers on the list box, I can simply, you know, go in here, yeah, click delegates, click delegate, and I can add one of these. And I can add another one if I also want that, you know. Okay, I want 2 click delegates on this one. I can double click just like in Delphi, and it will introduce a handler for you. Do the same for the second handler. These will fire in the sequence that you defined them, that you added them. So let's see. I guess we can do a right line. Second. Right line and first. So when I click on the list box now, those 2 should fire. Let's first add some text to the list box. Click, there we go. First and second. So it's really easy to add event handling to it. So let's remove those. Then we can remove the code. There are a couple of things that I need to add, of course, like automatic method removal and stuff like that, but we're getting there. And you also have things like, let's see, self, here we go, get shortcuts, code suggestion, so you can sort of navigate, easy to learn the methods and so forth. So yeah, it works quite well. And here you have the windowed application model. So it has, you know, all the typical features of a window. So the idea here is that if you want to create sort of a desktop application that runs in your browser, then that is possible, you know, with different windows. So if you have written a Delphi backend that essentially gives you like invoicing, for example, and you want to create a web front end for that service application that you have in Delphi, then this can be done here. You can use REST calls, for example, and create an API that talks to the server and presents it as moving windows in the browser. We actually have a desktop system that we sort of prefabricated that is going to be basically part of the projects. And that will actually clone out a complete desktop with 5 background services, Node.js services, that you then have full control over. That provides things like file system over WebSocket, you know, printing, remote printing, sharing files, chat, and application control. So you can actually install applications on it. And this will allow you to create things like NAS boxes, network active storage boxes that has a user interface, kiosk systems. All of that can be easily created using this system. So the final thing we're going to have a look at is server programming, which is actually very enjoyable and quite easy to do. And this targets Node.js. So far, we have targeted the document object model, the visual aspect, which runs in the browser. This one is going to cover Node.js, working with Node.js. And that is completely different. That has no visual aspects to it at all. So if you try to use a visual component or a class that is designed to run in the browser, if you try to use that in your Node.js project, you will get exceptions and problems. So yes, let's see if we can find a server. Go down. I think I have a HTTP server here someplace. There we go. Server test. So this project looks a little bit different because this is non-visual. There's no forms or anything like that. So the project unit is application entry point.pass. And that is also true for visual application. That is sort of the standard starting point. And this is where we create the application object. This is the exact same thing as Delphi does. The application objects take care of everything. In our case, this creates the T-node application, which is defined here in the app body. And in this case, we simply create an HTTP server, and we set up the event handler, we give it a port, and we activate it. And this is more or less the exact same code that you would write, if you're using INDI or something like that. Here's the handler. So we simply emit some text that we have received an HTTP request. We dump out the remote address and so forth. And then we end the request by sending back a little bit of HTML snippet. And that can be anything. It can be REST, a JSON code or something like that if you want. If you're talking to a database and then want to return some actual data. So let's fire that up, and then we can switch over here. Hello world. Here we have the outputs. We received a HTTP request for the root, which is the default document. And also a request for the favorite icon, which we don't serve out. We just return, this static HTML in this case. So that's the most basic server that you have. And just like Delphi, you have access to the source code. You can see where it's, what it wraps, and also how to define external classes. This is an external class. This is actually a JavaScript object that is defined, or that is a part of Node.js. So we simply need to have a object Pascal definition for it and a name. Then it's possible then you can create this class like any other object. So you have full access to headers and everything. It simplifies working with Node.js, because Node.js can really be difficult if you don't have these classes. Things like working with the file system involves a lot of nested code, nested callbacks, and so having standard object Pascal classes that does all of this for you and makes it readable and easy to access is a great bonus. So yeah. Well, I hope that this has been somewhat informative. It was kind of an ad hoc presentation, but for those of you who have been following this project, I think maybe that at least you see that there has been a lot of progress since the previous presentation. I did a presentation for the Australian Delphi user group last year. That was sort of demonstrating the prototype of this. And yeah, we're getting close now to the release candidates, and a little bit of polish here and there that needs to be done, but all in all, I think we have achieved what we set out to do, and then we have something that we can build on from now on. So yeah, there's a lot of work behind all of this. Well, I guess we can wrap the video part of this up now. So see you soon. Cheers. One final thing I want to mention is that we now have a website set up for this project. So you can go to cortexdeveloper.com.
All right, I jumped on a little quick there. John was going to try and be on for Q&A, but I don't see him, so I'm guessing he didn't make it. I did put the link in for the website in the chat window there. It's cortexdeveloper.com. So the question here, does it work with the community edition of Delphi? It is a standalone project, so it's built with Delphi. It probably could be compiled with community edition, although I'm not sure what version and what edition he used. But you can download it, and it does not require Delphi to run. But it is built with Delphi and is compatible with Delphi using Object Pascal. Well, some of the code's compatible, has limited compatibility, but still good working with this. Yes, as Roland says. Here is the link for it, cortexdeveloper.com. Yes, incredible amount of work. Cortex is totally mind-blowing. I'm really excited about Cortex. There's a number of other tools. TMS Web Core is similar in some regards. So there's a lot of different options out there as far as how to fill this niche, how to do web development from Delphi. And this is one that is more about like taking your skills as a Delphi developer and making it easy for you to move to the web. Let's see. I think that is it. Oh, Patrick points out TMS Web Core is client side only. Okay, I wasn't sure. So yeah, if you want to get it, go to Cortex Developer. I believe that's the download link. I was out there earlier looking at it. Or you might have to go through the Patreon. So it is donation based. So it might only be available for backers on Patreon right now. If you'd like licensing. So yeah, I would suggest if you're interested in it, check out the Patreon page and and once you're backing on there, you can message John. He was planning to be on here. Let's see. So at the hobbyist level, $25 a month. You love the project. You get regular binaries and updates, public articles, and community articles. So there you go. He says it's shareware, so maybe once the release is out, he'll have. I thought this was the release because it said 1.0, but apparently it's almost a release candidate. But maybe once the release is out, it'll be freely available because he did say it was going to be a shareware license. But yeah, for right now, you can. Looks like you can join the Patreon to get access to it. So Patrick does say to download it, you have to be on Patreon or buy a license with PayPal. Okay. And someone else saying that they like interweb. That's great. Occasionally I'll get somebody that'll tell me like, oh, you won't like this, but I use AnyDAC instead of FireDAC. And I'm like, if it works for you, awesome. I don't care. If interweb is making you productive and you're winning, then use interweb, right? My goal is always to tell you about lots of options out there and help you find the right tool for you. And honestly, if you're using C# and for most of your development for some reason, then that's great. I'm happy for you. But if you're using C# for something that Delphi would be better for, which you'll see an Ian session tomorrow about using Delphi as a weapon, there are a number of places where Delphi is a better choice. Then I want to make sure you're aware of Delphi as an option. At the end of the day, I just want you to be successful and get things done and make awesome stuff. But I just happen to believe that for a lot of scenarios, Delphi is the best choice for that. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Patrick, and everyone else that's out here posting and answering questions and stuff in the comments. Really appreciated. And I think I'm going to actually have we have a little bit of time left. We're finished with the main body of content, but we do have some lightning talks. So I'm going to run a lightning talk right now. And everything else will be posted later on YouTube. So the blogs.embarcadero.com or the delphicon.embarcadero.com will be the place you can find replays and more in the near future.
Also probably learn. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope you're enjoying Delphicon 2023, celebrating 28 years of Delphi. It's amazing. My name is Ian Barker, and I'm an Embarcadero Delphi MVP. You can get me at ian.barker@gmail.com, follow me on Twitter at @punctuation, or go to about.me/Ian Barker and you can see all my websites. This very quick session is called Quick Look: The Benefits of Windows Services. The slides, the link, and the replay will be at tinyurl.com/Delphi QL Services. Well, we're going to look at the benefits of Windows services. Windows services are great if you have a use for them. Not every app needs to be a service, but when you do need a service, they're very, very useful. They can run even when the user is logged out. Not, unlike a normal Windows application, the services they can run on a server or they can run on a normal regular PC, and they can run in the background. You must have come across some things like antivirus software works like that, and all sorts of other important services. They're especially useful for activities where you need to run on a server where there are no direct user interactions, like a web server application or something like that. You can get them to launch automatically when the computer starts. This is the default, or they can be made to launch manually. By default, they can run as a fake user, which is called the service user, but you can override that. You can get it to run as any user on a network or your local system account. Usually when you install on a regular PC rather than a server, it will say the local system account, which is your login. You can tick on whether you are going to allow the service to interact with the desktop. Most services do have some form of interaction with the desktop to show alerts or something like that, but it just depends. How can we create them with RAD Studio? It's really, really easy. All you need to do is go to File, New, select Windows, because we can only create Windows services at the moment in RAD Studio, and then select Windows Service, so options 1, 2, and 3 there. There'll be a message that comes up that asks you if you want to use the VCL. The answer is yes, you do. You need to use the VCL for a Windows service. This wizard will create an empty Windows service. There's nothing in it apart from the bare bones to actually make the service work in the first place. There's some basic functionality that Windows services need to have to allow them to start and stop and pause, which is the kind of functionality that is built into every single service. It's one of the things they need to support, but it doesn't really do much. The key you need to look at is the one with the T service class in it. In there's some, if you actually open up the form and then select the properties and events, you will see that there is an on start, an on stop, and on execute, and an on pause event. These are all things that the services can do. The on start is fairly obvious. When it starts up, it executes. On stop, that's when someone stops the service. On execute, that's when it's actually doing something, it's actually running. And the on pause, because you can pause a Windows service, it doesn't have to stop, it can just go into a state where it's not actually doing anything. One of the pro tips I would suggest is you make sure that you change the display name and the actual name of the service. And the reason you need to do that is you need to be able to identify those in your task manager and your Windows Service Manager, especially when you're debugging. It's quite important. Add to the section where it says service after install. If you add the following, which is just a simple registry key entry, and put in a string that says description, and then put in a description of what your service does, this will mean that when you go into the service manager, it will explain what your service does. You can see a little description there. Otherwise it's completely blank, and it's kind of confusing for people, especially if you choose a service name that might look a little bit like a virus. Someone might be tempted to uninstall your service thinking there's something wrong with it, or it's a rogue application. So if you can, try and make sure that you include that description. On most Windows systems, you need to install the service as an administrator, the Windows administrator, or using the admin prompt on your local PC. If you don't do that, by default on Windows 11 and most server versions of Windows, you'll get an error message saying that access is denied. It literally means you're not allowed to run the service as a normal user. To overcome that, run it in the administrator command prompt. Go to Windows, click on Task Manager, select Command Prompt, and then there'll be a thing that says Run as Administrator. Then when you install the service, and you can see the bottom line there, example Windows Service.exe /install, that will allow you to install your service. If you've got your permissions correct, and you might have to type in your admin password, it'll say service installed successfully. The arguments to the service when you go to run it, which you run from the command line usually, there's install, uninstall, and then you can add silent as well at the end of it. If you put /install /silent, then it won't show you lots of dialog boxes and things like that. To start it running manually, once it's installed, because it will be installed but not actually running, you can go to the same command prompt and type in net start and then whatever the name of your service is. You remember we put that in the T service earlier on. Once you do it correctly, when you go into the service manager, you'll be able to see your example service, and it should say running, and then at that point everything's going good. If you do have problems, obviously you need to be able to do some logging. Because it's not a normal user app, you may find that it's quite difficult to actually work out what's going on. So my advice is, nearly all services, you need some form of logging. There's some very good logs out there. Logger Pro from Daniel Tetti is very good. Griddy Cloud Logger it's an open source project. Go there and you'll see, but it allows you to literally log out to the cloud to a chosen target. Very useful. Or you can just simply use log message, and that will emit to the Windows event log. There's some arguments there to decide which part of the log it comes out into, how it's flagged, whether it's an error or it's information. If you're familiar with the Windows event log, then you'll understand what I'm talking about. If you're not, go in there and take a look. Or you can just use output debug string, and if you do that, it just takes a string parameter like that, and what that will do is print it to the debug console. Now, a normal app that's running that will appear in your events tab in the RAD Studio IDE. If you close the IDE and you've got some other debug console app, which we'll talk about in a moment, then output debug string will run. So on a customer's machine, you can have absolutely no logging set up, but you will be able to view the output debug string events. The tool I recommend to use that on a customer's machine or a server that you've not got RAD Studio installed on is a product from SysInternals. They're owned by Microsoft, and it's called Debug View. It's an excellent app. If you go into there, you will see all the debug console output from everything. And in fact, if you can see in that window there's a few mistakes. Somebody's program is causing some errors. They passed some invalid parameter to a C runtime function. The joys of being a developer. But if you look in the red box that's highlighted there, earlier on we did that output debug string, and there's the result of it appearing in there. It's just great using RAD Studio, and particularly using RAD Studio with Delphi. You can do absolutely anything. Do you want it to run on a Raspberry Pi? There's a solution for that, and you can use that today. It works today. Want to run it on a cheap Amazon Fire tablet? They're very, very cost effective. Just target Android and it will run fine. I have one running right next to me now. You can target Windows, Mac OS, not for services, iOS, Android, and even the web from a single code base on a project. It's absolutely true. And do you want to keep running even after the whole operating system has been upgraded without needing any downloads or reconfiguration? Yes, that's very typical for a Delphi program, and it's unique among development systems out there. There are very few that can do that. Most of them need you to update some runtimes and supporting libraries, and it doesn't happen with Rad Studio and Delphi. And that's why I choose Delphi. Anyway, that was a little quick whisk through of the Windows services. My name is Ian Barker, and you can see my links on the screen there. Feel free to email me. I'll do my best to get back to you, but I am a working programmer. I get up every day and I write code. If you want to see the slides and links and replay, go to tinyurl.com/Delphi QL services. Thanks.
All right, great. Thanks, Ian. We do have another short lightning session here. I'm going to run for you real quick for everybody that's still hanging around. I will put out a... there is another bonus session on day 3, and I just sent a request to get the Delphicon.Embarcadero site updated. Is it possible to get a list of all running services in a team memo or list box? Yes, there is. I don't remember what the API is for that, but I actually, Ian, this had a lot of good tips in there. The thing about expanding the description, that's a good one. That was one of the things, one of my secrets back in the day when I did a lot of Windows Service programming. There is a way to do that. I don't remember what it is offhand. There is, you have access to all the Windows API calls that you want, and you can call those APIs and get those lists of services and add them to a memo or a list box or whatever. I built a service manager years ago that I used. Specifically, I had an issue where I had services that I needed to stop and start. Oh gosh, I don't remember what it was. But I remember I made a service manager that I could start and stop 2 services at the same time, which at the same time, I mean, multi-threaded. Actually, it may have been a single core computer at the back in the day. Anyway, so yeah, you can do all that stuff with Delphi as well. I just don't know what the code is offhand. And Skybuck is asking if we ever did a CUDA session. There was a CUDA session by David I a number of years ago, I believe. I don't remember the details on it. There may have been others. I know there's at least that one. All right, so I'm going to run this next session here on WebBroker.
Creating a simple web server with WebBroker.
I don't think that's the one I wanted to run. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Maybe that was it. Let's try it again.
It's useful to know how to serve files like does a web server. During this session, I'll show you how to create a web server from a WebBroker Delphi project to display a simple website in a browser. Hi, I'm Patrick Prématin, Embarcadero MVP, French freelance developer, teacher and streamer. You have my GitHub, LinkedIn and Twitch accounts if you want to see what I create. Some of my websites around Delphi and web programming are on the screen. WebBroker is a simple HTTPS server available in Delphi since many years. With it, we get a console application we can adapt to our needs by adding actions as URL endpoints. Each action is an event with a HTTP request and a response as parameters. It's up to us to do what we want with it. Its documentation is available at the docwiki.embarcadero.com website. What is a web server? A web server is a program listening on a port, 80 by default, for one or more IP. This program knows the Hypertext Transfer Protocol (HTTP) to speak with a browser or any other HTTPS client. The most used commands of Hypertext Transfer Protocol are GET and POST. GET is what browsers use in their address bar and for forms. All parameters are shown in the URL. POST is used for forms or to hide data to users and log files. HTTP has a secure version, HTTPS. This version encrypts the content of data exchanged between the web server and its client. If you want to know more about HTTPS, go to this Wikipedia page. You have the link on the screen. When we surf on the web, browsers ask pages to servers with GET commands. Server answers has two parts, a header and a body. In the header, we find two important things, the HTTP status code, the content type. Depending on them, the browser displays an error or the body of the answer. In this case, when I go to Developer Tools, we have a network part and we can check the header. With the status code 200 and ici and the text HTML as content type. It's the web page the browser display here. About status code, you probably know one of these values. 404 for a file not found or an URL corresponding to nothing. 500 for internal server error. 403 for a forbidden access. When all is good, the code must be 200. If not, you have the choice in a list. You have the link for a Wikipedia list of HTTP status code. Here. You can see 5 parts. Information, success, redirection, client error or server errors, and the list of code you can use to answer if you create a web server. Or a list of code you can receive from a web server and check in your programs, browsers or client of API. On a classic file system, it is the file extension that indicates what the data contain correspond to, and how or by which software to display them. The content type has the same behavior for a web browser. It tells the browser what the server sent in the body part of its answer. Content type are also known as MIME type for emails. Many lists are available on the net. My preferred one is in Mozilla developer documentation. You have the file extension on the server and the MIME type or content type the browser expects to show the file with an extension. For CSS, you have text CSS. For HTML, you have text HTML content type. And for pictures, .jpeg or JPG, you have image JPEG and so on. If the content type is wrong, the browser display things, not what you expect. Web broker can be used as a simple web server. It's not complicated. We only have to know where are the files of the website on our server storage and map URLs to the local file system after some security controls. If the files are available, we send them with a good content type. If they don't exist, or if we don't want to send them, we generate an error with a good HTTP status code. It's really easy to do. Why web broker? because it's simple. It's included in all editions of Delphi since a lot of years, and we all can use it. But there are many other solutions to do web server in Delphi and C++ builder. RAD server from Embarcadero, Delphi MVC framework available on GitHub from Daniel Tetti and a big team of volunteers and supporters, and other frameworks or components I listed on the bottom of the page. The demo. This sample contains two parts. The web broker project source as a simple window console program, and a website created for the 28th birthday of Delphi and the Delphicon with pictures generated by DALL-E 2. I wrote wonderful pictures. It's an opinion. Never underestimate the power of the beauty according to who announces it. Sensitive souls abstain. I apologize in advance for all these colors. The sample project is available on GitHub. Creating a simple web server with web broker with 2 folders and demo sites. For the website I created for this sample, and the web broker source in the SRC folder. In Delphi, we have a web broker project with its web module unit. The website has 3 folders: the root, demo seats, the images, IMG, and buttons to change pages in the BTN folder. I declared the same thing in action of web broker, the root, IMG folder and BTN folder with an asterisk to intercept the URL starting by /img or /btn. If not, it's the root activated by default, which receives the get command. For the root, I log the request on the console to show what web broker receive, and I answer with file, a procedure I've created just above. I pass the pass info of the request. The pass info contains the relative URL without localhost and the port. File name, the path of the website on the disk, the response variable to get the answer, and the handled variable. If it's false, the request is managed by the default handler or nothing. If it's true, the dispatcher stops the dispatch. I remove the first slash character. In the IMG folder, I remove /img/ from the pass info, and for the BTN, I do the same with /btn/. So, answer with file will receive only the file name asked by the browser. And here, we filter the file name by removing all characters we don't want, like slash and backslash, for security reasons, and I check if the file name is empty. If it's empty, I'll show the index.html by default. I get the local path of the file name. If the file not exists, I send a 404 error, file not found. If the file exists on the hard drive, I checked its extension to fill the content type with a good code. You have a list here. Of course, I don't need all in my case. If the content, if the file extension is not managed by the program, I send an exception. If the extension is okay, I have a content type. I fill the status code, and I send the answer as a content stream. And it's over. I start the program. I change the default port. It's 80 by default, so I have localhost access on my browser. On the localhost URL, and I have the index on the screen. The web broker server received some gets. First one, passinfo / default one. One for the btn gauche GIF. So with this, the index.html is sent to the browser. The browser needs the pictures and asks them to the server, depending on its cache. Of course, I already have displayed the page, so it doesn't ask all pictures, but it asks the favicon .co I don't have on the folder, so it will ask this file for each page. So here is the website and the beautiful pictures generated by DALL-E of Delphi developers with Delph and an ancient Greek helmet. You have all files on the log. It asks for the page and the images. The big boss. I'm not available live to answer questions, but if you have any, I'll make my best to answer them. If it's about a GitHub repository, open an issue or discussion on them. If it's about this session, you can contact me on LinkedIn or with the contact form of my blog. You also can leave a message on FrenchDeveloper.com or English Delphi Praxis forums. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the Delphicon. See you later.
All right, well, I think that's probably going to be good for today. I just wanted to kind of fill out the time since a lot of people are still hanging around, but a lot of people are still here, but I'll let you go. Thank you to everybody for being part of Delphicon today, and we'll see you all online tomorrow. Thanks to everyone, Patrick, all our speakers and presenters, everyone that's asking and answering questions, and everybody out there. So thank you. And if you're joining the replay as well, that still appreciate you. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Bye.
you.